The mine demons were also territorial. They hunted each other even crazier than outsiders. Therefore, when the 6-winged mineral worms and the 5 poison mineral demons entered the territory of the flash lizards, there was only one result, which was a battle between the two groups. When a large number of flash lizards appeared, Yang Kuan's heart skipped a beat. So, this was Han Fei's trap? He used the mine demons to balance the mine demons. At this moment, a battle between the mine demons was about to break out. This flash lizard was abnormally fast. It was clearly impossible for him to save the 3 people. Although these 3 people were not completely killed, they were suppressed by Han Fei. Now that his mine demon puppets were restricted, it was almost impossible for him to rush forward to save the elder from Han Fei. Yang Kuan knew his limits. His elder had split his soul into 3 parts and cultivated 2 great Dao locks at the same time. With the 3 in 1, he was almost certain to become a monarch. Even so, he was still suppressed by Han Fei alone. It could be seen that Han Fei was only scarier than the rumors said. Therefore, although he was reluctant, Yang Kuan knew that he had to run. Victory and defeat were common in war. In the sky-opening realm, no one dared to say that he was invincible. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been suppressed by the Ghost Strait and couldn't enter the 100 Alliance city. However, just as Yang Kuan began to collect the mine demon puppets, Han Fei said leisurely, "Didn't you want to kill me? Why didn't you kill me?" "Heh, it's too late for you to run now that you've fallen into my trap." Steel. Buzz. A square silver chessboard appeared above Yang Kuan's head. Han Fei just frowned slightly and then dismissed it. After all, the soul controlling sect and the Ghost Strait were very similar. Both sects mainly cultivated the soul, and both sects had deep research on the path of the soul. So he wasn't surprised that the void-stealing technique was blocked. Soul-suppressing weapons were extremely rare even if they weren't godly weapons or just quelling bizarre treasures. And the people of the soul controlling sect all seemed to have soul-suppressing weapons. Seeing that the void-stealing technique was ineffective, Han Fei didn't intend to fight Yang Kuan, mainly because he didn't think it was necessary. Without the Mine Demon army, even if Yang Kuan activated all 3 great Dao locks, he would only be a little stronger than before. How could he be like Han Fei? Just by cultivating the God-fiend formless technique, he had doubled his physical and soul powers. And now, he had also reached the perfected star transformation realm and his Dao bones had been formed. Even without activating his great Dao, he could contend with the strong masters with 3 great Dao locks. Now that he was activating his great Dao, be it speed, strength, or soul, he could crush Yang Kuan. Feeling that Han Fei's speed had soared to an incomprehensible level, Yang Kuan was horrified. He thought to himself, "It's over. This guy didn't use his full strength from the beginning to the end. Everything was just his disguise. He made everyone think that his combat power was just that, and he made so many people watch his combat power." At this moment, Yang Kuan felt that Han Fei was no longer the person who struggled to charge at the mine demon puppets just now. At this moment, Han Fei stood proudly in the air. The mine demons protecting Yang Kuan were staring at him warily, ready to protect his master to escape at any time. However, this time, Han Fei's fist mark was filled with unparalleled golden light. From Yang Kuan's eyes, the golden light was so dazzling that he couldn't even look straight at it. The man in front of him was like a god, bathed in The golden light. He is unstoppable. This idea filled Yang Kuan's mind. The path of invincibility? Yang Kuan's face changed in shock. He had no time to collect his mind demons. He had heard of the path of invincibility and even seen it before. However, no one had ever walked the path of invincibility to such an extent. When he saw the invincible fist, the only thought in his heart was that this guy was invincible. In an instant, 18 late-stage star transformation realm 5 poison mine demons exploded almost at the same time. The only thing Yang Kuan could do was to unlock the 3 great Dao locks at that moment. Without power, he couldn't resist Han Fei's blow. Therefore, he would either unseal the great Dao locks or die. After the seal was lifted, Yang Kuan's purpose was not to fight Han Fei, but to escape. Bang! A huge shell blocked Han Fei's fist mark, but then the shell exploded from the inside and flesh and blood splashed. Huh! A giant shell in the peak-level late-stage star transformation realm? Han Fei's heart did a flip. He had thought that Yang Kuan wasn't strong enough to refine a puppet of the peak-level late-stage star transformation realm. Not only that, Han Fei saw a total of 8 exquisite shells surrounding Yang Kuan. And this shell armor that blocked Han Fei was one of them. While running, Yang Kuan shouted, "Human Emperor, we're even now. I promise I won't come after you again." Upon hearing this, Han Fei smiled faintly. People who are about to die better say something you should say. Yang Kuan said, "Human Emperor, I suggest that this matter ends here. My soul controlling sect was established by a great power from the Central Sea Divine realm. Killing me will only bring you unnecessary trouble. Why don't we forget our grudges today?" Bang! 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 As Han Fei punched, he smiled and said, "I don't believe it. Even if the heavens come today, you'll have to die. Not just you, the soul-controlling sect, even the people of the 3 temples will be knocked out by me." Han Fei detonated the silencing fist again. This punch was like a star falling from the sky, filled with invincible will. No. At this moment, Yang Kuan panicked. However, it was already too late. This fist mark was restrained, but one could sense the majestic intent, coupled with the invincible will. 8 peak-level late-stage star transformation realm shells floated in the air, but they were shattered in a row, and Yang Kuan only had his broken head left after being punched. Since then, the soul-controlling sect, including Yang Kuan, had been completely wiped out. Han Fei grinned, and the divine brilliance on his body descended. The serious injuries that he pretended to have were instantly healed. Han Fei glanced at the way he came. There should be 700 or 800 people who saw the battle between him and the soul-controlling sect. This was good. These people were all eyewitnesses, so when they described Han Fei's strength, it was not very convincing. Yang Kuan knew that Han Fei wouldn't spare his life, so he shouted with his only head, "Who are you exactly? Why do you still come to the infinite mining area when you have 4 great Dao locks? Why did you attack the soul-controlling sect?" Han Fei's heart did a flip. 4 great Dao locks? Why do you say that? Han Fei didn't know how Yang Kuan judged his strength like that, so he might as well listen. Yang Kuan shouted angrily, "Your attainments in the law are poor, but your combat power is almost unparalleled. Even Elder 3 souls of our soul controlling sect was defeated by you. How can I not guess your strength? Ha ha ha, you unlocked your great Dao locks in advance, and your attainments in the law are not enough. If you can't condense 5 Dao locks, you will face the monarch tribulation. You can't survive it, you can't survive it. Hearing Yang Kuan's hysterical roar, Han Fei couldn't help but feel a little curious. It turned out that his real combat power was like this in the eyes of others. Indeed, since his Dao bones were formed, he could completely crush the powerhouses with 3 Dao locks. When he was pretending earlier, he used less than 70% of his strength, so he might be judged to have unlocked 2 or 3 Dao locks. However, he hadn't fought a powerhouse with 4 Dao locks yet, so it was hard to tell which was stronger. However, because of the condensation of his Dao bones, the compression speed of his star core was accelerating. Soon, his star core would be compressed 1,000 times more, and then he would be considered a powerhouse who had unlocked 4 Dao locks. With this in mind, Han Fei put on a smile and grabbed at the void, crushing a mass of water vapor that was Yang Kuan's soul, that was trying to escape. Han Fei said, "Well, actually, I want to tell you that I don't have a great Dao lock at all." Buzz. Yang Kuan's eyes widened. He didn't believe it. However, whether he believed it or not, Han Fei's question was his last thought before he died. Han Fei pierced through Yang Kuan's soul-subduing godly weapon with the power of his Yang soul and then grabbed it with the void lines. A moment later, information popped up in Han Fei's eyes. Soul-controlling divine seal, sky-opening realm, ultra-quality. Introduction: the soul-controlling divine seal, a sealing technique that fuses arrays, seals, soul-controlling technique and parasitizing. This technique was created by a genius array master in the Central Sea divine realm. The soul controlling divine seal enters the array with the soul and parasitizes it with the array, condensing a soul-parasitizing seal, sealing the souls of others, and controlling their bodies. If you use this technique, you will lose a certain percentage of your soul. The creator thinks that the only reason this technique isn't divine quality is that it consumes his soul to control puppets, and he can't control creatures stronger than himself, so he works to improve this technique. Deduced technique, soul-controlling law seal. Consumed energy, 500,000 points of immortal chi. Effect: with this technique, the user can control and enslave all creatures weaker than himself. Shortcoming: it will consume one's own soul and consistently wear and tear his soul, which hinders cultivation. Interesting. This thing has room for improvement. Han Fei's heart stirred. This technique is wonderful. I wonder if that genius has modified this technique. If he modifies it, doesn't it mean that he can control puppets stronger than him without using his soul? This puppet technique is simply much stronger than Han Yu's puppet Dao. Looking at his 1,480,000 points of immortal chi, Han Fei wasn't stingy at all. He wanted to bet that the array genius modified the soul-controlling divine seal. A moment later, information popped up in Han Fei's eyes again. Soul-controlling law seal, sky-opening realm, divine quality. Introduction: this is a sealing technique that fuses arrays, seals, soul controlling technique and parasitizing. It's created by a genius array master in the Central Sea divine realm. The soul-controlling divine seal enters an array with ownerless souls and parasitizes it with arrays. The array evolves on its own, condenses into a soul-parasitic seal, seals other people's souls, and controls other people's bodies. To use this technique, you need to find a large number of ownerless souls and have extremely high attainments in arrays. Deduced art, unknown. Energy consumed for deduction, 1 million points of immortal chi. Effect, it can control and enslave any creature below the monarch level, and as for monarchs, it depends. Phew. It really worked. But what does it mean that the array evolved on its own? It could be said that Han Fei was the best array master in the Raging Sea. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to comprehend the God sealing spear. When the powerful effect of the soul-controlling law seal was shown, Han Fei's heart pounded. According to the soul-controlling law seal, ownerless souls could replace his soul. What did this mean? As long as he had enough ownerless souls, he could continuously create puppets and weave his puppet army. And people in the chaotic wasteland had no shortage of ownerless souls. This was because the energy crystals in the chaotic wasteland contained a large number of ownerless souls. Han Fei looked around. Was there a better puppet than the flash lizard? The answer was no. The bloody hand mine devil was good, but it was polluted by the ominous, so it had to be wiped out and couldn't be released. Therefore, the flash lizard was the best answer. The 6-winged mineral worms and the 5 poison mineral demons were the unique symbols of the soul-controlling sect, so he couldn't use them directly. Even if he wanted to use mine demons, he wouldn't have used these useless 6-winged mineral worms like the soul-controlling sect did. Han Fei licked the corner of his mouth. Now, the biggest problem was to crack the array seal. This might take some time, but definitely not very long. Of course, it was not the time to study the soul-controlling law seal. Yang Kuan was of little value now, but the remaining Elder 3 souls was worth studying. For example, his soul could be split into 3 and then become a trinity. After a while, Han Fei shook his head slightly. He had thought that this was a magical technique of Trinity. In fact, this guy just relied on his strong soul power to forcefully create soul-body clones to avoid the monarch tribulation. However, the comprehensive power of the soul would not be as good as before if it was split into 3. Cultivating 3 bodies at the same time greatly increased the time and difficulty of cultivation. Therefore, this elder of the soul-controlling sect was actually very old. However, it couldn't be said that this technique had no advantages. Its advantage was stability. Once one of Elder 3 Soul's bodies comprehended 3 great Tao locks, the other 2 bodies would also instantly comprehend them. Then, he could combine the 3 souls into one and become a monarch. Therefore, in a sense, he didn't just defeat Yang Kuan today. He actually defeated a quasi-monarch. Rumble 1023. However, why would Han Fei care about this? Since he was an enemy, even if he was a real monarch, he would still be killed. Rumble. Rumble. Outside the northern mining area, many onlookers were hesitating whether to enter the northern mining area to take a look. Although this was an unknown area and there might be many dangers, this was only the periphery of the northern mining area. Even if there was danger, how dangerous could it be? Besides, someone was already leading the charge. What were they afraid of? After waiting for a long time, when someone couldn't sit still anymore, suddenly, thunder rumbled in the sky. Although it was far away and no one could tell which level of powerhouse had died, they could still tell from the weather change. Someone was puzzled. Someone should have died. Who could it be? Was it the human butcher or Yang Kuan? Someone was puzzled. That's not right. There were 2 phenomena, which means that 2 people died. Did that human butcher and Yang Kuan perish together? Someone sneered. Really? Don't forget that human butcher has his 7-kill army, and Yang Kuan also has strong masters from his soul-controlling sect. Someone said, that's not right. It's very likely that Yang Kuan only brought mining demons with him this time. After all, the strong masters of the soul controlling sect have already been purged by the human butcher. 4 or 5 of the perfected star transformation realm powerhouses were killed, and a bunch of the peak-level late-stage star transformation realm powerhouses were killed. Aren't Yang Kuan afraid of exterminating the soul-controlling sect? Someone said, don't panic yet. Someone has died, which means that the battle has just begun. Why do we go there at this time? Aren't we afraid that they will come up and destroy us first? Someone sighed. In fact, we didn't want to get too many benefits. We just wanted to get some minerals. Who knew that Yang Kuan would be so stingy as to snatch even those minerals? Exactly. For a moment, everyone was talking and discussing, but no one went into the northern mining area. They were waiting for the next meteorological change. However, after waiting for almost an hour, they didn't see any changes in the weather. Some people even guessed that it was because the distance was far, so when some ordinary sky-opening realm powerhouses died, the coverage of the weather was too small, so they couldn't sense it. However, at this moment, someone suddenly exclaimed, F***CK, look, who is that? Someone exclaimed, and then his whole body was horrified and his hair stood on end. Everyone followed the person's gaze and saw a figure in the distance. With his hands behind his back and his head held high, he was dressed in a luxurious battle suit like an honored guest from afar. At a glance, one could tell that he was a big shot. And this person was none other than Han Fei. Someone exclaimed, Human Butcher. It's the Human Butcher. Wasn't he chased into the northern mining area by Yang Kuan? Why is he out now? Someone exclaimed, the Human Butcher has come out. Where is Yang Kuan? Where is the army of mine demons? Before these people realized what was going on, Han Fei seemed to have walked at the speed of light. In the blink of an eye, he appeared millions of kilometers away from them. Before he arrived, Han Fei said leisurely, the infinite mining area will no longer have the soul-controlling sect. Do you want to snatch my spoils? Someone was horrified. Not good. Run. Everyone was shocked and then immediately came back to themselves. Are you kidding me? Yang Kuan is gone, the army of mine demons is gone, but the human butcher is back. If they didn't run now, they might be the next to die. Didn't you hear what Han Fei said? The soul-controlling sect was gone. A powerful faction that had stood in the infinite mining area for many years was gone just like that. Run. Everyone went crazy. The development of the plot far exceeded their expectations. They had thought that it would be a fierce battle, but it turned out to be a crushing battle. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. Han Fei deliberately laughed out loud, arrogant, domineering, and ferocious. Hearing this, countless people were frightened and wished they had 8 more legs. The 100 Alliance City was in an uproar. Han Fei didn't really chase after them. How much money could these itinerant cultivators have? If they weren't poor, why would they take the risk to come over and try to take advantage of him and Yang Kuan? Therefore, Han Fei was not interested in killing these people at all. He laughed a few times and then they all ran away. One day later, The 100 Alliance city was in an uproar. Someone said in shock, "What? The soul-controlling sect was destroyed? Is that human butcher really so powerful?" That's right. Let me tell you, I was there. You may not believe it, but human butcher fought tens of thousands of mind demons alone and killed half of them. In a moment. Someone was stunned. That's it? Yang Kuan has 3 Dao locks and tens of thousands of mining demons. How can he be defeated? Someone sighed. You wouldn't believe it if I told you what happened back then. If you really saw the scene where one person fought 10,000 demons alone, you would understand everything. Someone was puzzled. Since Human Butcher returned and was seen by you, why didn't he kill you? I don't believe that you can escape from him with your strength. Someone responded, who knows? Anyway, when I ran, I didn't feel anyone chasing me. The others seem to be alive too. Human Butcher doesn't seem to be very interested in itinerant cultivators like us. Someone suggested, I'm afraid it's not that Human Butcher isn't interested in you, but he deliberately left a way out for you to come back and spread the news. In addition, although the leader of the soul-controlling sect is dead, there are still some people and some mind demons guarding their base. If I'm not wrong, he wants to use you to take care of the remaining forces of the soul-controlling sect. And you still have the time to brag to me? I'm afraid many people have already secretly gone to the soul-controlling sect. Shoot. Hiss. That makes sense. Yang Kuan perished and the soul-controlling sect had been looted. There are only some ordinary powerhouses left in the sect, so they're naturally not worth killing by the Human Butcher. Therefore, he really wants to use us to completely destroy the soul-controlling sect. Come on, let's go to the soul-controlling sect to pick up some treasures. A moment earlier, the itinerant cultivator was still lamenting that he didn't pick up any treasures and escaped from Han Fei. But in the next moment, he set off again to the soul-controlling sect to pick up some treasures. As for life and death, at such a critical moment, many itinerant cultivators chose to forget it. They stayed in the infinite mining area just to become stronger. Otherwise, what was the difference between them and a salty fish? In the camp of the capital of horror, Xiang was listening to the reports of several women. One of them said, Yang Kuan has indeed perished. We saw his death up close. That Human Butcher seems to have discovered us, but he didn't care, as if he didn't care about us at all. Another person said, Master Xiang, there's one thing that we dare not tell anyone. Xiang frowned. Speak. The person hurriedly said, Lord Xiang, Elder 3 Souls of the Soul Controlling Sect has mastered a little bit of the great Tao of time. We know this. However, when Human Butcher killed the Elder 3 Souls, he also unleashed the great Tao of time, and it was very strong. Elder 3 Souls can't compare to him at all in terms of the great Tao of time. We suspect that the Human Butcher has something to do with the Time Temple. The Time Temple? Xiang frowned at first, but then she was shocked. The human race? The great Tao of time? Perfected star transformation? Buzz. Xiang suddenly stood up. Could it be him? Xiang's eyelids twitched crazily. Although the intelligence showed that Han Fei was from the wild ancient race of the Western Desert and wasn't an orthodox human, this bit of information wasn't absolute. After Han Fei showed up in the Divine Capital Dynasty, his identity as a disciple of the Void Temple was exposed and attracted the attention of the world. However, at this moment, Han Fei disappeared. He had never appeared in any other place. N/O/vel/b//and C//om. From the Queen of Horror's attitude towards Han Fei to Master Diane's familiarity with Wu Shuang, and even knowing that Wu Shuang was preparing to prove Dao. The answer was not hard to guess. Xiang said coldly, "You too, shut up. Don't mention what happened today to anyone. Otherwise, die." 2578 The soul-controlling sect is more terrifying than I thought. Days passed, and the name of the human butcher finally spread throughout the infinite mining area. On the third day after Yang Kuan chased Han Fei into the northern mining area, the soul-controlling sect was wiped out by some forces that had been prepared. The sky-opening powerhouses of the soul-controlling sect were all killed or injured, becoming the main source of the new batch of refined stars in the 100 Alliance City. The Sea Establishment realm powerhouses of the soul-controlling sect were divided up by some major factions and thrown into the endless mining work. From then on, the name of the soul-controlling sect became a thing of the past. In the infinite mining area, the destruction of an old faction was mostly accompanied by the birth of a new faction. In theory, the territory where the soul-controlling sect was now belonged to Han Fei. Many people were even waiting to watch the show. They wanted to see if Han Fei would take the soul-controlling sect's territory. If Han Fei went, then Han Fei and his 7-kill army would come to light. This was what many people wanted to see, because Han Fei had already offended many people. In fact, if Han Fei really took the territory of the soul-controlling sect, he would probably be immediately attacked by countless factions and become the next soul-controlling sect. Of course, with the mind demon stream, Han Fei was naturally not interested in the territory of the soul-controlling sect. Days passed, and people still talked about the destruction of the soul-controlling sect. However, news about the northern mining area became much more expensive because Han Fei had disappeared in the northern mining area for a long time. 1 month later, the 100 Alliance City welcomed a newcomer. However, what kind of place was the 100 Alliance City? It was the most well-informed place in the infinite mining area. Therefore, when this person came, in just 3 days, someone learned her identity. Wu Shuang? Wu Shuang, the demoness of the capital of horror? The intelligence agencies were all shocked when they received the news. As intelligence agencies, how could they not know about the major events in the East Sea Divine Realm? Decades ago, Wu Shuang the demoness participated in the 100,000-year grand competition in the Divine Capital Dynasty and ranked third in the competition, winning an origin ground as a reward. To the powerhouses who had been in the infinite mining area for many years. What did the origin ground mean? It represented an almost 100% chance of proving Dao. Logically speaking, it was impossible for Wu Shuang to come to the infinite mining area at this time, but since she had come, no one knew what she was here for. On this day, in the camp of the capital of horror in the 100 Alliance City, a large-scale meeting was going on. As a future monarch-level powerhouse of the capital of horror who the Queen of Terror took as her own daughter, Wu Shuang had become the person in charge. Since she came here, even if there were some people present stronger than Wu Shuang, or even much stronger. At this moment, Wu Shuang glanced at the more than 100 powerhouses in the perfected star transformation realm and smiled. Then, she said in a gentler voice, "Everyone, let me make it clear first. I won't stay in the infinite mining area for long. It may be a few years, decades, or hundreds of years. After I leave, the forces of the capital of horror in the infinite mining area will still belong to you and will have nothing to do with me. Upon hearing this, many people secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Wu Shuang had specifically mentioned that she was just a passerby. Even if she was in charge of this place, it wouldn't last long. While everyone was relieved, someone asked, Master Wu Shuang, are you here to prove your Tao? For a moment, everyone looked at Wu Shuang. They felt that it would only be a few hundred years before Wu Shuang proved her Tao. Logically speaking, Wu Shuang, who had an origin ground, could prove Tao anywhere. However, since she had come to the infinite mining area, they couldn't help but wonder if the origin ground in Wu Shuang's hand was related to the infinite mining area. Wu Shuang smiled. That's not for sure. I may prove my Tao here, but I didn't come to the infinite mining area to prove Tao. Let me make it clear first. During the time I'm in the infinite mining area, anyone has to listen to my commands. Any information that flows out of my mouth has to be circulated in the way I want. After that, Wu Shuang looked at Xiang. She knew Xiang. They had been together for a while, and she was a very capable woman. Xiang smiled. During this period of time, Xiang is willing to follow Lord Wu Shuang's lead. Wu Shuang smiled and echoed, Xiang, you're too polite. I'm new to the infinite mining area, so I need you to give me some information about the infinite mining area. After that, Wu Shuang stopped the pleasantries and said indifferently, today, I want you to imperceptibly leak a piece of news. The 9th War of the Northern Expedition may begin. Remember, this news didn't spread from the capital of horror. As for who spreads it, I don't care. Anyway, it has nothing to do with the capital of horror. Xiang, you are in charge of intelligence. I want you to take care of this matter. Hiss. Xiang nodded slightly. Although her heart was in turmoil, she knew the reason. All of this was to cooperate with Han Fei. At this moment, it further confirmed her guess that the human butcher was Han Fei. In the 100,000-year competition of the Divine Capital Dynasty, the first place was Han Fei, the second was Feng Yu from the South Sea Divine Realm, and the third was Wu Shuang. It was said that Han Fei gave Wu Shuang the third place. Many people knew this, because many people in the Divine Capital Dynasty were watching the competition. Even Zhao Qinglong, the most famous powerhouse on the god roll at that time, didn't make it to the top 3, but Wu Shuang did. No one would believe it. Xiang said, understood. I'll take care of this matter. No one will ever find out that it's me who spread the news. However, there were many people here whose status was no lower than Xiang's. These people were still at a loss. Someone said, Master Wu Shuang, what happened? Why is the Northern Expedition about to start? Someone said in surprise, yes. The Northern Expedition is not a small matter. The northern mining area is full of danger. If we're not careful, even if tens of thousands of peak-level late-stage star transformation realm cultivators join the expedition, they will be killed. Wu Shuang unfolded a fan with a swish, flapped it a few times, and said leisurely, this is the first time. You can listen to what I tell you. If I don't tell you, don't ask. If you do it again, return to the capital of horror. The infinite mining area is not suitable for you. Everyone was shocked. Why did she suddenly become so tough? Just now, she was still smiling like a girl next door. Why did she suddenly fall out with them? Xiang couldn't help but roll her eyes at them. How could you know the reason for Wu Shuang to host the northern expedition in person? After a while, the meeting was adjourned. Wu Shuang left Xiang alone and said, "You're the only one who knows this, right?" Xiang nodded. "I'm the only one so far." "Ah, you and Ah Kai must be suspicious. After all, we gave a lot of refined stars to that person, and I didn't mention the pros and cons to them, so it's normal for them to be suspicious." Wu Shuang nodded. "Give them credit and let them return to the capital of horror." Xiang frowned slightly, but when she thought of the scene just now, she still nodded slightly. "Okay." Wu Shuang asked, "Have you guessed who he is?" Xiang nodded. "I guessed so." Wu Shuang said, "Don't worry. This northern expedition won't be simple. In any case, no one must know that we proposed the northern expedition. Also, I know some of the people here today, and some don't. It's hard to say if these people will leak it out. I need you to secretly monitor them. If anything happens, kill them." Xiang was a little frightened when she heard that. Was Wu Shuang so ruthless even to her own people? But on second thought, it was hard to say. She'd better quickly let the source of the news leak out from other powers. And the most suitable power to leak the information about the northern expedition was naturally the divine capital dynasty. Han Fei didn't expect Wu Shuang to come so quickly either. At this moment, he was studying the soul-controlling law seal. The difficulty of the soul-controlling law seal was not low, especially when it came to the exquisiteness of soul-engraving arrays. The main difficulty was that in order to control a creature, one had to fully understand the structure of such a creature and imprint and modify the core of such a creature through arrays. For example, if Han Fei wanted to control a person with the soul-controlling law seal, he had to imprint the array seal on the person's heart. In order to ensure that the person could still be controlled by him after breaking and recombining, he had to imprint the array on his star bead. The complexity of this array depended on the size of the human body, the veins, blood, bones, flesh, and blood. Therefore, Han Fei immediately understood why the mind demons controlled by the soul-controlling sect were only 6-winged mineral worms and 5 poison mineral demons. Even the trump card Yang Kuan left for himself was only a few controlled clams. If he used the soul-controlling divine seal to control creatures, then he had to thoroughly understand a creature first. This would first take a lot of time. Even if the mind demon was made of minerals, to put it bluntly, it was a stone. However, a stone with a great Tao was no ordinary stone. In a sense, the only difference between it and humans was the composition of its body. Another problem was that it took too long to engrave an array. Because arrays involved a lot of things, the difficulty of a single array was equivalent to the difficulty of drawing tens of thousands of array fusion arrays in the past. Therefore, when Han Fei studied the soul-controlling law seal, he couldn't help but sigh that the array master was indeed an extremely smart person to be able to make such a complicated array composition. Han Fei caught a flash lizard and studied it in his origin star for 25 years before he finally figured out the overall structure of the flash lizard. It also took him another 10 years to carve a control array that matched the flash lizard. After Han Fei finished drawing this array, he roughly understood why the soul controlling sect could only control a few 6-winged mineral worms a year. that was because it was difficult. Even if there was the slightest mistake in such a complicated array, it had to be remade. In order not to make any mistakes, he had to be highly focused and not dare to slack off at all when engraving the array. Huff. After the first flash lizard was successfully modified by Han Fei felt that he could control it to do whatever he wanted with a thought. Han Fei put on a brilliant smile. For others, drawing a few seals a year could give them several puppets in the sky-opening realm. However, for Han Fei, with the demon purification pot, he could replicate the same array 100% accurately. Therefore, Han Fei suddenly discovered that as long as he had enough ownerless souls, he could actually create enough armies. Gulp. Han Fei suddenly raised his head. The soul-controlling sect seems to be much more terrifying than I imagined. If the person who created the soul-controlling divine seal was still here, how strong would he be? 3 months later, Han Fei had hunted more than 18,000 flash lizards in total. It was not that he couldn't hunt more, but that the ownerless souls in his body had been exhausted. The energy crystals he had stored in the chaotic wasteland had been used up. If he had known that energy crystals could still be used like this, he would have gotten more energy crystals no matter what. However, this wasn't difficult to do now. Wasn't Longwu from the city of wanderers? Although Han Fei didn't think highly of Gutingnan, what he wanted to do was for the human race, so Gutingnan probably wouldn't refuse. If he were Gutingnan, he wouldn't refuse. He wouldn't use the lives of billions of humans as the tool to compete with others. Therefore, Han Fei composed himself and appeared in the outside world with a smile. He thought that since the matter of energy crystals was settled, it was about time for him to go to the 100 Alliance City. However, before going to the 100 Alliance City, he had to take a look at the Mind Demon stream. It didn't make sense that the old turtle hadn't come out yet. What Han Fei was worried about was that the old turtle had been detained by the demon vanquishing tree. When Han Fei came to the Mind Demon stream again, he didn't feel his projection clone echoing with him, which meant that his clone was still in Puppet City. Standing outside the Mind Demon stream for a long time, Han Fei took a deep look at the Mind Demon stream. He would not risk his life to enter the Mind Demon stream. If the demon vanquishing tree really took action, he would be walking into a trap if he went in now. Therefore, Han Fei stood there for a while, before he returned to the 100 Alliance City. On this day, when Han Fei appeared in the 100 Alliance City again as Chen Huangdian, there was an uproar as soon as he entered the city. For a moment, countless people looked at Han Fei. It was said that this person had destroyed the soul-controlling sect alone and had already made a name. Everyone had thought that Han Fei wouldn't return to the 100 Alliance City anytime soon after what he had done. However, it hadn't been long, and he had walked proudly in the city. It's Human Butcher. He's back. Someone exclaimed in shock at Han Fei's return. Someone sighed. Good Lord, he still dares to come back. Not only did he destroy the soul-controlling sect, but he also killed Dao-Lok powerhouses of other powers. Now that he's back, is he really not afraid of revenge? Yes, at first, no one knew that Han Fei killed Song Yu and the other 7 people from the City of Scavengers. However, after all, and Tai from the City of Origin had run away, so this matter couldn't be kept a secret anymore, so everyone in the city knew it now. Of course, this was deliberately done by the City of Origin. Han Fei had killed so many strong masters of theirs. How could they not cause him some trouble? Someone said in a low voice, "What do you know?" I heard that the human butcher found the inheritance of a great monarch. I don't know which great monarch it is, but he must have found it. Someone didn't believe him. If he has the inheritance of a great monarch, why is he still running to the 100 Alliance City? Why doesn't he accept the inheritance? Someone sneered. It's not as simple as you think. He's willing to come, which means that he can't eat it alone. Last time, he took Qingqing to the intelligence center of the capital of horror in a high-profile manner. Maybe he needed some special information. Look, he went to the intelligence center of the divine capital dynasty. This time, there weren't many powers who could establish an intelligence center in the 100 Alliance City. There were only a few who were powerful enough and had sufficient intelligence. Although the divine capital dynasty wasn't very strong in the infinite mining area and was only ranked 8th, their intelligence ability was beyond doubt. After all, they were a subordinate organization of the divine capital dynasty. In the intelligence center of the divine capital dynasty, an old man received Han Fei. The moment Han Fei met the old man's eyes, both of them were slightly shocked, because they both felt how powerful the other party was. What surprised Han Fei was that this old man definitely had more than 3 great Dao locks. It was very likely that he had 4 or even 5 great Dao locks. What surprised the old man was that this human butcher was indeed very strong. Although he didn't look at his bone structure, judging from his qi and blood, he was too young. And the other party's strength could actually resonate with him. This meant that the other party had the combat power of at least 4 great Dao locks. Holding a string of beads in his hand, the old man looked at Han Fei with a smile. "Fellow Daoist Dian, you're really a rare visitor." Han Fei smiled. "Sure enough, the people in the intelligence centers are all powerful. It seems that you already know my name?" The old man chuckled. "Since you've already been to the intelligence center of the capital of horror, some information will always be known. I wonder why you've come to the intelligence center of our divine capital dynasty?" Han Fei held his head high. "That's right. I'm Chen Huangdian. As for why I'm here? Although the capital of horror suppresses the divine capital dynasty in the infinite mining areas, the divine capital dynasty has more accumulation. I'm here to buy some information." "Oh?" The old man invited Han Fei in and then sealed the place with a wave of his hand. The old man said, "Fellow Daoist Dian, what information do you want to buy?" Han Fei said firmly, "I need to know all the information about the great monarch Bloody Hand in the infinite mining area in the Age of the Gods. Do you have any great monarch Bloody Hand?" When the old man heard that, he recalled that there was indeed such a person. In the Age of the Gods, there were not one but dozens of great monarchs in the infinite mining areas. Among them, a few were special. For example, this great monarch Bloody Hand was extremely strong in combat, but he was arrogant by nature. He didn't have many friends or subordinates. The old man thought of all kinds of rumors that came out of nowhere recently, saying that the 9th Northern Expedition was about to begin. Before, they had never known how or who spread the news. However, when Han Fei mentioned the great monarch Bloody Hand today, the old man had to think more. It was in the northern mining area that Han Fei destroyed the soul-controlling sect. Following that, the term Northern Expedition appeared. Now that Han Fei mentioned the great monarch Bloody Hand, the old man couldn't help but wonder if the rumors of the northern expedition were related to this great monarch bloody hand. Could it be that someone was manipulating something? Upon hearing that, the old man said, "Fellow Taoist Dian, we have intelligence on the great monarch blood hand, but it's about ancient times, and may be expensive. How much is it?" Before the old man finished speaking, he was interrupted by Han Fei, as if he were showing off his wealth. As the intelligence center, the old man thought for a moment and said, 360,000 kilometer refined stars, or items of equivalent value. For an ordinary person, with 60 refined stars, his star path would definitely improve greatly. Before reaching the perfected star transformation realm, he didn't even need to worry about resources. However, with so many resources now, it was only enough to buy one piece of information. Most people would retreat. However, Han Fei raised his hand and threw out 360,000 kilometer refined stars, 250,000 kilometer refined stars, and a bunch of weapons. Is it enough? The old man couldn't help but look solemn. Good Lord, this guy was really generous. In fact, the price he proposed was negotiable. He didn't expect Han Fei to take out the money without hesitation. With one party agreeing on a price and the other paying, the deal was naturally reached. No one could say anything. The old man naturally didn't think that Han Fei had deliberately come to the intelligence center of the divine capital dynasty. Otherwise, it would be a waste. No matter how rich Han Fei was, he shouldn't be so stupid. Therefore, this deal was naturally completed. Han Fei did want to know something about the great monarch bloody hand. Why did this once powerful great monarch end up severing his own hand and being sealed for countless years? The information recorded in the report was very detailed. The first part was about the life of the great monarch bloody hand. The main information was that when the great monarch bloody hand accidentally took a magical mineral in the infinite mining area when he was in the peak level late stage star transformation realm, it was said that after taking it, his hands mutated, and his pair of bloody hands became extremely powerful. In his strongest state, he could even shake gods. Because Han Fei paid a high enough price, the magical mineral was also described. It was said to be blood-colored, an extraordinary mineral that surpassed level 9 minerals. It was at least a treasure of the chaotic spiritual treasure level. It seemed that, except for the mineral that the great monarch bloody hand obtained, there was no such mineral in the infinite mining area. Of course, the infinite mining area had never been fully explored, so no one knew if there were more. If someone was lucky enough to encounter such a mineral one day, he might turn into a phoenix from a chicken and soar to the sky. The mineral was a catalyst. After the great monarch bloody hand proved Tao, he became a little withdrawn, often irritable, furious, and fierce. Later, it was speculated that it was because of the blood-colored mineral he took. The intelligence mentioned great monarch Mystic Marshall, who was one of the few friends of the great monarch bloody hand. However, she was only mentioned once. This was just some information about the great monarch bloody hand's life. Han Fei wasn't very interested until he flipped to the end and found an interesting piece of information. It was said that in the infinite mining area, a huge pit suddenly appeared where the ominous had appeared. At that time, the 7 monarchs, including Great Sovereign Blood Hand, fought in the abyss of the extreme north and finally destroyed the huge pit. However, It was said that great monarch mystic Marshall lost a hand and searched for great monarch mystic Marshall with it. Then, the two monarchs disappeared and never showed up again. The story should have ended here. However, another piece of news caught Han Fei's attention. More than 300,000 years after the disappearance of the two monarchs, a god's battle broke out in the depths of the infinite mining area. It was said that a god had entered the demonic Tao and called himself a demon god. And the demon god at that time had once used the bloody hand divine fist, which was the exclusive fist technique of the great monarch bloody hand. Huh? Han Fei suddenly raised his head. Did the great monarch bloody hand become a god or a demon god? The old man smiled and said, I don't know about that. After all, it's too long ago to be verified. The records are just pure records. In this intelligence, there's the location where the great monarch bloody hand obtained the extraordinary mineral. Although it's deep in the infinite mining area, it's also the reason why this intelligence is expensive. As for the rest, it might just be rumors. However, what Han Fei valued most about this piece of information was not the location where the great monarch bloody hand discovered the blood mineral in the past. The fact that this position still existed showed that it wasn't a secret back then. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been your turn to find it. After such a long time, countless people must have searched for it countless times. And the last piece of information was even more important. The last sentence of this piece of information clearly gave a specious result, which was to deliberately lead the audience to conclude that the great monarch bloody hand was a demon god. If the information was true, then the last battle of the gods might be the last battle of the demon god. Han Fei couldn't help but remember that the old turtle's original body once said to him, the demon god is fighting in. He hadn't asked about this before, because he didn't want to touch the secrets of the god fiend C4. But now it seemed that he happened to know, so it was inevitable to investigate. Therefore, Han Fei immediately asked, where did the gods battle mentioned in the intelligence break out? The old man was a little surprised that Han Fei was interested in this. But he immediately shook his head and said, it's hard to say. How can the battle of gods be limited to one area? Besides, the place where a divine battle erupts must be a forbidden land. If a sky opener goes there, he will probably die. Even monarchs won't be willing to go there. Therefore, it's difficult to tell the exact location of this divine battle. At most, we can only give a rough location. Han Fei asked, which direction? How much is the information? The old man said, this is free. Its exact location should be in the west. Extremely deep. However, I advise you not to touch the divine battle. In the past, there were many strong masters who tried to find the ruins of the divine battle, but none of them returned. Han Fei frowned. None of them returned? The old man nodded. None of them returned. Therefore, the strong masters of the 100 Alliance City rarely set foot in the depths of the west, which led to the west gradually being occupied by ferocious beasts. There were many ferocious beasts in the west. Han Fei knew this. Logically speaking, those ferocious beasts should be the lackeys of the Emperor Sparrow. But before the Emperor Sparrow's strength reached a certain level, it was actually impossible for him to unify the ferocious beasts in the infinite mining area. The ferocious beasts were naturally relatively ferocious. Who would be willing to submit to others? However, now, the Emperor Sparrow should be strong enough. This guy had swallowed a large amount of ominous energy and had successfully formed 3 Dao locks. This improvement in strength was already fast enough. If he guessed right, the Emperor Sparrow might be able to have 5 Dao locks after he completely digested what he had absorbed. This was because there was no law bottleneck for the Emperor Sparrow. Of course, it wasn't for anyone. To become a monarch, one didn't necessarily have to impose a Dao lock on themselves. The Dao lock existed to prevent their monarch tribulation from being too difficult. If that weren't the case, one could directly prove Dao after reaching the perfected star transformation realm. That way, the effect wouldn't be bad. After proving Dao, it would be very fast to make up for the loss of the Dao locks. Han Fei thought for a moment and stopped the topic with a smile. He said with a casual smile, "Now, our first deal is over. Why don't we talk about a second deal?" The old man looked at Han Fei in confusion. A second deal? Han Fei grinned and said, "Yes, for example, the location of the inheritance of the great monarch Bloody Hand. I wonder if the divine capital dynasty is interested." Buzz. The old man suddenly paused and then said leisurely, "So, in the past few months, it said that the 9th Northern Expedition is about to begin. Was it secretly arranged by you, fellow Daoist?" Han Fei raised his head slightly. "So what? As long as the information I gave is accurate." However, the old man shook his head decisively. No. This time, it was Han Fei's turn to be surprised. The old man said, "Our divine capital dynasty is the leader of the East Sea divine realm. If your information involves a northern expedition, it will inevitably prompt many people to go to the northern mining areas, and there will be immeasurable casualties. If our divine capital dynasty takes the lead in this matter, any accident will only ruin our reputation. Therefore, the divine capital dynasty won't buy this information." Han Fei nodded slightly. "That's a pity. I'll ask someone else." The old man suddenly said, "I think you have mentioned this when you went to the intelligence center of the capital of horror, right? There's a certain chance that they will buy it, right?" Han Fei smiled. Yes, they had already bought it. But wouldn't it be better if I could sell a second copy? However, this was also within Han Fei's expectations. No one was a fool. What others could do might not be something the divine capital dynasty could do. After leaving the intelligence center of the divine capital dynasty, Han Fei said lightly as soon as he walked out, 6,360,000 kilometer refined stars. That's really expensive. When Han Fei said this, the old man's expression suddenly changed. This was because Han Fei didn't block the sound, but there were many people in the 100 Alliance City. With Han Fei's words, many people would know that he had completed a deal with the divine capital dynasty. Logically speaking, this was nothing. He didn't talk about the contents of the transaction, but only the price. Even if he talked about the contents of the transaction, it was information that he had spent money to buy. What was wrong with discussing it? However, the old man had a bad feeling. It seemed that Han Fei came and left for some reason. Shouldn't he investigate further if he couldn't sell the information? Good Lord, once he heard that the divine capital dynasty wasn't selling, he left without worrying that the information of the great monarch Bloody Hand would be leaked by the divine capital dynasty. The moment Han Fei walked out of the intelligence center of the divine capital dynasty, in the mineral selling office of a certain non-intelligence center in the capital of horror, another Han Fei was sitting cross-legged at a table, enjoying tea. Opposite Han Fei, who else could it be but Wu Shuang? Wu Shuang asked, "If you're here, who's the one swaggering around outside?" Han Fei smiled and said, "A clone. A clone of mine. Take a guess." Wu Shuang smiled faintly. "I guess not. You have a lot of secrets." "Okay, now. Everyone's attention is attracted by you outside. No one will notice this place. So, why did you specially call me to the infinite mining area?" Han Fei said, "Aren't you already doing that? Northern expedition. I'm going to launch a northern expedition." Wu Shuang frowned and said, "It's not that simple, right? I heard that you created the 7-kill army of the human race. You were extremely high profile. Inside and outside the infinite mining area. You destroyed the soul controlling sect and even left a message mocking them. This doesn't seem to be your style." Han Fei grinned and said, "Oh, yes. I was happy, so I left a message. Let's talk about this northern expedition. In this northern expedition, there will definitely be great casualties, so I'll take your capital of horror out. But I collected 600 refined stars from you. If you believe me, you can earn 10 times the money back. I want you to help me attract as many strong masters from the city of origin and the city of scavengers as possible, even if Zhang, Beihai and Qingji come personally. Of course, I know they won't come, so I can only let them send more people over." Wu Shuang was a little surprised. She had always felt that Han Fei was really from the West Sea divine realm. However, the city of origin and the city of scavengers seemed to be from the chaotic wasteland, right? Why did Han Fei attack these two? However, for whatever reason, Han Fei chose to take action, which meant that the two forces had come to an end. As the current successor of the Void Temple, she would believe it even if the chaotic wasteland was wiped out by Han Fei, let alone dealing with two small factions. However, Han Fei set up the trap himself. This was clearly a trial. Therefore, no powerhouses from the Void Temple would participate in this trial. Wu Shuang nodded. "Okay. If you want to lure a large number of strong masters from the city of scavengers and the city of origin in, you have to give me the bait, the mine demon stream, but you can't use it. Also, it's definitely not enough to drag the two forces down with you, so we have to drag at least 10 forces down with us. Anyway, the enemies of the capital of horror are too many to count. However, we have to jump in ourselves, too. Can you guarantee that nothing will happen to our people?" Han Fei nodded. "Okay, as long as you listen to me, nothing will happen to the people of the capital of horror." Wu Shuang immediately smiled and said, "That's good. I'll go there personally and cooperate with you. After that, we can help you solve the city of scavengers and the city of origin." Han Fei shook his head. "No, just help me keep the situation under control. I'm going to uproot these two powers with my own hands." Wu Shuang thought for a moment and said, "Then I think you must be quick. Because after the 9th Northern Expedition, there will be a lot of casualties. And then many monarchs will come. If anything big happens again, it will definitely be noticed by monarchs. Take note of this." Han Fei nodded. This was why he asked Wu Shuang to come. With her unconditional cooperation, he didn't have to worry about betrayal. It wasn't just a matter of whether they were on good terms or not. The main reason was that Wu Shuang and the others knew his true identity, and he had promised to help the Queen of Horror ask for her way. After talking about serious matters, Han Fei said, "When are you going to prove Dao?" Wu Shuang poured a cup of tea for Han Fei with a smile and said softly, "If everything goes well, in about 100 years. If there's an extraordinary opportunity, it might be even faster. What about you? I haven't seen you for only a few decades, but you've already reached the perfected star transformation realm. You should be preparing to prove Dao, right?" Sizzle, ah. Han Fei took a sip of tea. Prove Dao? How could his path of proving Dao be so simple? However, the first step had finally begun. Han Fei said with a smile, "If I've guessed right, it should be later than yours." Han Fei also felt that his path of Dao proving was quite difficult. If he wanted to prove Dao, he had to save the human race first. If he wanted to save the human race, he had to solve the city of scavengers first. If he wanted to solve the city of scavengers, he could only take his time. Before he fully matured, he could cut off the biggest external source of economic resources of the city of scavengers, which was the supply of infinite mining areas. Only by completing this first step could the city of scavengers be greatly damaged and become chaotic. As the saying went, victory lay in chaos, so chaos was very important. After the talk with Wu Shuang, Han Fei fused his twin bodies and walked on the streets of the 100 Alliance City. His goal was all the other intelligence centers in the 100 Alliance City. As the only comprehensive city in the infinite mining area, the 100 Alliance City was the center of information in the infinite mining area, so there were many intelligence centers here. Han Fei didn't need to publicize it at all. He just needed to tell them one by one that he knew the location of the inheritance of the great monarch Bloody Hand, and the price was only 10,360,000 kilometer refined stars. Han Fei wasn't afraid that these big forces wouldn't buy it. He only said that other people had already bought it, but you didn't. Then, other people would have a share in the inheritance of the great monarch, but you wouldn't. Someone once asked, "What if I don't buy it?" Han Fei held up the map in his hand and said, "If you don't buy it, you can find a way to follow the people who have already bought it to the land of inheritance as long as they are willing to take you there. But if you don't buy it now, I won't sell it to you in the future. Or, if you don't care about the inheritance of the great monarch, just pretend I didn't say anything." In the end, Han Fei got a total of 960,360,000 kilometer refined stars. There were 4 powers that didn't buy his information. There were only so many intelligence organizations in the 100 Alliance City. Although other forces had spies in the 100 Alliance City, these spies couldn't afford the price. And all the forces outside the 100 Alliance added up, how could they be stronger than the strong masters of the 100 Alliance? Therefore, after Han Fei made a fortune, the entire upper echelons of the 100 Alliance City learned about the inheritance of the great monarch Bloody Hand. Besides, Xiangxiang had spent 600 refined stars to buy the intelligence, but others only spent 10 to buy it. For this reason, Xiangxiang was a little depressed. Since you want to cooperate with the capital of horror, at least show some sincerity, okay? But not only did you take 600 refined stars from me, but you also gave such a huge discount to other powers in the blink of an eye. In front of all the people who bought the information, Han Fei made it clear That it was very dangerous and that there were bloody hand mine devils there. Anyway, it was up to them whether they wanted to buy the information or not. After hearing Han Fei's behavior, Wu Shuang couldn't help but praise him. I didn't expect him to publicize the information in this way. Not only did he achieve his goal, but he also earned resources. What a smart man. In fact, after Han Fei sold the information, the senior management of the 100 Alliance City immediately began to summon the permanent representatives of the 100 Alliance intelligence centers for a meeting. Before the meeting started, the 100 Alliance City had already gone crazy. After all, Han Fei had gone to too many intelligence centers. It was almost impossible to keep a secret. And once ordinary people heard about the inheritance of a great monarch, the first thing they did was to share and discuss it. This was because ordinary people had never thought that one day they would encounter such a free pie from the sky. Once the news spread, how could it be kept a secret in such a small place as the 100 Alliance City? In just one day, almost everyone in the streets and alleys who were stationed in the 100 Alliance City knew the news. Besides, the news spread at a horrifying speed. Most of the people in the 100 Alliance City would know the news in at most 10 days or half a month. Even the 8 camps on the periphery of the infinite mining area could get the news of the inheritance of the great monarch Bloody Hand in a month at most. Of course, ordinary people only found the existence of the inheritance of the great monarch Bloody Hand, but only those who had bought Han Fei's information knew the exact location. Therefore, at this moment, in the 100 Alliance meeting, 4 powers were dumbfounded because they didn't buy anything at all. They even felt that this kind of thing was ridiculous. It was ridiculous to buy the inheritance of a great monarch by 10 refined stars. However, at this moment, the capital of horror was hosting the 100 Alliance meeting. Xiangxiang said, "I think you've already been visited by the human butcher. This person sold the inheritance of the great monarch Bloody Hand from the age of the gods. What do you think?" Someone said, "Xiangxiang, this matter is a little absurd. The inheritance of a great monarch was sold at such a low price, causing a storm in the city. We have no choice but to buy it, but what if this is a trick of that person?" Xiangxiang asked, "Why? Why did he do that?" Someone echoed, "I think this matter might not be fake. First of all, the human butcher must be familiar with the northern mining area. Otherwise, how could he swallow Yang Kuan and his tens of thousands of mine demons? I thought that the inheritance of the great monarch Bloody Hand might be true." Someone questioned, "If it's true, why didn't he get the inheritance himself? Why did he sell it to so many of us? What's his motive?" Someone said, "If it were easy to get the inheritance of the great monarch Bloody Hand, he wouldn't have asked us to come with him. Therefore, if this inheritance is real, it must be very dangerous and needs a lot of lives. At least, it's impossible for the human butcher and his 7-kill army to take this inheritance alone." Someone slapped the table and said, "Then what should we do? It's hard to tell if it's true or not. I heard that human butcher went to the capital of horror the first time he came to the 100 Alliance City. He didn't mention this at that time? I wonder what Miss Xiangxiang thinks of this problem." Xiangxiang frowned slightly and said, "That time, this person did mention it. But what he meant was that he wanted our capital of horror to lend him manpower. At that time, perhaps even he himself didn't know that the so-called inheritance was related to the great monarch Bloody Hand. In the few months after he disappeared, I guess he must have gone to inspect this inheritance. ground. Someone said, that's right. He wants the inheritance, but he can't get it, so he wants others to help him. But at this level, who is an idiot? It's better to help ourselves than to help him. Someone echoed, that's right. Since the leaders of the 100 alliances are all here, we might as well capture the human butcher in the 100 alliance city. Didn't he say that he has the inheritance of the great monarch bloody hand? Then make him go with us. We have so many people and countless strong masters. Can't we suppress him? Someone agreed. I agree. This person is ruthless and brings trouble to the infinite mining area. If we take him down in the 100 alliance city, it will at least increase our safety. If this person lies, at least we won't be fooled by him. At this time, someone said, no, since the founding of the 100 alliance city, no one has been captured or killed in the 100 alliance city. Once a precedent is set, do you know what the consequences will be? The 100 alliance city will lose its prestige, and no one inside or outside this infinite mining area will believe our decision anymore. Xiang nodded. That's right. Nobody is allowed to attack anyone in the 100 alliance city. I do have a suggestion. Seeing everyone cast curious gazes at her, Xiang smiled sweetly. Since this human butcher has given us the specific location, why don't we go there and take a look in person? Each of our 100 alliances will send a peak level late-stage star transformation realm powerhouse to go to that place to investigate. If you confirm that it's extraordinary, we can make a decision. Someone said, what if the inheritance of the great monarch bloody hand is fake? Xiang smiled and said, if it's fake, this person is toying with our 100 alliance. Then we'll have a reason and an excuse to directly suppress him. The elder from the divine capital dynasty said, what if this inheritance is real? Xiang said, if it's true, even if we start to explore this inheritance, he will have to go there in person. When the time comes, although we seem to be traveling together, we'll actually be keeping an eye on him. If anything happens, he won't be able to escape. He should have guessed that we would definitely take him there, so he sold this information unscrupulously. Someone immediately agreed. I agree with Miss Xiang's suggestion. Let's establish a joint investigation team of the 100 alliances first. It won't be too late to negotiate after the investigation. However, during this period, the human butcher must not leave the 100 alliance city. This is our bottom line. What do you think? Seconded. When everyone seconded him, the matter was settled. What seemed to be an absurd farce actually caused such a huge uproar, and the efficiency was astonishing. When this matter was over, someone suddenly asked inadvertently, hey, Miss Xiang, I heard that Miss Wushuang has come to the infinite mining area to prove Dao. I wonder if we are lucky enough to take a look. Buzz. For a moment, many people looked at this person. This guy was from the Blue Bird clan in the East Sea Divine Realm and had a close relationship with the Divine Capital Dynasty. He was ruthless and spoke arrogantly. When everyone turned their eyes to Xiang, the latter smiled and said, Miss Wushuang can go wherever she wants. This is her freedom. I don't think outsiders need to meddle in the internal affairs of our capital of horror. You. No, I'm easy to talk to, but Wushuang isn't necessarily easy to talk to. After a round of simple verbal clashes, the 100 Alliance meeting was over. But the last words of the person from the blue birds reminded everyone that Wu Shuang, the demoness, was Huria. As soon as the director of the city of origin returned, he expressed his attitude. Don't guess. This inheritance can't be fake. Many people know it. Otherwise, Wu Shuang wouldn't have gone all the way from the capital of horror to the infinite mining area. We've been thinking too much about this. On the other side, the few people who didn't buy Han Fei's information asked others, Old Joe, you know I didn't buy that stupid information. Can you sell me a copy of the map? The person who was asked was amused. Okay. 2,360,000 kilometer refined stars. The joint meeting of the 100 Alliance City was successfully completed and the decision was that although they couldn't touch Han Fei, they needed to restrict his stay for a short period of time. The capital of horror promised that, and no one argued back. In just 7 days, the joint exploration team of the 100 Alliance City had arrived. On the 8th day, they entered the northern mining area. According to the address given by Han Fei, the establishment and operation of the 100 Alliance exploration team couldn't be kept a secret. In the infinite mining area, such information was transmitted very quickly, so many people had already known about it before the 100 Alliance exploration team officially gathered. There was no telling how anyone outside the infinite mining area got the news so quickly, but with the help of the major factions in the infinite mining area, the 100 Alliance City suddenly became lively, recalling the news of the northern expedition that circulated in the 100 Alliance City a few days ago. Although no one had confirmed this matter, the recent turmoil had already made the strong masters in the infinite mining area smell an opportunity. If what Han Fei said was true and the northern expedition was launched, it would require a lot of manpower. Furthermore, those who could participate in the northern war wouldn't be in the sea establishment realm or below. Even those below the star transformation realm might not be qualified to participate. At this moment, Han Fei turned into a passerby and was chatting with a customer in a forging shop. And this guest was Long Wu, who was the leader of the City of Wanderers in the infinite mining area. And the person who was meeting him at this moment was Han Fei. Ever since he met Han Fei last time and received the news that the entire soul controlling sect had been wiped out, Long Wu knew that something big was about to happen, so he didn't leave the 100 Alliance City. Han Fei said, "Have you asked Gu Tingnan?" Long Wu said, "I've already contacted him. The Master of Silence asked me to listen to your orders. However, the premise is that the strong masters of the City of Wanderers can't be sacrificed for no reason. Although many of them are not human beings, they are strong masters who follow us." Han Fei chuckled. "I don't need your manpower for the time being, but there's something you can help me with." "What is it?" Han Fei said, "Find a way to provide me with enough energy crystals. The more, the better." Energy crystals? Long Wu was puzzled. Since Han Fei knew the situation in the chaotic wasteland, he definitely knew the specific use of energy crystals. It wasn't good to use too many of them. Seeing Long Wu confused, Han Fei said, "Of course I won't use energy crystals for cultivation. They have other purposes. Also, do you know how many lock chains Zhang Beihai and Qingji have?" Upon hearing this, Long Wu said directly, "So far, according to what they've shown, they have 4 great Dao locks. But Zhang Beihai and Qingji haven't fought for a long time. Even if they have, they might not exert their full strength. So, it's hard to say if they have hidden their strength or if they have already had 5 Dao locks. Heh. Han Fei sneered. You're really naive. Since you've said so, you can't treat them as strong masters with only 4 locks. In the city of scavengers, except for the fake 10,000 scale monarch, there was only Zhao Honghuang. Zhao Honghuang had never shown his strength either, so it was hard to say how strong this person was. There was even a rumor in the city of scavengers that Zhao Honghuang had an avatar, but no one knew where he was. Han Fei guessed that this might be Zhao Honghuang's way to break through to the monarch level. Therefore, no matter what, he couldn't treat Zhao Daoyang as an ordinary perfected star transformation realm cultivator. Anyone whose real strength he wasn't sure of should be treated as having 5 Dao locks. Han Fei glanced at Long Wu. How many Dao locks do you have? Long Wu. Long Wu didn't speak, and Han Fei smiled casually. If my guess is correct, you're probably about to have or already have 4 Dao locks. Otherwise, you wouldn't have been able to serve as a leader in the infinite mining areas, let alone resist the city of scavengers and city of origin. If you're already in such a state, how can Zhang Beihai and the others be weak? Long Wu asked, does this have anything to do with your plan? If you need manpower or strong masters, our city of wanderers will give you some support. But if you think that you can do whatever you want just because the master of silence wants me to follow your orders, you're making a big mistake. Han Fei snorted. Heh, why do you suddenly get angry? You know, Gu Tingnan asked you to listen to my orders, which is to give you a chance. If you weren't a human, you wouldn't have had this opportunity. I asked you to get energy crystals for me, but what I can give you is 10 times those energy crystals. Therefore, I'll give you a chance. Send out your most capable subordinates. I don't want anyone below the peak level late-stage star transformation realm. It's best if they are in the perfected star transformation realm. When the time comes, they'll follow me to the northern expedition. He didn't want Long Wu to go with him because it was impossible for Long Wu to leave. Otherwise, once the news was known by the city of scavengers and the city of origin, they would definitely launch an attack on the city of wanderers. Although Long Wu didn't quite believe Han Fei, he did believe in the master of silence, so he didn't hesitate and just nodded. Long Wu finally raised his doubts. Will the northern expedition definitely begin? Han Fei said, definitely. Besides, after the northern expedition, the forces in the infinite mining areas might undergo a new reshuffle. Long Wu was refreshed. He knew that there were countless casualties in the previous northern expeditions, but there were actually many strong masters in the infinite mining areas. It was probably an exaggeration to say that the forces in the infinite mining areas would be reshuffled. However, Long Wu didn't refute him. Instead, he said, I want to remind you that once the northern expedition begins, the hidden powerhouses, ascetics, heavenly talents, and even the divine beasts in the infinite mining areas might be mobilized. Han Fei's heart did a flip. He didn't know this. When he entered the infinite mining area, he had only stayed in the 100 Alliance city for a few days. He knew nothing about the strong masters in the infinite mining area. Besides, he rarely saw creatures like divine beasts and ferocious beasts in the 100 Alliance city. Otherwise, he would have noticed them long ago. Han Fei asked, divine beasts will go too? Why are they rare to see in the 100 Alliance city? Long Wu said, divine beasts and ferocious beasts both have the ability to transform into humans. If they don't deliberately expose themselves, it's usually difficult to find them. Furthermore, be it divine beasts or ferocious beasts, they have their own territory. Generally speaking, they won't come to the 100 Alliance City easily. Han Fei nodded slightly. Okay, that's all for today. Remember, the more energy crystals, the better. Just ask the person you arranged to bring them to me. During the days when the joint exploration team left, Han Fei didn't idle around. This was because he had more than 1,000 refined stars in his hand. If they were supplied to Han Yu and the others for cultivation, although it could increase their strength, it would still be very difficult for them to improve by leaps and bounds. Even Han Fei had spent hundreds of years on it. Even if Han Yu and the others got an opportunity, it would still take them a lot of time. Therefore, he used the refined stars in exchange for a large number of weapons, spiritual fruits, spiritual heritages, combat skills, and so on. He thought that once he led the human race out of the predicament in the future, the resources he needed would be too much. Therefore, these days, he had become the largest and craziest buyer in the 100 Alliance City. At this moment, Han Fei, who was holding a huge sum of wealth, was in the street of refining shops in the city of origin, holding his head high and cursing. Trash from the city of scavengers, why do you have so many weapons, but don't sell them to me? Is it because I can't afford it? Or is it because I killed your trash-perfected star transformation realm cultivators? If you don't sell anything to me today, tomorrow, I will kill every person from the city of scavengers I see. This was not the first time such a situation had happened. This was already Han Fei's 7th time cursing on the street. The reason was very simple. The powers that Han Fei had messed with were deeply hostile to him. Resources couldn't be exchanged for their Dao Lock level powerhouses. How many resources could nurture a Dao Lock level powerhouse? But Han Fei was rich. He threw a refined star at the shop owner's face and said, "Pack up all the goods in your shop for me." Who could possibly hold back? Because he had been in the 100 Alliance City for a few days, Han Fei's previous cold and arrogant attitude was gone. At this moment, he gave people the feeling that he was a bandit. Yes, he was a bandit. Relying on the large number of refined stars in his hands, he bought crazily everywhere. According to some people's guesses, the weapons and various resources Han Fei had bought now were enough to nurture an army of 100,000 peak-level sea establishers from scratch. Furthermore, if he used this resource, he might be able to build up hundreds of sky-opening realm powerhouses. The people in the 100 Alliance City had seen people blatantly expanding their influence, but they had never seen anyone do it so blatantly. Even pirates had to rob their victims one by one, right? Han Fei, on the other hand, just bought everything he saw without hiding his purpose of expanding his influence at all. More importantly, you carry so many resources with you. Aren't you afraid of being robbed? Someone sneered in his heart. No matter how arrogant Han Fu is now, once the inheritance of the great monarch is proven real, if this guy goes with them, he will definitely not be able to return. A big shot shook his head. There are weirdos every year, but there are especially many this year. To use refined stars, to buy basic materials, he must be out of his mind. Even Wu Shuang secretly approached Han Fei and suggested, "Why don't you sell those refined stars to me? I'll give you a high price. However, Han Fei simply ignored her. It wasn't easy for him to make a name in the 100 Alliance City. How could he let this opportunity slip away? On the 18th day of the joint exploration team's departure, Han Fei strolled around the 100 Alliance City holding level 7 minerals in his hand. Yes, he had sold out all his refined stars. After all, the 100 Alliance City was so big. It was impossible for him to really buy the entire city with just 1,000 refined stars. Even if he took out another 10,000 refined stars, the 100 Alliance City could still take them. Without refined stars, Han Fei began to sell level 7 minerals. And he had already sold hundreds of pieces, which made countless people click their tongues. How rich was this guy? As for those covetous guys, they were so tempted that they couldn't wait for Han Fei to leave the city so that they could rob him immediately. However, on this day, before Han Fei bought anything, 37 powerhouses in the perfected star transformation realm suddenly returned from the outside world in anger. One of them shouted, "Where is the thief, human butcher?" Hearing their roars, many people trembled in fright. Where are these lunatics from? But then they realized that it was the joint exploration team that went out a while ago. Why were they back so soon? When they looked again, many people's expressions changed slightly. This was because the joint exploration team had sent 100 peak-level late-stage star transformation realm powerhouses, no more, no less. But now, only a total of 37 people had returned. What did this mean? Where were the others? Someone took a deep breath. In 18 days, 63 peak-level late-stage star transformation realm powerhouses died. Where the hell did they go? Were they tempted and secretly went to snatch the inheritance of the great monarch? Someone sighed. This is a joint exploration team. They must be a team that checks and balances each other. They can't advance rashly. They must have been exploring steadily. But even so, 63 people died. The northern mining area deserves its reputation. A strong master who had come to join the army of the northern expedition swallowed. Can we still go on the northern expedition? What if we die here? Someone was puzzled. They're cursing the human butcher. Did the human butcher conceal some information and cause them to suffer heavy losses? Someone beckoned, "Let's go and take a look." For a moment, all the strong masters in the city went to watch the show. As for the 37 angry people, they couldn't care less at this moment. Anyway, many people already knew about the inheritance of the great monarch. It was already an open secret. There was no need to hide it. Therefore, at this moment, a group of people were angry and seemed to want to confront Han Fei. On the side of the capital of horror, Wu Shuang also had a headache. In the past few days, Han Fei had been buying crazily in the 100 Alliance City and scolded the major factions, causing a great uproar. Now, it seemed that he caused trouble again. She had a feeling that wherever Han Fei went, something would happen. She was also curious where this guy got the energy to keep making trouble. Xiangxiang asked, "Master Wu Shuang, shall we interfere?" Wu Shuang shook her head slightly. No. If he likes to make trouble, let him. After the fuss is over, organize a meeting of the 100 alliances. But this time, I'm afraid we have to add one more person. At this moment, on a street in the 100 Alliance City, Han Fei was holding a level 7 mineral in his hand when he saw a group of people flying directly at him. Han Fei turned his head lazily and put on a cold smile. He glanced at these people and said, "You're just a bunch of peak-level late-stage star transformation realm cultivators. How dare you question me?" Buzz. At that moment, the power of Han Fei's soul surged and his killing intent shook the sky. Han Fei had killed countless people in his life. His suppressing pressure wasn't something ordinary people could resist. Even the strong masters in the infinite mining area had walked out of mountains of corpses and seas of blood, but at this moment, they were also suppressed by Han Fei's soul pressure. Especially the 37 people, they almost staggered at the same time. The person in the lead even vomited a mouthful of essence. Blood. However, at this moment, someone shouted. This person was a patrolling general, stationed in the 100 Alliance city of the capital of horror. The patrolling general roared, "How dare you attack others in the 100 Alliance city? Take him down. Get lost." Han Fei suddenly turned his head and let out a demonic sound that exploded in the void. The city patrolling general's legs buckled and he fell from the void, blood gushing out of his 7 orifices, and he didn't dare to move again. Han Fei snorted coldly. "I'm walking well in the city, but I don't know where these wastes are from. How dare they yell at me? I'm the human emperor. How can these pieces of trash yell at me? And you can't distinguish right from wrong. Are you worthy of being a patrolling general? Why is there no one in the capital of horror who can take charge?" At this time, almost all the people who should have arrived had arrived, including the strong masters of the 100 Alliances. One reason was that the people of the joint exploration team were back, and the other was that they wanted to see how the capital of horror would deal with today's matter. "Are you teaching our capital of horror how to do things?" As soon as Han Fei said so, he heard a crisp voice approaching from afar. In the next moment, a beautiful woman appeared silently beside the city patrolling general. She patted him casually, and the latter immediately straightened up as if he had broken free from some shackles. However, the patrolling general didn't dare to look angry at this moment, because the person next to him was the real big shot. Since the big shot had personally come to deal with the matter, lackeys could only stand aside. It was Wu Shuang, but she no longer had the girl next door look. Under the public gaze, Wu Shuang waved her hand, and the 37 members of the exploration team were immediately relieved. Countless people's eyes lit up when they saw Wu Shuang's heroic bearing. Wu Shuang said, "The 100 Alliance city has its rules. If anyone breaks the rules, the 100 Alliance city will manage them. It's not your place to punish them." Whoosh. Out of habit, Wu Shuang retracted her fan, opened it, and fanned herself. She looked quite cool. As for Han Fei, the level 7 mineral in his hand had turned into 2 pieces, and he actually treated the level 7 mineral as a walnut to play with. Seeing this scene, Wu Shuang was speechless. "Why the F***ck are you doing? The same as Zhou Run and the others? Why don't you put a big pipe in your mouth?" Han Fei pretended to narrow his eyes, looked at Wu Shuang up and down, and said indifferently, "Since the 100 Alliance city has its rules, they'd better take effect. Don't let these people yell at me. They ruined my shopping mood today." Then, Han Fei threw the 2 level 7 minerals in his hand to the 37 cultivators of the joint exploration team who had just returned. He said leisurely, "This is something you might not be able to earn in your entire life. Take it to treat your wounds." Also, if you have anything to say, speak nicely to me. Don't King yell. Han Fei's action rendered countless onlookers speechless. Someone thought to himself, this person is shameless. Seeing that the big shot is here, he immediately found a way out. More importantly, he didn't do anything big. As long as he is willing, he can immediately step down and doesn't need anyone to give him a chance. Secondly, this guy humiliated 37 peak-level late-stage star transformation realm cultivators with 2 level 7 minerals in public, but what he said was the truth. It was just that these words sounded King humiliating. In the end, he even said that he wanted to talk nicely, as if he had completely forgotten what had just happened. Someone shook his head. No show to watch. Someone sighed. Don't underestimate the human butcher. This person knows when to yield and when to stand tall. He knows his own situation very well. And we really don't have enough reason to convict him or something. Wu Shuang snorted indifferently and didn't continue to pursue the matter. In fact, no one would pursue this matter. Besides, whether to pursue the matter depended on what the joint exploration team had discovered. Wu Shuang looked at the members of the exploration team and then glanced around. You should know me. Since the joint exploration team is back, let's go find a meeting room. Do you want to start a meeting of the 100 alliances on the street? After that, Wu Shuang looked at Han Fei. This matter is all related to you. You can come to this 100 alliance meeting. Han Fei chuckled. That's exactly what I'm thinking. Anyway, sooner or later, there will be a place for our human race in the 100 alliance. The crowd dispersed, leaving countless people guessing the contents of the meeting. This meeting might be about the 9th Northern Expedition. In the meeting, the 100 alliances were seated, but Han Fei had no seats. This was a show of strength. Wu Shuang certainly wouldn't give up her position for Han Fei, so Han Fei had to fight for it himself. In the circular venue, the 37 members of the joint exploration team were about to go to the center of the venue to report. However, a golden throne fell in the middle of the venue. This chair was outlined with gold and jade and was inlaid with level 6 and level 7 minerals. On the headrest of the chair, there was a sharp point with a level 8 mineral stuck straight in it. As soon as this chair appeared, the entire venue was instantly overshadowed. No one would have thought that someone could turn a level 7 or level 8 mineral into a chair and directly turn this chair into a godly weapon. But now, they had seen a weirdo like Han Fei. Han Fei sat down on the chair and said arrogantly, I'll definitely have a seat in the 100 alliances. Whoever objects can fight me on the spot. If I win, I'll give this chair to him. Everyone present was in the perfected star transformation realm. In fact, there were some people who were tempted. After all, a level 8 mineral was something that could only be chanced upon by luck. Where did the human butcher get such a high-level mineral? However, no one would really challenge Han Fei to a one-on-one fight at this moment. Firstly, the occasion was not right. It was inappropriate for the strong masters of the 100 alliances to personally fight an unorthodox person. More importantly, who here dared to say that they could win? Who didn't know that Han Fei had killed 7 Dao Lock level powerhouses and wiped out the soul-controlling sect alone? Many people speculated that Han Fei had at least 4 Dao Locks. Otherwise, it was difficult to explain Han Fei's powerful combat power. In such a situation, who would come to fight Han Fei? No member of the 100 Alliances had the right to stop Han Fei from having a chair to sit in the meeting. If someone had such a right, it meant that he could dominate the 100 Alliances city. Then, the existence of the 100 Alliances would be meaningless. Therefore, at this moment, Han Fei was sitting peacefully. He waved his hand and shook a wine cup in his hand. Then, he crossed his legs and looked at the 37 members of the joint exploration team, asking leisurely, "Tell me, what's your problem with me? How dare you?" Finally, someone couldn't hold back anymore. Han Fei's attitude was really arrogant. If it weren't for the rule that no killing was allowed in the 100 Alliance city, these people would have torn Han Fei into pieces. Among the top 10 forces of the 100 Alliance city, someone shouted, "Human Butcher, this is a meeting of the 100 Alliances. Whether or not you are a member of the 100 Alliances in the future, at least you are not today. Don't be impudent." Someone echoed indifferently, "Human Butcher, right? Maybe your strength is not weak, but are you sure you want to face the strong masters of the 100 Alliances with this attitude? Aren't you afraid of death in the future?" Han Fei's eyes turned cold. "Are you threatening me? Which power are you from?" This person was not afraid at all and replied indifferently, "I'm Duan Heng. From the heaven-worshipping palace in the Central Sea Divine Realm." Han Fei nodded. "I'll remember this name. No matter how others deal with me. If I meet people from the heaven-worshipping palace in the future, he's dead. Meet Duan Heng." At this moment, Wu Shuang snorted coldly. "All right, this meaningless quarrel should be over. Human Emperor, you'd better behave yourself. It won't do you any good to be too arrogant." Someone replied, "All right, let's go straight to the point. We've all come out of seclusion for the inheritance of the great monarch. Half of the people in charge have changed. There's no point in showing off. Since even Wu Shuang the Demoness is here, we shouldn't waste time here, right? So what exactly happened to the joint exploration team?" At this moment, everyone fell silent. No one bothered to bicker with Han Fei anymore. In the joint exploration team, the person who scolded Han Fei said, "I'm Lu Wu from the Divine Seal sect. I was impulsive just now because the information given by the human butcher was incomplete, resulting in the death of a large number of strong masters in the joint exploration team. If we weren't lucky, we wouldn't have been able to survive." Incomplete information? Immediately, someone looked at Han Fei. "Human Butcher, you sold the information and provided the information. What else do you have to say?" Someone said, "Incomplete information is tantamount to deceiving us. I propose that we can directly punish him." As soon as he said so, Han Fei roared back, "Punish me? Believe it or not, I'll kill you now. Arrogant. Big talk. Enough." Amidst the noise, Wu Shuang slapped the folding fan in her hand on the table, and the chaotic venue fell silent. Wu Shuang said, "Let's figure out the cause and effect first, okay? Such a mess. Is this the so-called 100 Alliance city in the infinite mining area? In certain places, on certain occasions, facing certain interests, a sky opener was no different from an ordinary fissure." Han Fei chuckled. "You said that what I said was incomplete. Tell me, why did you say the information I gave is incomplete?" Lu Wu said angrily, "Our joint exploration team went according to the address you provided. However, along the way, there are many mine demon creatures that can almost reach the speed of light explosion, causing nearly 20 people to die. before we reach the place of inheritance. How can you explain this? Han Fei sneered. Of course. Do I need to tell you? Don't you know the dangers? In the northern mining area? The information I gave you is the inheritance of the great monarch. As for what creatures you'll encounter on the way there, how strong they are, what does it have to do with me? Will you blame me if you fall to your death on the way? Besides, when I sold the information, I told everyone that this place is dangerous. This is also the reason why the information of the great monarch's inheritance is only sold for 10 refined stars. Why? Do you want me to hand the inheritance to you? Lu Wu was furious, but seeing that the leader of the 100 alliances didn't say anything, his heart skipped a beat. He knew that no one cared about this matter. Yes, these people cared about the inheritance of the great monarch, not what you encountered on the way. When they set off for their destination, they might have been mentally prepared. Lu Wu immediately changed his words. When we arrived at that place, it was a cracked canyon that spanned thousands of kilometers. Outside, it was an extremely vast habitable place, a trial field. There were mine demons from explorers to peak-level sea establishers. Huh? Upon hearing this, many people's eyes lit up. It was not easy to find a habitable place in the infinite mining area. Lu Wu continued, under the splitting canyon, 3,000 kilometers down. There is another world inside. With that said, Lu Wu looked at Han Fei with red eyes. You said that there are mostly late-stage star transformation realm, peak-level late-stage star transformation realm, and perfected star transformation realm mine demons there. But it's not true. In fact, except for some basic mine demons on the surface, there are all bloody hand mine devils in the perfected star transformation realm. All the bloody hand mine devils are in the perfected star transformation realm. Their speed can even reach the speed of light explosion, and their strength is not something we perfected star transformation realm cultivators can explore. In just one round of confrontation, 32 people were slaughtered by only 8 bloody hand mine devils. Did you mention this in your information? Han Fei shrugged. I said that it's very dangerous there. I even said that there are probably more than 30,000 bloody hand mine devils there, most of whom are in the perfected star transformation realm. Is that wrong? Who knew that the 100 Alliance would send you peak-level late-stage star transformation realm cultivators to explore it? But then again, it's normal to send you there. Peak-level late-stage star transformation realm cultivators are common, but perfected star transformation realm cultivators are rare. If one of you dies, it can be replenished easily. TSK. But if a perfected star transformation realm cultivator dies, that'll be a big loss, won't it? Nonsense. You didn't tell us the specific situation there. Han Fei said leisurely, didn't I tell you that there are a large number of perfected star transformation realm cultivators there? Although I didn't specifically mention the strength of the bloody hand mine devils, I think anyone with a brain should know that this kind of mine demon is obviously contaminated by the essence blood of the great monarch bloody hand. How can he be weak? So, the problem lies with you, not me. Wouldn't it be fine if you send a team of 100 perfected star transformation realm cultivators to explore it? Lu Wu was a little stunned by Han Fei's words. Were they really used as cannon fodder to participate in this exploration? But they were already peak level late-stage star transformation realm cultivators. Was their value only so little? Lu Wu looked at the leaders of the 100 alliances, who looked calm and only occasionally bickered with Han Fei. That's it? We risked our lives to explore it. If Han Fei had said that the bloody hand mine devils there were all in the perfected star transformation realm, we wouldn't have been so passive. But the fact was that they had paid a huge price to explore some known information. Who could account for this? Han Fei said, now, at least your joint exploration team has proved the existence of the bloody hand mine devils. Their combat power is in the perfected star transformation realm. I won't hide their number. As far as I know, there are probably 30,000 of them. Everyone, just the power of essence. Blood released by the great monarch bloody hand can create so many bloody hand mine devils in the perfected star transformation realm. Then how strong is this inheritance? I don't need to tell you, right? Everyone fell into deep thought. More than 30,000 perfected star transformation realm cultivators. How could they take down this power? Han Fei added, by the way, everyone, a few days ago, I spent 360,000 kilometer refined stars in the intelligence center of the divine capital dynasty to buy a piece of information about the great monarch bloody hand. In the information, there's an interesting part. In the age of gods, it said that a god stepped into the demonic Tao and called himself a demon god. And the demon god at that time once used the bloody hand divine fist, which is the exclusive fist technique of the great monarch bloody hand. I don't think I need to tell you what this means, right? Hiss. Buzz. Many people's faces changed drastically. Most factions didn't have this information, and very few people had this information. Now that Han Fei made this information public, many people were shocked. In Han Fei's opinion, wouldn't the great monarch bloody hand be the demon god? Then if the great monarch bloody hand became a demon god, did it mean that the inheritance Han Fei was talking about should be the inheritance of a god? Although the inheritance of a great monarch was precious, it was a different story when compared to the inheritance of a god. Immediately, everyone looked at the old man from the divine capital dynasty. The old man took a deep look at Han Fei and said leisurely, it seems that the intelligence was sold at a loss. Hiss. The audience was in an uproar. This old man actually admitted it, which meant that what Han Fei said was very likely true. Wu Shuang's eyes also lit up. This was a good move. By doing this, Han Fei led the source of the matter to the divine capital dynasty. If anything happened, the divine capital dynasty would be implicated. Without the gimmick of the god's inheritance, these people might be able to resist the temptation. But now, they had probably all given up resisting. At this moment, many people secretly looked at Wu Shuang and seemed to understand something. Back then, the first place Han Fei went to was the intelligence center of the capital of horror. Perhaps he had told them about the inheritance of the great monarch bloody hand back then. The capital of horror was in charge of the infinite mining area, so they must know this information. Therefore, even though Wu Shuang was about to prove Tao, she still came. For a moment, the leader of the 100 alliances seemed to have forgotten that there were still 37 peak-level late-stage star transformation realm cultivators present. Someone asked directly, Human Butcher, what else do you want to tell us? Just tell us now. Han Fei rolled his eyes. If I know more, why would I come to you to launch a northern expedition? Isn't it good for me to take the inheritance of a god? What does it have to do with you? As for now, to be honest, if we really want to launch a northern expedition, there will be countless casualties in the end. Even if it's the inheritance of a great monarch, only a few people can enter. Therefore, the real purpose of the Northern Expedition Army is to help us open a channel. Someone said, "Aren't you afraid that we will kill you?" Ha ha ha. Han Fei laughed. If I don't have any trump cards, can I come to the 100 Alliance City to enable the Northern Expedition? Without the key, can you enter the inheritance? Hearing this, everyone's heart sank at first, but then they felt relieved. If it were anyone else in Han Fei's shoes, they might not have done a better job than him. Han Fei's purpose was to let countless strong masters in the infinite mining area clear the way for him. But at the same time, this inheritance was exposed to everyone, so it might not be obtained by him. Therefore, since Han Fei had done so, it meant that he was confident of obtaining the great monarch's inheritance. At least, he had a better chance than others. Therefore, everyone thought that Han Fei definitely didn't just have a key. He might have something more useful. However, at this moment, they couldn't force Han Fei to hand it over, nor would Han Fei. Therefore, the first step now was to enter the inheritance land. Only then could they force Han Fei to hand over more useful information. Some people were more aggressive. They felt that although they were used by Han Fei this time, the inheritance of the great monarch Bloody Hand must be theirs. Otherwise, the joint exploration team wouldn't have been so wasteful. Besides, they had accurately described the situation of the Bloody Hand Mine Devil. Of course, some people were conservative. They felt that this was all Han Fei's trick. How could Han Fei give away the inheritance of a great monarch or a god? Han Fei was obviously cheating them, so even if they really took action, they would be relatively conservative. Now that the matter had been made public, the Northern Expedition was naturally on the agenda. For ordinary peak-level late-stage star transformation realm or even perfected star transformation realm cultivators, even if they didn't obtain the inheritance of a great monarch, it would be good enough if they could get a few level 7 minerals. Level 7 minerals represented godly weapons. Below the mine demon stream were all Bloody Hand mine devils who had reached the perfected star transformation realm, which meant that there were countless level 7 minerals. Furthermore, level 7 minerals were always accompanied by many level 6 minerals. This alone was enough to attract countless people. Judging from Han Fei's shopping spree in the 100 Alliance City recently, there was no doubt that the Bloody Hand Mine Devil would produce level 7 minerals. Therefore, the probability of rejecting participating in the Northern Expedition was very low. In the past, the 8 Northern Expeditions were actually for minerals. In the west was the territory of ferocious beasts, in the south was the territory of divine beasts, and in the north was an important source of high-level minerals for the 100 Alliance City. However, just for the sake of the mineral, and with a high probability of death, no one was willing to sacrifice so much. But this time, the mineral was one thing, and the inheritance of the great monarch was another. In fact, the inheritance of the great monarch might even become the inheritance of a god, which was too tempting. Judging from Wu Shuang's trip to the infinite mining area, it could be seen how important the inheritance of the great monarch Bloody Hand was to the capital of horror. If it weren't for the inheritance, why would Wu Shuang, a cultivator who was certain to prove Dao, take the risk to go to the infinite mining area? Unfortunately, it was clearly too late for them to inform their sex. Otherwise, strong masters from the East Sea Divine Realm and even the Central Sea Divine Realm would come. When these people came, their chances of obtaining the inheritance would be even smaller. However, this didn't prevent the major factions from immediately informing their sex of the new situation in the infinite mining area after this meeting. Those who should come would still come, although they would come a little late. When Han Fei went door to door to promote the inheritance of the great monarch Bloody Hand, someone had already sensed the opportunity and informed his sect in advance. Unfortunately, the time was too short, far from enough for them to rush to the infinite mining area. Someone said, in any case, the joint exploration team has made great contributions. I propose to give them a certain resource reward. Seconded. I think so. Lu Wu and the others were dumbfounded. No one cared about their hardship at all. What they said was completely ignored by the big shots. At this moment, they finally realized that they were indeed the cannon fodder selected by their sections. These people might have been prepared for their complete annihilation. Their return only confirmed one thing, that was, the location of the mine. Demon Stream was correct. There were indeed Bloody Hand mine devils there, and the Bloody Hand mine devils there were indeed in the perfected star transformation realm and were rich in level 7 minerals. Yes, this was their role. Therefore, no one cared how many of them died. Anyway, they only sent one peak-level late-stage star transformation realm cultivator, which was completely within their tolerance. Sure enough, in the next moment, his leader spoke to him telepathically. That's enough. Don't bother with the human butcher again. You can leave now. You will be rewarded with a low-quality godly weapon and a 360,000 kilometer refined star. To be honest, this reward was not bad. After all, they had only done some reconnaissance. If they were willing to participate in the subsequent northern expedition, it would most likely be allowed. But there would be more people participating in the northern expedition. This was reality. Han Fei had already seen through these people, so he was not worried about the northern expedition at all. As long as there was enough temptation, the northern expedition was imperative. Sure enough, the anger of Lu Wu and the others could only be held in their hearts, but Han Fei was sitting safe and sound in the conference hall. Following that, Han Fei's location was temporarily blocked because the leaders of the 100 alliances needed to discuss. Han Fei had no objection to this. Anyway, no matter how they discussed, the final result would be the same. Sure enough, about half an hour later, Wu Shuang announced the results of the discussion. Wu Shuang said, Human Emperor, it has been decided by the 100 alliances. This northern expedition can be carried out. However, as the instigator of this whole thing, you have to participate in this northern expedition and follow the army. If the northern expedition is found to have caused the death of a large number of strong masters because of your concealment of information, the army of the 100 alliances will kill you in the northern mining area immediately, even if we abandon this northern expedition. Do you have any objections? Han Fei chuckled. I'm going there anyway. To be honest, even if you don't carry out this northern expedition, I won't give up. To put it bluntly, we're making use of each other. I need to use your strength to open the way to the inheritance land. And you need me to provide the location of the great monarch's inheritance, the key, and the specific dangers. After entering the inheritance land, let's rely on our own abilities. Wu Shuang said, in that case, the 100 Alliance City is going to make plans for our 9th Northern Expedition. The members of the 100 Alliance City have 3 days to gather manpower on their own or discuss whether to participate in this plan. However, it must be remembered that in order to be fair, a single faction can only mobilize at most 100 cultivators in the peak-level late-stage star transformation realm or above. Furthermore, if members of the 100 alliances want to participate in this northern expedition, the minimum requirement is reaching the peak-level late-stage star transformation realm, and the total number of participants cannot exceed 10,000. Finally, if itinerant cultivators want to participate in this northern expedition, the minimum requirement is reaching the peak-level late-stage star transformation realm. The total number of people can be up to 10,000, and they can't assume any leadership position. Wu Shuang said, to summarize, the upper limit of the northern expedition this time is 30,000 people. They are respectively the 100 alliances, non-100 alliances, and itinerant cultivators. The lowest strength is in the peak-level late-stage star transformation realm. Anyone who joins must accept the leadership of the 100 Alliance City. Han Fei was stunned when he heard that Wu Shuang was going to organize an army of 30,000 peak-level late-stage star transformation realm cultivators, and above. Shit, was the northern expedition so powerful? He had thought that the infinite mining area could at most send out an army of 10,000 sky-opening realm cultivators or above and might be able to clear the mine demon stream. After all, the bloody hand mine devil was not very intelligent. But now, an army of 30,000 had come up. Could they afford so many people? Or had he underestimated the power of the infinite mining area? In the next 3 days, the Northern Expedition Plan was officially launched, and the 100 Alliance City recruited soldiers. When the qualifications for entry above the peak-level late-stage star transformation realm were released, countless people were dumbfounded. What? Are they crazy? The minimum qualification to enter is the peak-level late-stage star transformation realm? Are there so many peak-level late-stage star transformation realm cultivators in the infinite mining area? Crazy, this is definitely crazy. In the first 8 northern expeditions, it seemed that sky openers could join. Why is the standard so high this time? Are they going to directly destroy the northern mining area this time? Someone was puzzled. That's impossible. Even if the 30,000 people are all in the peak-level late-stage star transformation realm, they can't break through the northern mining areas, right? Someone sneered. It's impossible to gather 30,000 peak-level late-stage star transformation realm cultivators. Is such a force used for the northern expedition? Is there something wrong with their heads? They make it sound as if it's very simple to cultivate to the peak-level late-stage star transformation realm. As soon as the Northern Expedition Plan was released, it was questioned almost by everyone. However, there were still many peak-level late-stage star transformation realm cultivators who came to participate. The reason was that they had heard that the inheritance of a great monarch might become the inheritance of a god. At this moment, Han Fei was having a secret meeting with Wu Shuang. Han Fei's first remark was, "Are there so many cultivators in the peak level late-stage star transformation realm in the infinite mining area?" Wu Shuang nodded. Of course. However, don't really expect 30,000 people to come to this northern expedition. It's good enough to have half of them. Han Fei was puzzled. Then what are you doing? Wu Shuang said, in any case, we're going to make a big fuss about this matter. In fact, 30,000 soldiers is just a gimmick. Some forces may not send out a single person. However, as long as some forces think it's worth it, it's fine. What do you think? Anyway, our capital of horror will mobilize 30 people in the peak-level late-stage star transformation realm and 70 people in the perfected star transformation realm. We definitely have to do this. Han Fei narrowed his eyes. If there are really 30,000 people, I'm afraid we can really break through the mind demon stream. Wu Shuang said, the 100 Alliance City may not mobilize so many people, but don't forget, the 100 Alliance is not the only power in the infinite mining area. There are divine beasts in the south and ferocious beasts in the west. How can they not participate in such a huge operation? Therefore, in the end, I estimate that the overall number of the Northern Expedition Army will definitely exceed 20,000. The recruitment for the Northern Expedition was in full swing. The 100 Alliance City promised that the things outside the land of inheritance would belong to whoever obtained them. This was already the greatest promise. This was because once someone really obtained the inheritance of a great monarch or an ultra-quality godly weapon, it would be a lie to say that no one was tempted. In other words, the recruitment information meant that they could manage the outside of the land of inheritance, but not the inside. If you fought each other, it would have nothing to do with the 100 Alliance City. No one would be responsible for this. For most people, a level 7 mineral was already equivalent to a godly weapon. As for the things inside the land of inheritance, it depended on luck. Their purpose in the infinite mining area was to become stronger, to make a breakthrough, and to prove their Tao. Now there was an opportunity in front of them, and it was such a big opportunity. If they participated in such an event and died, they could only blame their lack of strength and bad luck. However, who was willing to admit that they were weak and unlucky? At this moment, there was a sea of people at the recruitment ground, mainly because there were many onlookers. Although it was common to see a perfected star transformation realm cultivator, there were not as many as today. Surprised voices came from the crowd from time to time. Someone exclaimed, that's the former itinerant cultivator, Mad Blade, Feng Luan. He was already in the peak-level late-stage star transformation realm 10,000 years ago. I wonder if he has broken through to the perfected star transformation realm. Someone was surprised. Look, that's Demon Sword Qin Shang. He hasn't shown up for more than 5,000 years. I didn't expect him to still be alive. He was once a famous sword cultivator in the infinite mining area. Someone pointed at a brawny man and said in shock, Dragon Ring Zhongning. Another perfected star transformation realm cultivator. He has 18 rings. Made of dragon bones. They're said to be high-quality godly weapons. I didn't expect this guy to come too. While the recruitment of itinerant cultivators was going on, the various races within the 100 alliances were also conducting various recruitments, and there was constant controversy. Some forces were having internal discussions. Someone said, I think we can give up the Northern Expedition this time. That human butcher is not a fool. The place of inheritance of the great monarch that he could have explored slowly on his own has been made public, and people are going to explore it in the form of a Northern Expedition. Is he a saint? How can he give it away? Someone said, there's no need to worry about that. First of all, the inheritance of the great monarch should be real. Not just one or two people. saw the bloody hand mine devils. Everyone who was in the joint exploration team saw it. Although they didn't reach the real entrance, Human Butcher had to go to the northern expedition himself this time. With the entire 100 Alliance City watching him, where can he run to? There will be so many people. Why should we be afraid of him playing tricks alone? Someone said, he might not do anything outside the land of inheritance, but what about inside the land of inheritance? Have any of you been there? What's inside? Who can be sure we won't be scammed by the Human Butcher? Someone agreed. Yes, this is indeed not easy to be sure. But I estimate that this Human Butcher might not have a chance to enter the land of inheritance. He wants to use the power of the infinite mining area to open up the land of inheritance, but the other members of the 100 Alliance City might have the same thoughts. Anyway, that place has to be opened up. Human Butcher has spent so much effort to facilitate this northern expedition. The big clans in the 100 Alliance City have saved a lot of trouble. Besides, they can know about a great monarch's land of inheritance. Why not? Some forces were also discussing. Someone said, we have to go on this northern expedition this time. It's rare to have such a chance. There must be many opportunities on this trip. Even if there isn't the inheritance of a great monarch, we have to go there, let alone that there is the inheritance of a great monarch. Someone agreed. That's right. Everyone has seen the terrifying probability of death in every northern expedition, but they ignored the fact that after every northern expedition, there are people who rise. In this world, there are too many sky-opening realm cultivators. Without tens of thousands of sky-opening realm cultivators, it's impossible for the remaining people not to rise. Someone seconded him. There must be a lot of people who will die in this northern expedition. If we can obtain their origin stars, it will be an opportunity for us to rise. I'm afraid many itinerant cultivators have taken a fancy to this. Someone sneered. What else can the itinerant cultivators do besides teaming up brainlessly? When the time comes, the corpses obtained by the itinerant cultivators will have to be auctioned in the 100 Alliance City, or they'll have to have someone take their origin star. Apart from the internal discussions of some major forces, now in the capital of Horror's camp, opposite Wu Shuang, was a middle-aged man who looked quite wise. The man said, "May I ask why Miss Wu Shuang has invited me here?" Wu Shuang smiled faintly and said, "Signorin, I have some requests for you. The northern expedition is imminent, so I won't beat around the bush with you. I heard that the chaotic wasteland is affected by tidal waves all year round. So it produces energy crystals and clean stones. I want clean stones, the more, the better." Oh? And Qingji, who was sitting opposite Wu Shuang, was stunned for a moment. As a smart person, he immediately thought of something. Clean stones? Miss Wu Shuang, that's a purifying object to deal with the ominous. And this northern expedition is to find the inheritance of the great monarch. Suddenly, and Qingji stopped talking. He took a deep look at Wu Shuang as if he had seen through everything in an instant. Wu Shuang couldn't have been interested in the clean stone for no reason. She must need it. The clean stone was meant to purify the ominous, which meant that there was an ominous invasion where the great monarch Bloody Hand was. Then he thought of Han Fei's behavior. With his strength and the key, he should have a way to enter the inheritance land directly. However, he came back at such a great cost and even announced such a good thing. Was he really being kind? At first, everyone thought that Han Fei wanted to use the combat power of the 100 Alliance City to help him open the way to the land of inheritance. But now it seemed that there might be a deeper meaning behind this. Yes, if there was really such a good thing, there was no need for him to start a northern expedition. Therefore, the problem might not be the bloody hand mine devils, but the ominous there. Thinking that through, and Qing was relieved. Wu Shuang came to him for the clean stones, which meant that Wu Shuang knew a lot, and she needed the clean stones to help her complete this northern expedition. However, Wu Shuang was actually giving the city of origin a chance by asking him for the clean stones. It was equivalent to telling him another secret of the land of inheritance. But on second thought, and Qingji realized that there were 3 powers that could give Wu Shuang clean stones. One was the city of origin, one was the city of scavengers, and the last was the city of wanderers. This was because these 3 factions were all living in the chaotic wasteland and had a large number of clean stones in reserve. And Qingji said, Miss Wu Shuang, our city of origin has the longest history in the chaotic wasteland, and our clean stone production is also the highest in the chaotic wasteland. Therefore, you can have as many as you want. However, the city of origin naturally won't give them away for nothing. I wonder what Miss Wu Shuang can provide? Wu Shuang asked, what can I offer? Wu Shuang put on a smile, took out a jade slip, and pushed it to Qingji. And Qingji looked at the jade curiously and suddenly looked up at Wu Shuang. Mind Demon Stream? Great Monarch Mystic Marshal? Puppet City. And Qingji was extremely surprised when he saw the information, because it recorded Great Monarch Mystic Marshal, Mind Demon Stream, and Puppet City. After reading all the information, and Qingji couldn't help but exclaim that there were still so many things he didn't know. It turned out that there was also a puppet city in the place where the great monarch Bloody Hand was suppressed. This city was the headquarters of the Great Monarch Mystic Marshal. Therefore, it turned out that this place was not only the place of inheritance of Great Monarch Bloody Hand, but also the location of Puppet City. It was very likely to have the inheritance of Great Monarch Mystic Marshal. Wu Shuang said, in the Age of the Gods, there were a lot more Great Monarch level powerhouses than there are now. If the city of origin has enough intelligence to support it, it's actually not difficult for you to find the opportunities here. Therefore, what I can provide is to give the city of origin one more choice than others. Besides, I have clearly told you that I have invited the city of scavengers and city of wanderers to come to meet. Upon hearing this, and Qingji immediately said, Miss Wu Shuang, actually, there's no need to trouble them. In terms of combat power, ranking, and strength, our city of origin is ranked among the top 10 factions in the infinite mining area. It's not something the 2 of them can compare to. Wu Shuang shook her head slightly. You can't say that. Your city of origin may be powerful, but I can't just cooperate with you. Besides, if it really involves a place like Puppet City, even if all the strong masters in your city of origin come out, it might not be enough. Therefore, there's no need for you to try to monopolize. Our goal is opportunity. And I hope you 3 can stop fighting for now. At least, during the northern expedition, don't ruin others' plans because of old grudges. And Qingji was silent for a moment. How many clean stones does Miss Wu Shuang need? Wu Shuang said, that depends on your sincerity, senior. Zhang Beihai was a demon octopus that had transformed into a human, and his strength was hidden. It was speculated that he might already have one foot on the fifth lock. Once he made a breakthrough again, it might be time for Zhang Beihai to prove his Tao. When Qingji came out, Zhang Beihai met his eyes, and they just nodded slightly. Another moment later, Zhang Beihai instructed, Miss Wushuang, you asked someone to pass on the message that you have something important to discuss with me, and I have to come personally. What do you want to say to our city of scavengers? Wu Shuang repeated what she had just said and then said, that's all I have to say. The information I'm telling you will be taken as the payment for purchasing your clean stones. As for who will get the opportunity, it's up to you. Zhang Beihai said, the clean stones will be in place within 3 days. After Qingji and Zhang Beihai left, Long Wu came. However, it was no longer Wu Shuang who met Long Wu, but Han Fei. When Long Wu saw Han Fei, he was very surprised, because he was supposed to meet Wu Shuang from the capital of horror. Why was Han Fei here? Han Fei didn't explain anything but said, how's the preparation of the clean stones I asked for? Long Wu said, 300 million have been prepared. Because it's not the time when the tides just burst out, and there's still half a century before the next tide, there aren't many clean stones left. 300 million? Already prepared? Long Wu said, yes, they're already sent here. Han Fei was surprised. So fast? Han Fei calculated the distance from the chaotic wasteland to the infinite mining area. Even with his current speed, it would take him a month to travel at full speed. It hadn't been long since he asked Long Wu to prepare these clean stones. How could the clean stones be in place so quickly? Long Wu looked at Han Fei in surprise. It's fast if sent via origin stars. Hiss. Han Fei secretly took a breath. Long Wu's words instantly reminded Han Fei. In this world, the way to travel was not limited to slowly running in the sea realm, but could also travel via origin stars. The principle was simple. Because at their level, they could refine their origin stars and carry them with them. In this way, if two places were too far away, as long as one person placed his origin star next to another's, he could achieve an ultra-long distance teleportation by entering his origin star, entering the sea of stars, entering the other person's origin star, and then returning to reality. Because of Long Wu's reminder, Han Fei suddenly thought of something. Did he have to take the path to the Shattered Star Sea? If this method of visiting each other through the origin stars was feasible, then it was completely possible for the major factions to leave other people's origin stars near the origin star of a certain cultivator. Then, the stronger cultivator could cross the boundless sea of stars by crossing the Scattered Star Sea. So why did they set up the Scattered Star Sea? Wouldn't it be safer, convenient, and time-saving to cross the sea of stars that way? The only disadvantage of this method was that in order to descend on other people's origin stars, you had to be weaker than others. Otherwise, you couldn't enter. Therefore, this method needed to use the origin stars of super strong masters as the core, allowing ordinary strong masters to travel back and forth between the sea of stars and the sea realm. In theory, this method could completely be achieved. But Han Fei felt that this was a little ridiculous. If this was the case, the existence of places like the Scattered Star Sea would be meaningless. He instinctively felt that something was wrong. He decided to ask about this later. Han Fei said calmly, that's good. I'll take all the 300 million. The other strong masters in the City of Wanderers should have reserved some. Right? By the way, how many people have you arranged to participate in this northern expedition? Long Wu said, 10. The strongest is my deputy general. His name is Chen Tianya, and he has 3 great Dao locks. Among the others, there are 2 perfected star transformation realm cultivators, and the rest are all in the peak-level late-stage star transformation realm. Han Fei nodded slightly. Yes, but it's enough. By the way, do you have a statistic on the number of strong masters of the city of origin and the city of scavengers in the infinite mining areas? Long Wu said, it's hard to say. After years of investigation and fighting, I found that there aren't many strong masters permanently stationed in the infinite mining areas. There are probably only about 30 in the peak level late-stage star transformation realm, and a dozen or so in the perfected star transformation realm. However, if anything happens, people can be sent over via their origin stars. As long as they are weaker than in Qingji and Zhangbeihai, they can come over, so the exact number is unknown. After Long Wu left, Han Fei rubbed his eyebrows. In that case, as long as Zhang Beihai was around, the combat power of the infinite mining area could be constantly replenished. It should be the same for the other fractions. After all, the infinite mining area was the main source of resources. If the resources were transported by manpower, God knew who would snatch them. Therefore, it seemed that it was difficult to judge the comprehensive strength of the major factions in the infinite mining area on the surface. However, even if the strong masters of these forces could visit on both sides, so what? If possible, Han Fei wished that all the strong masters from the city of scavengers could come over. In this way, he wouldn't have to fight the fake 10,000 scale monarch and might be able to wipe them out. Of course, with Han Fei's understanding of the city of scavengers, not only were there not many known sky-opening realm cultivators there, but they weren't strong enough. Even the people in charge of the major cities below were all ordinary people who hadn't entered the star transformation realm. Compared to the infinite mining area, Han Fei was more certain that there must be a place in the chaotic wasteland that he didn't know where most cultivators gathered. However, since the city of wanderers had been camped in the chaotic wasteland for tens of thousands of years, it meant that those people couldn't be moved easily, so he was also curious about whether Zhang Beihai and Qingji could transfer people over. This was because the 9th Northern Expedition required cultivators in the peak-level late-stage star transformation realm and above, so it wasn't troublesome to gather people. On the contrary, the gathering of strong cultivators was surprisingly fast. However, just as Wu Shuang said, there were only about 15,000 people in total, which was half of the number planned. Obviously, many ordinary factions were relatively conservative in their contributions, and some of the factions in the 100 alliances naturally wouldn't come out in full force, so they didn't send many people out. Only the top 10 major factions had sent out more people. For example, Wu Shuang personally led 100 people from the capital of horror, including as many as 70 perfected star transformation realm cultivators. It was precisely because the active participation of the capital of horror and Wu Shuang came in person that many people who couldn't make up their minds chose to participate in this northern expedition. After all, no one would be stupid enough to open the way for Han Fei. Since the capital of horror had deployed so many people, they must be up to something big. The Divine Capital Dynasty also deployed a lot of people, including 50 perfected star transformation realm cultivators and 50 peak-level late-stage star transformation realm ones. Although the old man at the intelligence center of the divine capital dynasty didn't spend a lot of money to buy Han Fei's intelligence, they knew a lot about the infinite mining areas. In fact, they had searched for the inheritance of the great monarch Bloody Hand before. Besides, when the joint exploration team went to find the inheritance of the great monarch Bloody Hand, the people of the divine capital dynasty recognized the mine demon stream at a glance. However, they didn't say it but reported it to the old man after returning. The divine capital dynasty, which had long known the relationship between great monarch Mystic Marshall and great monarch Bloody Hand, was naturally going to get serious this time. Among the top 10 major factions, because these two leading factions of the East Sea Divine Realm had both sent out such a powerful lineup, the other factions had basically sent out their full strength, although they didn't have so many perfected star transformation realm cultivators. The city of origin ranked 10th, so they mobilized a lot of people. There were as many as 50 perfected star transformation realm cultivators, which exceeded many people's expectations. The city of scavengers was ranked 32nd and also sent a lot of people. Although its ranking wasn't low, after the top 10 major factions, except for the city of scavengers, no other faction sent so many people. The active participation of the city of scavengers, that sent 50 perfected star transformation realm cultivators, naturally aroused many people's suspicion. At the same time, this indirectly proved the strength of the city of scavengers. It was already a super force to have 100 peak-level late-stage star transformation realm cultivators, not to mention that half of them were in the perfected star transformation realm. The only thing Han Fei was curious about was where the city of origin and the city of scavengers suddenly get so many strong masters. Logically speaking, these people could only come from that place in the chaotic wasteland that he hadn't discovered. However, if the strong masters in that place could come out at will, why did the city of wanderers still exist? No. Apart from that place, there should be other places for strong masters to live in the chaotic wasteland. Or maybe, the existence of the city of wanderers was tacitly approved. The significance of the city of wanderers' existence was that it was used by the city of origin and the city of scavengers to train soldiers. Or could it be that these two cities kept the city of wanderers and let them fight them for show to outsiders? At this moment, Han Fei had too many questions about the chaotic wasteland. If he didn't solve these questions, his plan to save mankind couldn't be carried out perfectly. What if when he had the capital to conquer the city of scavengers, hundreds of perfected star transformation realm cultivators or a monarch suddenly popped up? Then wouldn't he have been busy in vain all these years? Long Wu probably didn't know much about this matter. Otherwise, as an old enemy of the city of origin and the city of scavengers, it was impossible for him not to know the basic situation of the strong masters of these two cities. He had to ask Gu Tingnan about the chaotic wasteland. This guy could survive tens of thousands of years in the chaotic wasteland and even create the city of wanderers. There must be a problem. If the strong masters in those mysterious places could come out at will, Gu Tingnan would have been killed long ago, let alone build a city. Han Fei sighed in his heart. Fine, he had a lot of questions, so he could only take it one step at a time. At least, this northern expedition had killed many birds with one stone. The perfected star transformation realm and peak level late-stage star transformation realm cultivators were not so common. If 100 of them died, he didn't believe that the city of origin and the city of scavengers wouldn't feel the pain. Before the northern expedition, there was an oath-taking meeting to announce the precautions for the northern expedition. During the northern expedition, no internal fighting was allowed for resources. This was a basic condition, and the most important one. Secondly, after discussion with the other major forces, the capital of horror took out a set of ancient arrays. On average, a team of 10 people could gather the strength of 10 people into one person at any time, which could attack, defend, advance, or retreat. The requirement of an array was that the person who used it had to be of equal strength. This was why the participants of the northern expedition, this time, were all in the peak-level late-stage star transformation realm and perfected star transformation realm. Because there were only 2 levels, it was easier to cooperate in battle. Even the major factions involved had their own battle formations or joint tactics. Otherwise, with more than 10,000 people and nearly half of them only in the peak-level late-stage star transformation realm, how could they be a match for tens of thousands of perfected star transformation realm bloody hand mine devils? At this moment, Wu Shuang was announcing various precautions. Han Fei glanced at the crowd and found many strong masters. Some people gave him the feeling that they had at least 3 great Dao locks. There were also some people who seemed to have an abnormality in their great Dao and could even sense Han Fei peeping. Among these people, some were seated strong masters of major factions, some acted as leaders of their own factions, some hid their strength and blended into the crowd, and some mixed with a group of itinerant cultivators. Anyway, unless it was a critical moment, these people probably wouldn't reveal their true identities. However, Wu Shuang didn't care about this matter. Anyway, she came here just to attract the attention of some people. With her taking the lead, these people would believe that this northern expedition was really profitable and had opportunities to grasp. Otherwise, without the appearance of an influential figure, this northern expedition would probably be like the previous few times. They seemed grand. But in fact, they ended up with heavy casualties and a crushing defeat. Wu Shuang shouted, "I think you all know the reason for this trip. We're all smart people. We're all after resources and inheritance. Opportunities belong to whoever grasps it. It's up to you to decide how to distribute the spoils. If it's your resources, no one can snatch them. If it's not yours, don't think too much. Alright, I announce that the northern expedition begins." Swish. 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 Above the 100 Alliance city, spots of light appeared, illuminating the entire 100 Alliance city. Because the major factions in the infinite mining area were going to war together, basically all the major factions involved had a representative figure. There were currently 289 of these representative figures. As soon as they set off, many people looked at Han Fei. They didn't like Han Fei at all. They seemed to be telling Han Fei that he would be watched along the way. If he made any moves, he would be besieged by nearly 300 Dao Lock level cultivators. Han Fei didn't care about that. He said to Wu Shuang telepathically, "Why don't I see any divine beasts or ferocious beasts?" Wu Shuang said, "Divine beasts and ferocious beasts have never had much contact with the 100 alliances. They value their bloodline very much, so they mostly stay with their own kind. If I've guessed right, you will meet them on the way." Han Fei nodded, and in the next moment, a voice suddenly sounded in his mind. "Fellow Daoist, we've met once. I'm Chen Tianya, from the City of Wanderers. Lord Longwu has ordered me to listen to your orders on this trip. Han Fei glanced around and saw a middle-aged man who looked simple-minded, but this person's eyes were very bright. He was definitely not a simple-minded person. Han Fei couldn't help but tease, "You should call me Human Emperor." Qin Tianyao was speechless and then responded, "That's impossible. In my heart, the Human Emperor is only the master of silence. Except for this, I'll listen to you." Han Fei said, "Then you may be disappointed. In the end, the position of Human Emperor won't belong to Gutingnan. Okay, enough chit-chat. Before I find you, just pretend you don't know me." Qin Tianyao was depressed. Although he knew that this person was a ruthless person who dared to compete with the master of silence for the throne, he felt as if he was constipated when he interacted with him. Is this how the Human Emperor should be? The Human Emperor, a symbol of a race. How can he be like a bandit? The northern mining area. When the army of the 100 Alliance City was about to enter the northern mining area, they suddenly saw a scarlet falcon flying over. Behind the falcon, all kinds of ferocious creatures rushed over like a tsunami that swept tens of thousands of kilometers. Han Fei saw a single-horned demon ox galloping crazily across the sea. The red horn on its head was burning crazily. There was also a black and white ring-patterned hydra. It had 9 heads and its eyes were like dark flames. It looked quite poisonous. There was also a big spider 100 meters long, with icy blue claws. Every time its claws landed, seawater condensed into ice. Prehistoric ferocious beasts. Yes, anyone could tell that they were prehistoric ferocious beasts. They looked so scary. They were still 1,000,000 kilometers away, but their ferocious might had already arrived. However, before the prehistoric ferocious beasts arrived, there was a deafening tiger roar on the other side. Han Fei looked over, only to see a majestic white tiger standing on a pale red cloud flame, with a touch of pale red flame between his eyebrows. This tiger looked like an immortal. Behind the white tiger, a green bird soared into the sky, its body like a cyan cloud, leaving a shadow as it tore through the sky. There was also a golden deer with golden horns on its head, emitting a purifying light at any time. After comparing the two sides, Han Fei immediately realized that beauty was justice. It seemed that those who were ugly and fierce were classified as prehistoric ferocious beasts. Those who were good-looking, ethereal, and charming were classified as divine beasts. Tweet. The falcon had arrived, hovering hundreds of thousands of kilometers away from Han Fei and the others who had stopped. The falcon said, "How can we ferocious beasts not come to the 100 Alliance's northern expedition? In this northern expedition, we sent 3,801 ferocious beasts, including 2,846 in the perfected star transformation realm." Then, Mad Falcon glanced at White Tiger. "Bai Fei, I thought you divine beasts don't like fighting? Why are you here?" Roar. The tiger's roar shook the sky. The white tiger roared, his voice deep and sonorous, "The north is a place where the demonic might is enriched. It's our divine beast's duty to purify all things and suppress all demons. How can we not come this time?" On the other hand, Emojio, don't you know the nature of your ferocious beasts? Apart from fighting and causing trouble, what else can you do? Emojio said, "We can do what your divine beasts can do, and we can do what your divine beasts can't. Our prehistoric ferocious beasts have extraordinary abilities. How can we be compared to you sanctimonious fellows? Sure enough, as soon as these two parties met, they were already at daggers drawn. If it weren't for the army of the 100 Alliance City, these two groups would have fought. At first, it was a war of words. Then, a big bull came and roared, "Aren't you those beautiful junks? How dare you attack the northern mining area?" The golden deer shouted coldly, "Ugly bull, what are you howling for? Believe it or not, I'll break your horn." The old bull roared, "Come on. I'll send you all the way to the Central Sea Divine Realm with my horn." Buzz. In the next moment, the golden deer charged, and his white jade horns shone brightly. Not to be outdone, the old bull unleashed a torrent of fire from its fiery horn. Boom. Swish. 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 The collision was so hard that thousands of ripples rose with the waves, and the void collapsed and the sky shattered. Even the army of the 100 Alliances, hundreds of thousands of kilometers away from them, felt the void tremble. The old bull roared, "Come on. Come here." The golden deer was rather short-tempered. "I'll break your horn today." Han Fei looked at this scene in shock. Are these King divine beasts and ferocious beasts? Are they all so violent? He couldn't help but be speechless. Why don't you just be ferocious beasts? The ferocious beasts are really ferocious, but the divine beasts are also very reckless. When the armies of the two sides rushed over, for a moment, roars were like thunder between the heavens and the earth, and mystic sounds rose from all directions as they shouted and cursed at each other. The corners of Han Fei's mouth twitched, and he said to Wu Shuang telepathically, "Have you seen this before? Are these King divine beasts and prehistoric ferocious beasts? They don't seem very reliable." Wu Shuang said, "I hadn't seen them before." Xiang informed them. "But whether they are reliable or not, they are very strong." At this time, Wu Shuang stood up and said, "Everyone, don't forget what we're here for. We're here for the northern expedition, not to watch the fight between you divine beasts and the ferocious beasts. Can you transform into human form first? Otherwise, with your huge bodies, I'm afraid all the demons in the northern mining area will be attracted over." Wu Shuang weren't polite to them. Then she said to Han Fei via voice transmission, "I heard that you have to be tough to them. If you speak softly, you'll be despised and nabbed by them." Han Fei rolled his eyes. "You call that tough? The real tough is to slap them all to the ground and then teach them a good lesson." The white tiger snorted coldly. "I won't lower myself to your level. Let's meet on the battlefield in the future." The mad falcon also spread its wings and ordered, "All ferocious beasts, transform." Swish. 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 There were only 3,800 men and women left in the army that were rolling like a black tide just now. They were casually wearing all kinds of incomplete armor. Occasionally, some women were wearing colorful clothes and hanging some spoils of war that showed their strength, such as a skull hanging on their necks. Some even hung the bones of divine beasts on their chests. On the other side, the white tiger, the golden deer, and the other divine beasts had also transformed, but they were either wearing clothes that made them feel light-headed, clean, comfortable, or magnificent, which was a sharp contrast to the ferocious beasts. When the three parties gathered, the young man in white, who was transformed from the white tiger, said solemnly, "The divine beasts sent 3,200 divine beasts, including 2,800 in the perfected star transformation realm. It's said that the 100 Alliance City will do something big in this northern expedition. Since we're all in the infinite mining area, we should come and help. Before he finished speaking, the black-cloaked man, who was Mad Falcon, sneered. Forget it. Everyone knows that you came for the inheritance of the great monarch. I despise you hypocritical fellows the most. If you're so selfless, don't take any treasures. The white tiger sneered. Shut up. Believe it or not, I'll twist your bird head off. Han Fei finally discovered that no matter if it was a divine beast or a ferocious beast, they were actually the same. They were all wild beasts in their bones. The only difference was that one of them was beautiful and the other was ugly. Well, they couldn't be said ugly exactly. Some ferocious beasts look quite powerful. Anyway, the divine beast looked like divine beasts, and the ferocious beasts looked just like ferocious beasts. The two sides roared at each other for a long time, but at least what they should do. They were here to participate in the northern expedition, not to quarrel with each other. The final result was that neither side responded to the other. This matter was almost over, but ferocious beasts were all carefree. The temper of any level of beast was actually not much different. For example, not long after the Northern Expedition Army advanced, a big cat from the ferocious beast army looked at the leaders of the human cultivators curiously and asked, "Hey, I heard that a ferocious person called Human Butcher suddenly appeared in your 100 alliances. What does he look like? Is he as fierce as me?" Everyone couldn't help but look sideways, only to see that the person turned into a cat several meters long, a big mixed fur cat. Although his skin was smooth, his pupils shrank to a narrow slit, and the hair by his ears was as straight as blades. His big fat face didn't look ferocious at all. Someone looked at Han Fei, and Han Fei looked sideways at the big cat and said, "Big cat, do I look fierce? My name is not Big Cat. My name is Wang Xiaojiu. Are you the human butcher?" Han Fei shrugged. "If you're looking for someone called the human butcher, then that's me." Wang Xiaojiu swooshed over and landed beside Han Fei, muttering, "I heard that. You destroyed a force alone?" Han Fei touched the corner of his mouth. "Maybe that faction is too weak." Wang Xiaojiu snorted. "That's true. Except for the top 100 fractions, the others in the infinite mining area are relatively weak. However, I heard that you are a very fierce person, so you're quite to my taste. Let's make friends." Han Fei was lost for words. "Wang Xiaojiu, forgive my poor eyesight, but why do you think you are fierce?" Wang Xiaojiu glared at Han Fei. "Look at the hair on my body. It's so mixed. Some are white, some are yellow, and some are black. Do you know what colorful fur represents ferocious beasts? It represents poison. Let me tell you, I'm very poisonous, so I definitely belong to the ferocious beasts. Look at those divine beasts. Their furs are smooth and greasy. They don't look fierce at all. They're boring." Han Fei. He seriously suspected that there was something wrong with this big cat's brain. "You're just a F**king ordinary mixed fur cat? Poisonous? Did it have a F**king wrong perception of poison?" Han Fei didn't want to talk to the cat anymore. He felt that his IQ would be lowered. However, this big cat turned out to be a chatterbox. He asked Han Fei enthusiastically, "Hey, I heard that you found the inheritance of a great monarch? Why don't you go by yourself? Is it because you can't beat the mine demons? What does the great monarch bloody hand look like? Is his hand red? If it is red, it should be very poisonous. Is his hand lacking in strength? I heard that it's a hand that can shake the gods. If you can survive it, it means that too much time has passed. Han Fei didn't speak at all, but Wang Xiaojiu never stopped talking. The ferocious beasts seemed to be used to this scene. More importantly, Han Fei clearly felt that those ferocious beasts were very relaxed and seemed to be in a good mood. Was it because this cat was too naggy? When Wang Xiaojiu raised all kinds of questions, no one approached Han Fei anymore. No one wanted to get close to this chatterbox. Wang Xiaojiu was still saying, "You may not believe it, but there is actually a god among my ancestors. Have you heard of the cat god? It doesn't matter if you haven't. Let me tell you, in a forgotten fragment deep in my inherited memories, my ancestor once fought the dragon god. Unfortunately, in the long years after, the cat race declined. At my age, there are few cats left in the entire ferocious beast lineage. Even if there are, their bloodline is quite impure. It's a pity that my top talent." Han Fei didn't respond, but he didn't expect Wang Xiaojiu to be so talkative. Suddenly, just as Wang Xiaojiu was about to chat with Han Fei about how a cat should live elegantly, beams of light swept across the sky. This was already within Han Fei's expectations. When he went to the mine demon stream, he had experienced such a scene. Along the way, there were so many flash lizards that Han Fei didn't even want to fight them. At that time, Han Fei had avoided them as much as he could with his black mist body. However, this time, there were too many people in the northern expedition army. It was impossible to hide. The northern mining area had been deserted for tens of thousands of years, and the flash lizards in this area had already overflowed. Therefore, the flash lizards all jumped and flashed over, and the first encounter war of the Northern Expedition Army in the northern mining area officially began. The flash lizards couldn't be said to be weak. Their combat power might not be very strong, but their speed was very fast. It could be said that few of the peak-level late-stage star transformation realm cultivators who came this time were faster than the flash lizards. Therefore, the flash lizard's charge caused a certain amount of panic. When more and more flash lizards jumped and flashed over, they immediately turned the Northern Expedition Army into chaos. Some cultivators were killed on the spot because they couldn't dodge in time. However, everyone reacted quickly. They hadn't encountered many flash lizards in the early stages, so only 100 people had died. In the crowd, people shouted, "Form an array! Form an array!" The 10-people ancient array was something given to everyone from the beginning. And most members of the factions could usually form such an ancient killing array, which could gather the soul, strength, and defense. In a moment, the army of the Northern Expedition instantly formed more than 1,500 arrays. When a flash lizard jumped and flashed over, the strong masters in the team would instantly withdraw their strength and attack with their killer moves. With booms, explosions kept popping up in the void. Different from the panic just now, after a while, all flash lizards died. This was because the flash lizards weren't like ants that gathered in groups and had a fearless spirit of sacrifice in the face of danger. They were just simple-minded mine demons that only knew how to charge. They didn't even have a specific concept of danger. Therefore, when tens of thousands of flash lizards continued to charge at the array, the Northern Expedition Army was overjoyed. This was because every flash lizard provided them with at least a level 4 mineral. Some of the flash lizards could even provide level 5 minerals. What did this mean? Ordinary mine demons that hadn't entered the star transformation realm could at most give birth to level 2 minerals. Late stage star transformation realm mine demons level 3 minerals, peak level. Late stage star transformation realm mine demons level 4 minerals, and perfected star transformation realm ones only level 5 minerals. Under normal circumstances, if you wanted to hunt a mine demon in the perfected star transformation realm, you had to have the strength of the perfected star transformation realm, or even above it. However, they didn't have to do that today. Today, they had the advantage in numbers. In the Northern Expedition Army, the weakest of them was in the peak level late-stage star transformation realm. If 10 of them formed an array, even 10 peak-level late-stage star transformation realm cultivators could suppress cultivators in the perfected star transformation realm. Facing the mine demons who were not very smart, it would be even easier to kill them. Therefore, in this battle, the Northern Expedition Army completely occupied the upper hand. The ferocious beasts and the divine beasts were naturally affected by the flash lizards too. However, to Han Fei's surprise, both sides were very strong. For example, Wang Xiaojiu, the big cat that followed Han Fei and chatted with him for no reason, could unleash the speed of light explosion at will. Even the flash lizard couldn't withstand a single slap from him. More importantly, after Wang Xiaojiu slapped the flash lizard to death, he didn't kill it but sent it flying everywhere. Then, he ran over to catch it. Happily. While playing, Wang Xiaojiu said to Han Fei, "Human butcher, I'm so strong. Right? I heard that the bloody hand mine devil is very strong. Is it stronger than this thing?" Han Fei, yes. Wang Xiaojiu's pupils immediately turned round, and then with a bang, he threw the flash lizard to Han Fei. Han Fei didn't know if this was a test, but Wang Xiaojiu's fighting style was shocking. Han Fei instantly grabbed the flash lizard with both hands and tore it apart with a swish. Then, he punched out, setting off a round of fist marks in the void that formed ripples. The flash lizard's great Tao was instantly shattered, so was its soul. For a moment, the ferocious beasts, the divine beasts, and even the people from the 100 Alliance City all gasped. The ferocious beasts were more impressed by him, because Han Fei's fighting method was very brutal. It was the collision of blood and flesh, the burst of power, simple and violent, more like a ferocious beast than them. As for the divine beasts, they looked at Han Fei differently. A person's fighting style was closely related to his personality. Although they didn't know Han Fei well, at least they didn't like him very much. Of course, Han Fei didn't care. Along the way, he chatted with Wang Xiaojiu. Mainly because Wang Xiaojiu had been chatting with him. The battle lasted for half a day, because the flash lizards didn't charge at the Northern Expedition Army brainlessly. After all, they only attacked the Northern Expedition Army after being harassed by the Northern Expedition Army. Under normal circumstances, although there were many flash lizards along this route, they weren't everywhere. Therefore, because of the powerful military formation of the Northern Expedition Army and the relatively scattered number of flash lizards, in 3 days, more than 30,000 flash lizards were killed by the Northern Expedition Army, and only 212 members of the Northern Expedition Army died. The combat power of one person was certainly different from the combat power of 10,000 people. Even now, it was impossible for Han Fei to fight 10,000 people alone. And an army of 10,000 peak-level late-stage star transformation realm cultivators was unstoppable on this northern expedition route. No mind demon creatures could seriously injure such a team. Of course, it was normal for there to be a few accidents. For example, the Northern Expedition Army accidentally encountered a group of 8 lizard demons. Just like when Han Fei encountered a group of lizard demons back then. They had a fierce battle. Although this army of 10,000 people was powerful, they might not be able to launch a small-scale attack. Furthermore, most of the lizard demons had the speed of light explosion and were extremely powerful. In a single clash, the 8 lizard demons had killed 8 people. In the end, the Northern Expedition Army paid the lives of 42 people to completely kill the 8 lizard demons. At this moment, people from the major factions looked at Han Fei. What kind of mind demon is this? Why didn't you mention it before? Han Fei said, "Oh. This is a kind of mind demon called the lizard demon. Because the conditions to form it are very difficult, there are very few of them, so it's very difficult to encounter them. It seems that we're lucky to encounter lizard demons on this trip." Someone shouted, "Why didn't you tell us in advance?" Han Fei glanced at him coldly. "Would you believe me if I say you will die? Do you want to leave and go back to the 100 Alliance City?" The man was about to fly into a rage, when someone said to him via voice transmission, "Don't lower yourself to his level for the time being. When we arrive and find the place of inheritance, someone will take care of him." "How long do you really think he can live?" Hearing that, the man stopped. Wu Shuang saw all this. She didn't know what Han Fei's purpose was in facilitating this northern expedition. The only thing she knew was that Han Fei wanted to kill the people from the city of origin and the city of scavengers. No matter what they would gain from this northern expedition, one thing was certain: no one from these 2 cities could survive. Besides, Han Fei had once said that there would be heavy casualties in this northern expedition. So, most of these people who participated in the northern expedition were not Han Fei's enemies. Did Han Fei want to use their lives to accomplish his own business? If it was only a small number of people, she wouldn't care, but there were more than 10,000 of them, including the divine beasts and the ferocious beasts. This meant that if Han Fei didn't handle this matter well, for example, if some of them escaped after he scammed these people, then Han Fei would face endless hunting by all the forces in the infinite mining area, and the powers behind them. Therefore, up to now, Wu Shuang was far more interested in the show than she was in the northern expedition. Next to Han Fei, Wang Xiaojiu curiously said, "Hey, human, you are very arrogant. But I am curious. It seems that everyone has their own people. Why? Do you look like you are alone?" Han Fei said, "I alone am a powerful army." Wang Xiaojiu tilted his head. "Human, you are indeed very arrogant and good at bragging. However, there are people like you among our ferocious beasts." It was a terrifying ferocious beast named the Emperor Sparrow. He was also very arrogant. In the past, he ruled the entire line of ferocious beasts alone. But later, it was precisely because of his ferociousness that he was killed by an unknown powerhouse. But then again, it's good to be a strong person. Look. There are only a few kittens left in our cat race. Only I, the pillar of the Cat race, am left. If I don't be strong, who will be strong? Sigh, I'm so worried. Han Fei rolled his eyes. What are you worried about? You look so casual. Han Fei couldn't help but look at Emojio. Emojio clearly felt Han Fei's gaze. But he pretended not to see it and rushed out to kill the enemy. Han Fei was speechless. It turned out that Wang Xiaojiu was not very popular among the ferocious beasts. The army definitely wouldn't travel as fast as Han Fei traveling alone. Therefore, the journey that should have taken him 3 days took the army 12 days to complete. On the way, almost all the soldiers were overjoyed. It felt so good. The northern mining area was overflowing with mine demons, so they were fighting and killing almost all the way. The total number of mine demons killed was probably more than 200,000. Even if they only killed level 4 mine demons, it was equivalent to an average of 10 level 4 minerals per person. Many people felt that they could kill for decades in the northern mining area. This crazily reaping passion reached its peak the moment they reached the mine demon stream. On the 12-day journey, 1,042 people died in total. However, compared to the mine demons they killed, if this was the result of this northern expedition, it could be said to be a huge success. However, it was not all beautiful scenery on the trip. On this day, the Northern Expedition Army rushed to the outside of the mine demon stream. Everyone sensed that there were a huge number of ordinary mine demons here. From explorers to sea establishers, there were too many of them. It was simply an ideal soldier training ground. Someone exclaimed, "The mineral power in the surroundings is so strong. There are probably no less than 10 large mines nearby. If we send someone to dig, it might be enough to dig for tens of thousands of years." Someone sighed. If we had such a natural trial field in our early years, our growth speed would definitely be several times faster than now. Unfortunately, such a place is too rare. I'm afraid it's unique in the infinite mining area. Some strong masters widened their eyes. They were already considering whether they should settle in the northern mining area. If it weren't for the fact that there were too many flash lizards and too many dangers on this road, they would definitely fight for this place. Even now, they felt that they could have a try here, even just for the mines here. Some people even had doubts when they saw the mine demon stream. Why did this place feel like the mine demon stream in the legendary books of the infinite mining area? Different from the ordinary peak-level late-stage star transformation realm. Cultivators, the top cultivators of the top factions of the 100 Alliances, had been in the infinite mining area for a long time and knew a thing or two about many secrets. For example, the mine demon stream was mentioned in the information about Great Monarch Mystic Marshal. This was not a big secret. It was just that ordinary people had no chance to come into contact with such abundant intelligence resources, so most people didn't know about it. The strong masters of the City of Origin and the City of Scavengers were intrigued. Sure enough, Wu Shuang didn't lie to them. This was indeed the mine demon stream. It was exactly the same as the mine demon stream recorded in history books, except that the entrance to the mine demon stream was relatively small. Even the chaotic and traceless turbulence inside the entrance was exactly the same as recorded. At this point, the ferocious beasts and divine beasts had also gathered with the Northern Expedition Army. These two parties might be a little reckless, but they were not fools. Of course, they knew that everything before was just a drizzle. The real danger and the real opportunities were here. Wu Shuang said, all leaders, please come here. We've arrived at the periphery of the place of inheritance of the great monarch. We have to prepare for a difficult battle. There are still some things that we need to discuss. If it weren't for the attraction of the great monarch's inheritance, the major fractions would have led their people to sweep the northern mining area on their own. However, they knew that this was not the depths of the northern mining area. The danger and the depth of the infinite mining area would only increase exponentially. Therefore, now that they were here, they knew that the easy hunting time was over. Someone said, as the original planner of this northern expedition, human butcher, you need to provide a reasonable opinion on how to go down to the Great Splitting Canyon. Someone echoed, that's right. You're the only one who has walked into the place of inheritance. The joint exploration team can't go deeper at all, so I hope you won't play any tricks. Once the losses exceed our expectations, we won't let you off. Han Fei sneered. Are you threatening me? To be honest, it's very dangerous. Down there. You should know how many people will die down there. If you're not even prepared for this, why are you participating in the northern expedition? The white tiger of the divine beast lineage said, I heard that there are many bloody hand mine devils down below. Is there anything to pay attention to? What are the weaknesses of these bloody hand mine devils? Emojio from the ferocious beasts said, just tell me how we can win. Han Fei said, then let me tell you, the bloody hand mine devils are all at least level 7. You can imagine their defense power, right? But we can use arrays to deal with this. Secondly, the flash lizards will attach to the bloody hand mine devils and act as their eyes. The bloody hand mine devils also have the flash lizard's flash ability. Their flash speed can reach the speed of light explosion, but it's only the speed of light explosion, no faster. Therefore, if you want to go down, the peak level late stage star transformation realm cultivators have to set up an array first. If you do that, after going down, you'll be doomed. I don't dare say that the entire team will be wiped out, but at least 30% of you will be easily wiped out. Emojio sighed. This is a little awesome. Fortunately, 80% of us are in the perfected star transformation realm. The white tiger snorted coldly. Our divine beasts are extremely talented. If it's just the speed of light explosion and strong defense, it won't be a problem. Han Fei didn't have any special reaction. The divine beasts and ferocious beasts living in the infinite mining area could occupy a territory. It was only natural that they were strong, unlike the 100 Alliance City, which had complicated forces and uneven strength. On the 100 Alliance City's side, someone asked, what's the most effective way to deal with them? Han Fei said leisurely, the bloody hand mine devils are all contaminated with the ominous, so it's best to deal with them with pure purifying power. Buzz. What? Are you kidding me? Shoal, human butcher, what's the meaning of this? Why are you only saying this now? Someone shouted coldly, do you know what the ominous means? Are you crazy? Emojio frowned. The ominous? This is indeed not an easy job. Although we ferocious beasts have the power to resist the ominous power, if the ominous power is too strong, we can't resist it. The white tiger stared at Han Fei. The ominous has invaded the sea realm, and you still dare to look for the inheritance? So you told this information to us so that we can cleanse the ominous? For a moment, these leaders were in an uproar. Only the leaders of the city of origin, the city of scavengers, and Chintenya, from the city of wanderers, didn't react much, because they had long known about this. Especially the leaders of the city of origin and the city of scavengers, they secretly took a breath. They didn't expect that the fact that chaotic wasteland had been fighting ominous battles all year round had become their advantage now. At the same time, they were also amazed by Wu Shuang's means. With the leadership of the 100 Alliance City, she easily obtained a large number of clean stones from them with intelligence. If nothing went wrong, the biggest winner this time might be them and the capital of horror. The only undesirable thing was that the three major factions in the chaotic wasteland were all here. The only consolation was that only 10 people came from the city of wanderers. However, they also understood that the city of wanderers was ranked more than 100th and they were new here. They didn't have enough resources to mobilize so many strong masters. Amidst the angry roars, Han Fei said leisurely, "Why are you roaring? There must be difficulties. Otherwise, should I put the inheritance of the great monarch in your hands?" Anyway, Han Fei was not afraid now. It didn't matter if he had a showdown with them. Anyway, they were already here. If they weren't tempted, they could leave on their own. However, even if someone wanted to leave now, if fewer people left, they might not be able to return to the 100 Alliance City. Along the way, they caused too much noise and killed countless mine demons. Along the way, which would inevitably cause many mine demons to scramble for food. Therefore, the way back might not be safe. And a small number of people couldn't achieve the effect of an army. Therefore, at this moment, Han Fei decided to lay his cards on the table. So, what if he said that the Bloody Hand mine devils were contaminated by the ominous? You can go if you're afraid. He was sure that these people wouldn't leave, because the people who came this time were all strong masters in the peak-level late-stage star transformation realm or above. Although many people hadn't dealt with the ominous, there were strong masters of the divine beast lineage here. Also, the city of scavengers and the city of origin were very experienced with dealing with the ominous. They had sent out such a comprehensive force this time. If necessary, they would definitely take action. Therefore, someone immediately looked at the leader of the city of origin and said, "And Shanbei, I heard that your chaotic wasteland deals with the ominous all year round. You should have a way to deal with the ominous, right?" Someone echoed, "The Northern Expedition Army is one. Isn't it said that there are more than 30,000 Bloody Hand mine devils below? Those are 30,000 perfected star transformation realm cultivators. If we aren't safe, why would we risk our lives to help you kill so many Bloody Hand mine devils?" However, and Shanbei looked at the person from the city of scavengers and then said, "First of all, we didn't know that the Bloody Hand mine devil contained ominous power. Otherwise, we would have arranged for the chaotic wasteland to send supplies to cleanse the ominous power. However, how much can we have now? If we solely rely on our reserves, we definitely can't eliminate so many Bloody Hand mine devils. I just don't know how much reserves the city of scavengers and the city of wanderers have." Everyone looked at Luo Chen. He was the leader of the city of scavengers this time. He thought to himself, "We have just received the clean stones, and you are already targeting us?" However, Luo Chen was not easy to deal with. He said, "Even your city of origin doesn't have much reserves. How much can we have? More importantly, Those are mind demons in the perfected star transformation realm. We can't kill one of them with one clean stone. If we just use clean stones, even 100,000 clean stones might not be enough to kill 1,000 bloody hand mind devils. There was no need to ask Chintanya. Chintanya said, there are only 10 people from our city of wanderers. It's useless even if you look at me. My boss is not here. Even if he is, he doesn't have so many clean stones. Clean stones are only used in the chaotic wasteland. Under normal circumstances, who would bring a huge number of clean stones to the infinite mining area? Luochen nodded. Yes. But I remember that there is a long-term deal between the capital of horror and our chaotic wasteland. Some of the clean stones in our chaotic wasteland will be sent to the capital of horror through the infinite mining area. A while ago, we happened to sell a batch of them. I wonder if Miss Wushuang has brought some with you. Wushuang said calmly, sorry, I'm new to the chaotic wasteland and haven't come into contact with this matter for the time being. However, I can ask my subordinates. Perhaps they should carry some with them. After all, several of them are specialized in transporting clean stones. For a moment, the 4 factions including the city of origin refused to admit that they had many clean stones. Of course, at this point, knowing there was the ominous here, how could they reveal the number of clean stones they really had if they were not stupid? The 4 major sects were shirking responsibility in terms of the clean stone. Wushuang glanced in the direction of the camp of the capital of horror. After a while, she said, everyone, wait a moment. Someone on our side can return to the 100 Alliance city through the Sea of Stars and bring some clean stones. Over. However, the clean stones we bought from the city of origin and the city of scavengers have been shipped away in batches. I'm not sure how much is left. After that, Wushuang signaled with her eyes, and someone from the capital of horror returned to his origin star. After the person left, Wushuang said, as a necessary thing in the chaotic wasteland, I don't believe you don't have any. Both of you are strong masters. With 4 Dao locks, second only to the person in charge in your respective factions. You're responsible for almost half of the matters in your respective fractions. Although you say you don't have many clean stones, you should be able to take out hundreds of millions, right? Wang Xiaojiu said, hey, how much do you two have? Tell us. If you can't even make this little contribution at this time, believe it or not, I'll kill you. Right now. Emojo also said, you people are too scheming. This is a critical moment to find the land of inheritance. If we screw up, because of the 2 of you, don't blame us for being angry. This time, the divine beasts didn't argue with the ferocious beasts, because what Emojo said was true. If because of these people, the 20,000 people couldn't conquer the mind demon stream, even if their divine beasts prided themselves on justice, they wouldn't be able to help but touch the city of origin and the city of scavengers. For a moment, Luo Chen and Nshanbei felt as if they were constipated. The 2 of them were really annoyed, but they looked at Chen Tianya at the same time, thinking, if we're besieged, you won't have a good time either. However, Chen Tianya simply said, I only have a total of 100 million clean stones. If you don't believe me, you can let someone enter my origin star to investigate. I will release all the restrictions on my origin star. Really, I don't mind at all. After that, Chintanya sighed. After all, our city of wanderers is new here. In terms of heritage and strength, we're definitely incomparable to the city of origin and the city of scavengers. I dare to open my origin star, but do you dare to? Do you have a lot of clean stones, but are unwilling to contribute them to us? Chen Tianya thought to himself, my clean stones are all on the human butcher. But who knows? Anyway, there are only 10 people from the city of wanderers here, and each of us has a little bit of clean stones with us in case of emergencies. Even if I take out all my 100 million clean stones, it won't be a problem. Hearing what Chen Tianya said, Luo Chen and Shanbei were already cursing in their hearts. This time, they had come fully prepared. The number of clean stones they carried with them exceeded 1 billion. At this moment, Wu Shuang's men hadn't returned yet, but if Luo Chen and Shanbei didn't give the others an explanation, they would immediately arouse everyone's hostility. Of course, they wouldn't be as bold as Chen Tianya. Fortunately, the origin star was the most secretive place for cultivators. Under normal circumstances, no one would allow anyone to secretly investigate their origin star. This time was no exception. And Shanbei said, our city of origin can offer 300 million. Everyone, let me make it clear. There's nothing more. Even if I return home, I won't have any. Luo Chen's face turned black. This B** starred is forcing me to take out at least 300 million clean stones. Sure enough, Luo Chen said with an awful look, please forgive me, but I can only provide 300 million. After all, the clean stones can only be earned by fighting ominous creatures. So, the supply of 300 million clean stones means the death of 300 million ominous creatures. Wu Shuang said, in view of the rarity of the clean stones, which can only be produced in the chaotic wasteland, we won't take the clean stones in your hands for nothing. After this operation is over, we will take out some of our acquired resources and give them to you, or buy your clean stones at the original price. In any case, we won't let you suffer a loss. Wang Xiaojiu asked, curiously, 300 million plus 300 million, that's 600 million. Chen Tianya interjected, I can take out 80 million, and the 10 of us will keep 20 million. I don't think anyone will have any objection. Right? Wang Xiaojiu tilted her head and glanced at Chen Tianya, and then said, 680 million, that's a lot. Isn't this enough to purify some bloody hand mine devils? Chen Tianya said, it's hard to say. We have clean stones of all levels, including explorer level ones. For the bloody hand mine devils in the perfected star transformation realm, it's probably as useless as being bitten by an ant. Therefore, even with the supply of the capital of horror, even if the number of clean stones exceeds 1 billion, it might not be enough to kill tens of thousands of bloody hand mine devils. Wang Xiaojiu was about to complain, when Chen Tianya continued, however, if the clean stone is not used to deal with the bloody hand mine devil, but to purify ourselves, then 1 billion will definitely be enough. And Shanbei and Luo Chen echoed at the same time, that's right. Finally, someone nodded. So now it seems that the ominous crisis has been resolved? Wu Shuang shook her head. Not necessarily. The premise is that you aren't seriously contaminated by the ominous. Otherwise, even the clean stone might not be able to completely purify you. Someone said, of course. If everything is settled by the stone, why are so many of us here? Han Fei said with a smile, if you want fewer people to die, you'd better split the clean stones. If each of you gets tens of thousands, it might work. Someone looked sideways. What do you mean? Are these clean stones not enough? Han Fei shrugged. I didn't say that. You should feel lucky that you found the bloody hand mine devil's only weakness. I'm just reminding you that that thing is really strong. You can't completely rely on this stone. At this moment, a figure appeared out of thin air. It was the person from the capital of horror who had just entered his origin star. As soon as the person appeared, he nodded at Wu Shuang. Wu Shuang said, 500 million. We happen to have the last batch of 500 million in stock. We haven't had the time to send them away. The number of clean stones exceeded 1 billion, and everyone was relieved. As for the clean stones provided by Wu Shuang and the others, they weren't provided for free. This required the return of resources, but as for the specific return, as they hadn't explored the mine demon stream yet, they couldn't give a precise demand. After the clean stones were distributed, it was time to enter the mine demon stream. Han Fei looked calm. No one knew what he was thinking, but most people guessed that Han Fei must be up to something. In fact, Han Fei was wondering if the demon vanquishing tree had gone back on his word. Logically speaking, old Yuan should have come out long ago. With old Yuan's soul, he could easily get a turtle egg. However, up to now, there was no news of old Yuan, and Han Fei's clone had disappeared without returning. This meant that up to now, old Yuan hadn't left Puppet City. This made Han Fei hostile to the demon vanquishing tree. No matter what the reason was, it was a fact that old Yuan didn't come out. Therefore, Han Fei made up an excuse about the land of inheritance on this trip, partly for the mine demon stream and partly to save old Yuan. If the demon vanquishing tree didn't hand old Yuan and his clone over, he would expose Puppet City. A group of people in the perfected star transformation realm might not be able to take down Puppet City, but once Puppet City was exposed, monarchs would definitely come. On this side, the leaders of the major factions returned one after another and began to beckon everyone to go down. Outside, they formed an array and prepared to go down the mine demon stream. Some people had even secretly prepared some other forces. In the end, they didn't trust Han Fei, so it was impossible for them to completely believe Han Fei's one-sided story and rush down. Of course, most people thought that there were many people going down with me. Anyway, even if there was a problem, there would be someone in front of me. And I wouldn't be among the ones to die. Too many people had this idea, so no one rejected the exploration to the mine demon stream. The leaders of the major factions all shouted, set up an array, and enter the land of inheritance. Everyone, be vigilant. Don't take it lightly. If you're careless at this time, you will be doomed. Someone shouted, be ready to activate the secret method at any time and burn your blood. If anything happens, this will be your greatest asset to escape. Apart from the major factions, there were a lot of itinerant cultivators. Compared to these major factions, the greatest characteristic of itinerant cultivators was their unity. Someone shouted, everyone, we don't have so many strong masters to protect us, nor do we have many trump cards. However, we have many people. In times of crisis, we have to help each other. Not only our own team members, but also any itinerant cultivator who is in trouble. This is the best way for our itinerant cultivators to survive in the infinite mining area. Someone smiled and said, of course. We're indeed weak in background, but in terms of unity, we itinerant cultivators are really not afraid of those big forces. Only by helping each other can we go further and further. Compared to the 100 alliances, the divine beasts and ferocious beasts were much simpler. Emojo shouted, "Everyone, listen up. Once you find that you can't beat them, run to the strong masters. Although those things are all in the perfected star transformation realm and their speed can reach the speed of light explosion. Don't panic. We are ferocious beasts, so we can resist their attacks. Also, once you find that you are really no match for them and are about to die, blow yourselves up. Then the nearby perfected star transformation realm cultivators shall rush over. We must ensure that our compatriots can still survive." The divine beasts said the same things as the ferocious beasts, but they divided their people into small groups, each with 3 or 5 divine beasts. "Let's go. Let's go down. Swish. Swish. Swish." More than 20,000 strong masters rushed into the mine demon stream like dumplings. All of them were tense as if facing a great enemy, so they all maintained their peak combat power and could launch their strongest attacks at any time. More than 200 kilometers down the mine demon stream, there were only ordinary late-stage star transformation realm and peak-level late-stage star transformation realm mine demons. These were actually nothing. There were all kinds of mine demons. This was because they hadn't seen the bloody hand mine devils yet. Instead, they encountered a group of silver-headed sharks, a group of phosphorescents ribbon fish, a group of mine spirit crabs, and some other species. Originally, these mine demons just wanted to see who had come, but they were met with mystic rays and heavy blows. Puff. 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 Bang. 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 Knock, knock, knock. The combat power of the Northern Expedition Army was quite terrifying. In the blink of an eye, all the ordinary mine demons were almost wiped out. The mine demon stream had been accumulated for hundreds of thousands of years. So before these people reached the bottom of the mine demon stream, there were countless mine demons rushing at them. Han Fei shouted, "This is what I said. There are not only bloody hand mine devils here, but also a large number of late-stage star transformation and peak-level late-stage star transformation realm mine demons. There are a lot of them, probably more than 50,000. However, someone laughed. 50,000 means 50,000 mineral resources. Kill. Someone sneered. We're on a northern expedition now. We don't lack strong masters at all. We can easily kill these 50,000 mine demons in the blink of an eye. Someone exclaimed, "Haha. There are 3 level 5 minerals." Someone shouted, "This group of sea scorpions are all in the peak level late stage star transformation realm. There are level 5 minerals on their heads. Kill them." Someone was shocked. So many mine demons. We're going to be rich. Han Fei listened to the cheers of these people in silence. The mine demon stream was narrow and couldn't accommodate so many battles at once. It was not a good thing to have all kinds of forces collide with each other. Besides, they were immersed in excitement at the moment, because they hadn't found the bloody hand mine devils yet. Instead, they got high-quality minerals, one after another. If it were any other time, how could they have obtained so many minerals so easily? However, this excitement didn't last long. Soon, someone shouted, "Who's attacking randomly? Are you blind?" Someone burst into fury. B***stards, the defense array I set up has been broken. By your power. Why aren't you stopping? Ah. Someone was still fighting a moment ago, but the next moment, his body was suddenly pierced by a stream of water, and even his soul was destroyed. Seeing this person die, many people were startled. They hadn't seen anything yet. Who was attacking this person? However, such a thing was still happening. 1, 2, 3. Finally, someone sensed that something was wrong. Attention to some of the water currents here. They seem to be the tentacles of some creature that turned into water currents. However, it was already too late. The roots of the demon-vanquishing tree were unconscious. They instinctively attacked all intruders. Of course, there weren't many of them. One root could only launch one attack. When everyone was consciously guarding against the roots, they could dodge and block them. However, because of the roots of the demon-vanquishing tree, many arrays were broken. With their arrays incomplete, these people faced the crazy attacks of tens of thousands of mine demons. The originally orderly Northern Expedition Army was thrown into chaos, because 20,000 strong masters were gathered in this narrow passage. Puff. 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 Chi-la. Help me. Boom. For a moment, the Northern Expedition Army was scattered, and the number of dead cultivators rose straight up. On the other side, perhaps because the senses of the ferocious beasts and divine beasts exceeded that of ordinary cultivators, most of them could distinguish the roots of the demon-vanquishing tree and attack to destroy them. Because the bottom of the mine demon stream was not far from the top, only more than 3,000 kilometers deep, when many people were fighting the mine demons, if they were not careful, they would take one more step and were directly flushed to the bottom of the water. The consequences of this sprint were immeasurable. Han Fei said to Chen Tianya telepathically, "Take your men to retreat. Be ready to go out at any time." Chen Tianya was taken aback for a moment, but he didn't doubt him. Along the way, he just needed to follow orders. Now that the situation was so chaotic, it was definitely not suitable for them to continue to explore. It seemed that they had to go out and regroup. Just as Chen Tianya retreated to the rear, he suddenly saw spots of light flashing. He saw bloody hands attacking him. Bang! Boom! Puff! There weren't many of them. At first, there were only a dozen or so, but then it became 100 or 200. The unstoppable situation of the Northern Expedition Army was reversed the moment the bloody hand mine devils arrived. Almost every strike of the bloody hand mine devil could kill a strong master. Before anyone realized what was going on, they discovered that thousands of strong masters had died. At this time, Han Fei glanced at Wu Shuang. "Let's retreat." When Wu Shuang saw Chen Tianya retreating, she had already informed the team of the capital of horror to retreat. The ferocious beasts and divine beasts were very shrewd. Because they had a stronger perception of danger, they directly evacuated after confirming that the Northern Expedition Army had fallen into chaos. Under such circumstances, it was not suitable for fighting at all. At this moment, Wu Shuang finally shouted, "Everyone, evacuate and give up on this exploration." With that, Wu Shuang left, ignoring the others. The strong masters who had been fighting crazily and felt that there were minerals everywhere fled crazily, trying to rush out of the mine demon stream. Too strong. It was not until the array was broken that they realized how horrifying the army of mine demons was. And that was not all they saw with their own eyes that a bloody hand mine devil broke through the array and made 10 peak-level late-stage star transformation realm cultivators vomit blood. In less than half an hour, one figure after another rushed out of the mine. Demon stream in a sorry state. When no one came out of the mine demon stream anymore, Han Fei glanced at the current number of the Northern Expedition Army, 12,998. Yes, in just half an hour, nearly 1,000 people of the Northern Expedition Army had died. On the other hand, neither the ferocious beasts nor the divine beasts were killed. Han Fei shook his head. A bunch of garbage. Someone immediately shouted, "What did you say?" Han Fei raised his head and sneered. "I said you were a bunch of garbage." Han Fei suddenly stood up. "I thought that by launching a northern expedition, I could sweep through the bloody hand mine devils here. But you people only care about petty profits. Is a level 5 mineral very valuable? So what if it's a level 6 mineral? Can it be made into a godly weapon? An army of 20,000 people was abused by hundreds of bloody hand mine devils before you could even fight the bloody hand head-on. Aren't you a bunch of garbage?" The big cat, Wang Xiaojiu, also stood up excitedly. "You're really not good. Enough. The battle was so chaotic. Although you formed a 10-person formation, it doesn't mean that 7 or 8 people don't work. However, once one of you was defeated, the entire formation collapsed and you were all crushed. Look, none of us ferocious beasts died because we are not greedy." Emojo said, although Wang Xiaojiu's words are unpleasant, what he said is true. The temporary Northern Expedition Army is too inefficient in combat. Even the White Tiger of the Divine Beast lineage said, this time, your Northern Expedition Army was indeed in a mess. Just take the death of these 1,000 people as a lesson. But it should be a mess down there now. Maybe we should wait a few days before going down. Han Fei shook his head. We can't wait. It wasn't easy for us to gather all the other mine demons. There are probably more than 50,000 mine demons below now. God knows how long it will take for them to forget that someone has invaded. We should continue to fight, but not like just now. Someone looked at Han Fei. If we fight them now, their combat power will be several times ours. Han Fei, mine demons are stupid, but are you stupid too? As long as your formation is not chaotic, you can fight even if there are 10,000 bloody hand mine devils down below. Of course, if you want to gain benefits, it's impossible not to sacrifice. No matter when you go down, people will die. The difference is that if you fight randomly, you might be wiped out. But if you fight steadily, you can defeat them one by one. A brawny man stood up. Although I don't like the human butcher, it was indeed a mess just now. Such a Northern Expedition Army is vulnerable. You need to put down the minerals in front of you for the time being and distribute them. After annihilating the mine demons, Han Fei glanced at this person. His arms were covered with tattoos. In the battle just now, he seemed to have seen this person fight the bloody hand mine devils head-on. He was the leader of the Fist Light Mountain. However, as soon as this person said so, an itinerant cultivator said, "How are we going to distribute the minerals?" The perfected star transformation realm cultivators are different from our peak-level late-stage star transformation realm cultivators. A perfected star transformation realm cultivator said, "I think that the peak level late-stage star transformation realm cultivators can get 30% of all resources." That's bulls*. It. We'll take 30%, and you'll take 70%? Believe it or not, I'm going home now. Someone sneered. Do you think you can come and go as you please? An itinerant cultivator sneered. Why? Who the hell are you? Believe it or not, I'll kill you right now. The perfected star transformation realm cultivator sneered. Feng Luan? I'm told that your knife is very fast. I don't know if your knife is still fast after you reach the perfected star transformation realm, but I can try it. Shut up, all of you. At this time, Wu Shuang stood up and said, as the number one force in the 100 Alliance City, I think the capital of horror is more qualified to speak than others. First of all, the people who participated in the Northern expedition are all here to risk their lives. The lives of the peak-level late stage star transformation realm cultivators and the perfected star transformation realm cultivators are the same. And finding the inheritance is something that requires concerted effort. Therefore, I suggest that the resources be divided evenly, and everyone can supervise each other and not be allowed to annex the mineral without authorization. After the war, the minerals will be distributed among those who are still alive evenly. After all, everyone risked their lives to get the minerals. I agree. A young man from the Divine Capital Dynasty slowly raised his hand. Perfected star transformation realm cultivators, don't forget that you're not here just for the minerals. As long as you're willing, there are plenty of ways to obtain the minerals. Now is the time to work together. We can't split up. Because of the uneven distribution of internal resources in the early stages of the Northern expedition. That way, none of us will benefit. Someone echoed, I agree. Let's settle the score after the battle is over. Otherwise, we'll be wiped out before the enemy is finished. We itinerant cultivators don't have any objections. We peak-level late-stage star transformation realm cultivators don't have any objections either. In fact, appearing here, we're bolder than you perfected star transformation realm cultivators. Although many perfected star transformation realm cultivators were unhappy, they didn't speak anymore. Yes, if they jumped out now, it would ruin the harmony. Their leaders also warned them. Although this was a northern expedition, the real say was only in the hands of these leaders and strong masters. Once they made a scene, they might be killed. Wu Shuang said, since there are no objections, let's take an hour off, restore to our peak state, and get ready for battle. This time, don't scramble for resources randomly. All the forces, select one person to supervise, one person in the team to collect minerals, and the other members can supervise each other, and the resources will be divided when the battle ends. Supervise? Someone nodded. Every force selected one person to supervise, so the supervision effect would be good. Even if the supervisors were attacked, they wouldn't all die. The final supervision result would be very credible. At this time, someone stood up. I am Yu Bo, the leader of the Grand Development Sect in the Central Sea Divine Realm. In the battle just now, 998 strong masters died in the Northern Expedition Army, and a total of 6,203 mine demons were killed. In fact, the battle result is not bad. It's just that the appearance of the Bloody Hand Mine Devils seriously disrupted the rhythm. Otherwise, the result would not have been like this. Everyone's heart skipped a beat. There was actually someone who could calculate all of this. In the complicated situation just now, God knew who fought and who was killed. But now, they found that there was really such a talent in the Northern Expedition Army. Then the supervisor team obviously had a spot for this person. He must have announced the data to join the supervisor team. Suddenly, someone asked in confusion, "Have you forgotten something?" Almost 1,000 of us died, and more than 6,000 mind demons perished. But why hasn't the weather changed at all? Huh. For a moment, everyone was stunned. Even Hanfei was stunned. Yes, so many people had died, but there wasn't even a great Dow crack in the sky. Wasn't this strange? There's a seal. Immediately, everyone realized that there must be a seal down the mind demon stream. Otherwise, how could the weather be normal when thousands of strong masters died? Some leaders looked at Han Fei, and Han Fei said casually, "If it weren't for the seal, the bloody hand mind devils would have left here long ago. We wouldn't have had a chance to fight them." Not only the bloody hand mind devils appear in the outside world, but the ominous power will also spread in the outside world. So, this is not a big deal, because the seal is not aimed at us. Otherwise, we wouldn't have been able to get out at all. With Han Fei's explanation, everyone understood and didn't dwell on this problem. 2 hours later. The Northern Expedition Army, the divine beasts and the ferocious beasts, entered the mind demon stream again. Just as Han Fei expected, the mind demons here hadn't completely left. He spread out his senses and found at least 30,000 mind demons of various kinds. And nearly 50 bloody hand mind devils. The moment the Northern Expedition Army entered the mind demon stream, these mind demons swarmed over again. However, this time adhering to the lesson from last time, the formation of the Northern Expedition Army didn't disperse, so when the first wave rushed over, the nearest thousands of mind demons were shattered the moment they collided with the Northern Expedition Army. After all, they were facing the strength equivalent to 10 people. Bang! 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 After the initial defense succeeded, the speed of light explosion appeared. Again. Someone shouted, "Don't be distracted. Just send all your strength to one person." The strong masters in each team who had gathered their strength responded smartly when they saw a bloody hand mind devil coming at them. Blade auras spread out, rod shadows struck like a heavenly pillar, and strange flames burned. Therefore, after multiple clashes and explosions, a bloody hand mind devil was finally shattered because the person who gathered the strength of 10 people could unleash a power much stronger than that of the bloody hand mind devil. Therefore, this time, the Northern Expedition Army showed the qualities of a strong master again. Buzz. The battle lasted for about half an hour, and the number of bloody hand mind devils gradually began to increase. At first, there were only more than 300, but then more than 1,000 came one after another. Some people resisted them, and some didn't. There was a team, and someone was emitting black gas. At that moment, this person crumbled a lot of clean stones, and then he felt that his soul was burning. Yes, that ominous power had already tried to invade the bodies of various races. While the man was purifying himself, his formation was broken. In the next moment, a slaughter punch broke through the formation. The formation collapsed, and the 9 people all took out their clean stones, and the dazzling white light directly purified the bloody hand. However, once a loophole was found, what came was no longer one bloody hand mind devil. When 3 bloody hand mind devils came at once, even though the team released star beads one after another, some of them were torn apart by a Single claw and even their souls couldn't escape. 20 minutes. Half an hour passed. 2 hours. When the number of the Bloody Hand Mine Devils reached more than 3,000, the Northern Expedition Army suffered a lot of casualties. In just 2 hours, they had encountered more than 3,000 Bloody Hand Mine Devils, and more than 800 people had died. Of course, this time was different from last time. This time, more than 13,000 ordinary mine demons were killed. In the Northern Expedition Army, many people shouted, "Don't panic. Even if there are fewer people in the team, the array can't be broken." While everyone was fighting, Han Fei was also fighting. However, his battle was even more violent. Han Fei took the slaughter fist of a Bloody Hand Mine Devil with his bare hands, clasped it with one hand, and then tore one of the Bloody Hand Mine Devil's arms apart. Then, with another punch, the Bloody Hand Mine Devil's entire body exploded. Hiss! Many people secretly exclaimed. Is this guy so strong? This was truly a large-scale battle between cultivators. In terms of combat power, it was even crazier than when Han Fei controlled the Star Sea Metal eating ants. Once the Northern Expedition Army maintained their formation, even if the Bloody Hand Mine Devils attacked personally, it wouldn't be able to shake the formation. Once the Bloody Hand Mine Devils' attack failed, there would be a shower of clean stones. The moment a large number of clean stones erupted, the Bloody Hand Mine Devil's weakness was grasped. Someone gathered all the strength of the 10-person team, broke the defense of the Bloody Hand Mine Devil with one blow, and then launched multiple soul attacks in a row. Although the Bloody Hand Mine Devil was a level 7 mine demon, its intelligence was not comparable to that of intelligent races like them. It didn't know that if its attack failed, it should immediately retreat. Therefore, Han Fei saw a large number of Bloody Hand Mine Devils die. And the best to deal with the Bloody Hand Mine Devils was the divine beasts. It had to be said that divine beasts could be classified as divine beasts, not because they looked good, but because their great Daos had the power of purification. Although their great Daos were different, the effects were the same. 4. Example, Han Fei saw a fiery python that turned into flames. At the moment the Bloody Hand Mine Devil bombarded him, the flames were filled with pure fire origin energy, which actually stiffened the Bloody Hand Mine Devil. Then, it rolled its body and grabbed the Bloody Hand Mine Devil tightly. Although the other party was extremely powerful, he still couldn't break free and could only be burned to death by the pure fire origin energy. A blue horse with a single horn on its head could summon pure lightning. Lightning had the power of purification in the first place, so the Bloody Hand Mine Devil was electrocuted to death before it approached the blue horse. Han Fei was surprised. This was the suppression of attributes. There were actually many divine beasts with similar attributes. But the fighting style of the ferocious beasts was different from that of the divine beasts. These ferocious beasts could be said to be quite valiant. 4. Example, the leader of the ferocious beasts, imbued, whose speed completely crushed the Bloody Hand Mine Devils. His sharp claws could even break the defense of the Bloody Hand Mine Devils. Even Han Fei didn't dare to say that he could break the defense of the Bloody Hand Mine Devils so easily. As for the big cat, Wang Xiaojiu, his speed was even faster than imbued, making many people experience what speed was for the first time. That guy's speed was nearly 30 times the speed of light. Under such extreme speed, Wang Xiaojiu scratched crazily and directly tore the Bloody Hand Mine Devil into pieces. Han Fei even saw Wang Xiaojiu open his mouth and swallow the dispersing black smoke and the distorted soul. As for the ice-patterned spider, her body was surrounded by extremely cold Dao runes. Any mind demon that approached her would be severely slowed down. Then, the spider's two sharp claws, like two extremely cold blades, cut open the Dao of strength of the mind demon. Then, dark green toxins seeped in. Any mind demon that was poisoned would fall into chaos and fight wildly. In less than 10 seconds, their bodies would begin to freeze and they would die. Han Fei observed the battle while fighting. He had to admit that this was a feast for the eyes. Before, he didn't think that the Northern Expedition Army could break through the mind demon stream, but now, it was not impossible. After the battle lasted for 6 hours, most of the ordinary mind demons had died. Although no one had set foot in the mind demon stream for tens of thousands of years, causing many mind demons of the sky-opening realm to be born here, the space and resources here were relatively limited. In addition to the fighting between the mind demons and some of the mind demons that had already escaped, there couldn't be many ordinary mind demons here. In just 6 hours, Han Fei witnessed the death of nearly 50,000 mind demons. And more than 3,000 bloody hand mind devils died. Of course, although the Northern Expedition Army was strong, the consumption was a lot. Besides, even Han Fei couldn't find anything wrong with this battle, but the number of cultivators killed still exceeded 1,000. This couldn't be helped. So many mind demons were not for nothing. A team could kill 1 or 2 mind demons at the same time, but they couldn't kill 5 or 6. Ordinary mind demons were also mind demons. They were also in the sky opening realm and their physique was very strong. How could it be possible that no one was injured after 50,000 sky opening realm mind demons were killed in 6 hours? Fortunately, they hadn't officially descended to the bottom of the mind demon stream yet. There weren't many bloody hand mind devils here. Once they entered the mind demon stream and such a terrifying battle broke out again, the situation might be reversed. At this moment, because ordinary mind demons were gradually dying, only the bloody hand mind devils were left. Han Fei was waiting to see if the bloody hand mind devils would team up. He wasn't sure if the hand under the spring of blood could control these bloody hand mind devils. At this moment, the supervisors were the busiest. They were counting the distribution of the minerals and the corpses of the dead cultivators. They would not allow the corpses of these people to be taken away by a certain fraction alone. After all, these were the corpses of peak-level late-stage star transformation realm cultivators. In addition to their origin stars, they definitely had some modified stars. Furthermore, there must be a lot of resources on their origin stars. Everyone took a breath in relief. Although they had witnessed the deaths of thousands of peak-level late-stage star transformation realm cultivators, they still felt that they had made a fortune this time. Just the 50,000 mind demons and the level 7 minerals produced by the bloody hand mind devils meant that they had obtained at least more than 3,000 godly weapons. Of course, the resources of the ferocious beasts and the divine beasts wouldn't be shared with the Northern Expedition Army. They had their own way of fighting and basically didn't need the help of the Northern Expedition Army. Another hour later, when the last bloody hand mind devil perished, everyone knew that there shouldn't be any bloody hand mind devils near the sea now. However, they knew even better that they hadn't reached the bottom of the mine demon stream yet. They didn't know what the real mind demon stream was like yet. At this moment, the white tiger said, "Hey, can you still fight? If you can, go down and take a look. You have to try." Wu Shuang suggested, "Let's have an exchange of views." Imbued said, "What's there to talk about? This isn't a victory yet. It's just an appetizer. Now that the Northern Expedition Army is in peak condition, it's a good time to take the initiative to attack." Ignoring White Tiger and Imbued, Wu Shuang asked the leaders telepathically, "What do you think?" After witnessing the strength of the Bloody Hand Mine Devils, someone responded, "I think we can continue. Although there are a lot of mine demons in this place, we can still handle them." Someone replied, "We can continue. We're mainly facing ordinary mine demons now. In fact, these mine demons didn't cause much damage to us. Half of the casualties were killed by the 3,000 Bloody Hand Mine Devils. However, without the interference of these ordinary mine demons, I don't think the subsequent battles will be very fierce." Seconded. Although the 6-hour battle is exhausting, the weakest cultivator of our Northern Expedition Army is in the peak-level late-stage star transformation realm. Our endurance is not so poor. We can still fight. Everybody agreed, and Wu Shuang didn't say anything, but she still asked Han Fei for his opinion. Wu Shuang asked, "What do you think?" Han Fei said, "I have no objection, but let me remind you that the main enemy in the battle just now was not the Bloody Hand Mine Devil. Besides, you should note that half of the Bloody Hand Mine Devils were killed by the divine beasts and the ferocious beasts. If you continue to fight, you'd better not underestimate your enemy." This time, no one argued with Han Fei, because what he said was true. Besides, he didn't sound like he wanted the Northern Expedition Army to suffer heavy casualties. This at least showed that it wasn't the time for Han Fei to burn the bridge after crossing it. Some scheming people were glad to see this attitude of Han Fei. After the painful lesson, everybody in the Northern Expedition Army had learned their lesson. They had to keep alive to get resources. The 15,000-strong Northern Expedition Army was now less than 12,000, but the resources were constantly increasing. Therefore, the more people died in the early stages, the more the survivors would get. Participating in the Northern Expedition was an act of gambling with one's life. The reason why so many people participated was that most people who came to the infinite mining area were gambling with their lives. Instead of hanging around in the 100 Alliance City and relying on some small mining areas to slowly grow, it was better to do something big at once. If they succeeded, it would be equivalent to thousands of years of cultivation. If they failed, their lives would be lost. Was it a loss? No one felt that it was a loss. They had witnessed the departure of too many companions. Which one of them who survived wasn't strong-willed? And all those who came to the infinite mining area had the determination to prove their Tao. Therefore, when everyone agreed and continued to explore, they formed arrays again and once again turned into 10-person teams. At the bottom of the mine demon stream, everyone was ready to erupt at any time. The moment they descended to the bottom of the mine demon stream, their first reaction was of course to sweep with their perception, but perhaps because they had killed all the Bloody Hand Mine Devils near the entrance, they didn't find any Bloody Hand Mine Devils at first. However, they all discovered a problem. Under this mine demon stream, there was a different world inside. The entrance was only 1,000 kilometers wide, but below, their perception couldn't reach the end. God knew how big it was. At this time, Han Fei had become the tour guide. The big cat, Wang Xiaojiu, rushed to Han Fei and said, "Human butcher, do you have a name?" Han Fei said, "You can call me Human Emperor. You might know my name one day." Wang Xiaojiu said, "I'm afraid that day won't come. I heard that you have many enemies. Many people in the Northern Expedition Army want you dead." Emojo was speechless. "Wang Xiaojiu, what are you talking about? I just told you not to get too close to this person. Why did you keep talking to him when you knew he was going to die?" Han Fei grinned and said, "Really? Too many people want me dead, but nobody can kill me." Wang Xiaojiu tilted his head and stared at Han Fei with her round cat eyes. "You're quite confident. How about this? You can secretly share the essence of the great monarch's inheritance with me, and I'll protect you. As a ferocious beast, I'm a man of my word. I promise you in my capacity as a cat." Han Fei glanced at him speechlessly. "It has no essence. You might not believe it, but I was kicked out of the place of inheritance of the great monarch. Bloody hand, before I could enter it. 2595 Northern Expedition Army suffering heavy casualties, 2 in 1. Hiss. Wang Xiaojiu widened his cat eyes and exclaimed, "How is it possible? I think you are very strong. Those having less than 3 great Dao locks are definitely not your match. You have 4 Dao locks, right? Who can beat you out?" Han Fei didn't hide his conversation with Wang Xiaojiu, because Han Fei didn't want to treat it as a secret. After all, they would definitely find out later that there were far more than 30,000 bloody hand mine devils under the mine demon stream. To remind them that I don't know much about the land of inheritance. Of course, it's not up to me whether you believe it or not. Sure enough, when Han Fei said this, it did cause many people to speculate. In fact, many people were secretly observing Han Fei. Although the human butcher started off as a pirate, he was indeed very strong. Someone had suspected that Han Fei had at least 4 or even 5 Dao locks, since he could kill 7 Dao lock level cultivators on his own. Now, hearing Han Fei say that he was kicked out without even seeing the land of inheritance, whether it was true or not, at least they were vigilant. After rushing for about 500,000 kilometers, they didn't see any bloody hand mine devils, but they did encounter a lot of invisible water veins, which were the roots of the demon vanquishing tree. However, at this moment, everyone was walking in arrays, so the roots weren't very useful. After all, none of the people on this trip were weak. After crossing more than 2 million kilometers, many people perceived the existence of the bloody hand mine devils. Just like what Han Fei saw when he first came down, these bloody hand mine devils were standing upright in the water, absorbing the mineral power of the mine demon stream. On most of the bloody hand mine devils, there were flash lizards attached to them. When the first perception touched the bloody hand mine devil, a flash lizard had already looked at the person. Wu Shuang and the others all shouted, "Prepare to face the enemy." When the leaders shouted to face the enemy, they saw light explosions one after another, and there were even bloody hand mine devils jumping over. Such a short distance was nothing for the bloody hand mine devils. As the saying went, once there was one, there would be 2. When the first bloody hand mine devil moved, it seemed to wake up the other bloody hand mine devils who were cultivating. As a result, there were many light explosions. In terms of perception, the bloody hand mine devils were actually very strong. Han Fei knew the reason why there were only more than 3,000 bloody hand mine devils at the entrance. That was because the entrance was sealed by the mystic martial armor. Once the bloody hand mine devil attacked, it would be instantly purified. In the long run, even if the bloody hand mine devils had no intelligence, they generally wouldn't go to the entrance. But it was different below the mine demon stream. Here, the bloody hand mine devils would not be afraid. They were the masters here. Wang Xiaojiu was next to Han Fei at this moment. When he saw the bloody hand mine devils, he muttered, "There are only dozens of them. We still need to fight for a while to attract more." However, as soon as Wang Xiaojiu said so, dozens of them became hundreds. Han Fei tilted his head and glanced at Wang Xiaojiu. The bloody hand mine devil is very fast and arrives in the blink of an eye. Not everyone can afford the price of underestimating their enemy. As Han Fei expected, it only took 3 seconds for hundreds to thousands of bloody hand mine devils to appear. Han Fei was not surprised at all. It took him 3 years to reach the blood spring. Even though he was in the form of black fog, he was repeatedly discovered. When he was discovered, he could only run for his life. Now that so many people from the Northern Expedition Army had broken in openly, it would be strange if the bloody hand mine devils didn't gang up on them. When the number of bloody hand mine devils increased to 3 or 4,000, someone finally realized that something was wrong. Many leaders shouted at Han Fei, "Why are there so many bloody hand mine devils? Isn't it said that there are only more than 30,000 bloody hand mine devils? Why has 1/10 of them suddenly come?" Although there were still nearly 20,000 people in the Northern Expedition Army, including ferocious beasts and divine beasts, there were still too many bloody hand mine devils. They could block one bloody hand mine devil with a single jump and flash, but what about 100 or even 1,000? Even if they moved in arrays, there was always an order. The bloody hand mine devils didn't know what order was. Instead, all they knew was to use slaughter fists and bloody claw. An array could resist 1 or 2, but it couldn't resist the attacks of multiple bloody hand mine devils at the same time. In the blink of an eye, dozens of arrays were broken. This time, they were completely broken, not just had 1 or 2 loopholes. The people who were scattered were horrified. They scattered the clean stones on their bodies and tried their best to escape behind the army. However, there were always bloody hand mine devils appearing in front of them, punching them and blowing them up in the next second. This scene was different from the battle at the entrance. At that time, the battle was too complicated and there were ordinary mine demons interfering. This time, there was no such thing. After nearly 200 people died under this round of attack in just dozens of seconds, more and more people questioned Han Fei. Someone shouted, "Human butcher, are you lying? Why are there so many bloody hand mine devils here?" Someone questioned, "Human butcher, what else are you hiding?" However, Han Fei had already thought of a countermeasure. He said, "Did I hide anything from you? Look carefully, there are less than 5,000 bloody hand mine devils coming at us." However, the combat power of these bloody hand mine devils is completely different from the previous batch. It was chaos just now. But now it's a showdown. Besides, when I came in, I didn't fight among so many bloody hand mine devils, but deceived their perception and sneaked over. Someone shouted, "Then why is the number of bloody hand mine devils still increasing? If I've guessed right, all the bloody hand mine devils within tens of millions of kilometers have been attracted to us." Han Fei was also angry. "If you still have the time to ask me, then fight hard." This is the *king inheritance land of a great monarch. If it's really so easy to enter, the great monarch will have no face. Calm down. This kind of impact only happens once. After this round of impact, it will be our home ground. Han Fei didn't feel guilty at all. You asked to come, and I didn't force you. In fact, if there were only 3,000 or 4,000 bloody hand mine devils in this round of attacks, it wouldn't be a big deal. More importantly, Han Fei wondered if the bloody hand mine devils would be controlled by that bloody hand. This was very likely. As the demon vanquishing tree had said, the bloody hand mine devils had attacked Puppet City more than once and also attacked the seal more than once. The bloody hand mine devils didn't have the wits to team up to attack, so someone must be controlling them. And the only thing that could control them couldn't be the demon vanquishing tree, so it could only be the suppressed bloody hand. In fact, as Han Fei expected, the number of bloody hand mine devils gradually increased to 5,000, and more were coming. In the beginning, only more than 200 members of the Northern Expedition Army had died, but the situation had just stabilized slightly when the bloody hand mine devils behind kept replenishing, which was unbearable for many teams. Someone threw out tens of thousands of clean stones in an attempt to purify the bloody hand mine devil that attacked their team. However, this person was torn apart by another bloody claw. The invincible divine beasts and demonic beasts didn't feel well either. In just a short while, more than 50 ferocious beasts had died. Only the divine beasts were slightly better. All the divine beasts with the power of purification immediately came to the periphery, enveloping the other divine beasts. At this moment, they couldn't run. If he ran, it would be equivalent to leaving their backs to these bloody hand mine devils. Therefore, the Northern Expedition Army, together with the divine beasts and ferocious beasts, could only retreat strategically. It was a little slow, but relatively safe. It wasn't that the army didn't want to push forward, but that the bloody hand mine devils' attack was too ferocious and they couldn't push forward at all. In just half an hour, the number of bloody hand mine devils had increased to more than 8,000, and there were still bloody hand mine devils coming. The short journey of several million kilometers took them a whole hour. When they retreated to the entrance, but didn't leave the mine demon stream, they found that the bloody hand mine devils stopped chasing them. At this moment, they finally realized that these bloody hand mine devils were controlled. Yes, someone was controlling these bloody hand mine devils. At this moment, the army stopped, all looking awful. In the supervisor team, a supervisor said, "The second time we came down, we killed a total of 51,204 ordinary mine demons and 9,201 bloody hand mine devils. 2,902 people from the Northern Expedition Army died, 309 from the ferocious beasts and 198 from the divine beast died." This statistical result really shocked everyone. Before they went down to the bottom of the mine, only 1,000 people from the Northern Expedition Army had died. But after only an hour, nearly 2,000 more had died? Someone was horrified. The Northern Expedition Army came with more than 15,000 people, but now there are only 10,062 left. But we've only killed 12,000 bloody hand mine devils. This time, before anyone questioned Han Fei. Han Fei said, "If I've guessed right, it should be the power left behind by the great monarch bloody hand. It's either his consciousness, a soul fragment, or something else. This thing is manipulating the bloody hand mine devils, just like how I was beaten out before I could enter the land of inheritance." Someone said, "Why didn't you mention it before?" Han Fei said, "Are you stupid? I explored this place alone and avoided these bloody hand mine devils, so I didn't know that they could be organized. It's not too late for you to know now." Suddenly, someone asked, "Human butcher, how did you know that there are more than 30,000 bloody hand mine devils here?" Han Fei said, "Based on the distance. To be honest, I explored for a full 3 years and finally found the entrance to the land of inheritance. In the past 3 years, I basically walked all the paths ahead of the land of inheritance." Someone's expression changed slightly. "What do you mean? Do you mean that there's a road behind the land of inheritance?" Han Fei was silent for a moment. "I'm not sure. I haven't explored it." Seeing that Han Fei didn't know the answer, many people immediately understood. It was not that he didn't know, but he didn't want to say it. Everyone knew that it was impossible for Han Fei to tell all the information to them. Now, the problem had come. Firstly, the bloody hand mine devils could be controlled. Secondly, the information Han Fei provided before that there were 30,000 bloody hand mine devils might not be valid now. However, they couldn't blame him. This was because the Northern Expedition Army, plus the divine beasts and ferocious beasts, couldn't easily take this place. How could Han Fei have known the danger here alone? Yes, when people were in extreme trouble, they would instinctively find excuses for others. They felt that even if Han Fei had 5 Dao locks, it was impossible for him to completely explore the Mind Demon stream alone. However, they were not Han Fei. How could they know Han Fei's capabilities? They could only use themselves as a reference to find an excuse for Han Fei. At this moment, Han Fei said, "The bloody hand mine devils can be controlled. I didn't know it before. Now it seems that maybe the great monarch Bloody Hand still has a remnant soul or will left here. Everyone, if you don't want to continue exploring, you can divide up the gains from this trip and give up this northern expedition now." In fact, Han Fei's words tempted many peak-level late-stage star transformation realm cultivators. After all, too many people had died. There were 15,000 people in the Northern Expedition Army, but 1/3 of them had died before they reached the real entrance of the inheritance land. If they continued to fight, it was a question whether there would be 5,000 people left. However, Han Fei's words were immediately rejected. Come on, it wasn't easy to find this place and organize a northern expedition, nor to let these people pave the way as cannon fodder. Who would be willing to disband the Northern Expedition Army now? Opportunities never come again. If they couldn't get the inheritance here this time, then in a few months or at most a year, a large number of strong masters would come to the infinite mining area, and even monarchs would come in person. At that time, even if they could still come to this place, they would definitely not be the leaders. No matter how powerful the inheritance here was, it might have nothing to do with them. Therefore, someone directly objected. I disagree. The Northern Expedition Army has made such a huge sacrifice. If we give up now, won't the sacrifices be in vain? Someone echoed, that's right. Although we suffered heavy casualties in the second battle, our results are not bad this time. We killed more than 50,000 ordinary peak-level late-stage star transformation realm mine demons, and nearly 10,000 bloody hand mine devils. This is already a huge improvement compared to the previous time. Someone agreed. I think so too. A large number of people died. That's because we haven't adapted to the fighting habits of the bloody hand mine devils. In addition, I think that there are some problems with the timing of your use of clean stones, which needs to be adjusted. I think that we can recover for another day and then attack again. Wu Shuang said, we're already here. There's no reason to give up halfway. In theory, even if there are more than 30,000 bloody hand mine devils, they won't be able to withstand our repeated attacks. Although it's vast here, the number of bloody hand mine devils must be limited. Otherwise, this place wouldn't be able to nurture so many perfected star transformation realm mine demons. Since even Wu Shuang had expressed that she wanted to continue, no one objected. Even if some peak-level late-stage star transformation realm cultivators wanted to leave, the resources were not in their hands, and they had no say. Besides, they also wanted to take a chance. Therefore, they decided to rest for a day before going to war again. During the break, different from the Northern Expedition Army, the Divine Beasts and the Ferocious Beasts had distributed the resources they gained. While the Northern Expedition Army was resting, the two parties were dividing up the resources. Among them, the Ferocious Beasts had piled up level 7 and level 6 minerals and those below level 6. The Northern Expedition Army was all jealous. There were 1,800 level 7 minerals, 5,000 level 6 minerals, and 40,000 minerals below level 6 in that batch. This was all the gains of the Ferocious Beasts so far, but these guys were really shockingly strong. Only 3,800 ferocious beasts came this time. More than 3,800 people had killed 1,800 bloody hand mine devils, which showed the terrifying combat power of the ferocious beasts. The divine beasts were also allocating resources. They had 2,100 level 7 minerals, more than 6,000 level 6 ones, but only about 20,000 below level 6. It could be seen that in the face of ordinary enemies, the ferocious beasts were obviously more destructive. In the face of the bloody hand mine devil, there was no telling if it was because of the natural suppression of the divine beasts, but the divine beasts were stronger. On the other hand, the Northern Expedition Army had sacrificed 5,000 people and acquired about 8,000 level 7 minerals, 25,000 level 6 minerals, and a total of 180,000 minerals below level 6. Of course, this was all their gains since this northern expedition started. However, if they were distributed evenly, each person would get almost 1 level 7 mineral and 3 level 6 minerals. However, this gain was clearly not much compared to the current sacrifice. Of course, as the battle continued, everyone would get more. Those who benefited in the end might be more delighted. One day later, everyone had returned to their peak state. After the latest discussion, they decided to clear the way with clean stones from the moment they encountered the bloody hand mine devils. The total number of clean stones distributed in everyone's hands was a billion. However, the consumption of the previous battles was quite high. However, everyone knew that 100 clean stones were not enough for the bloody hand mine devils. Only 1,000 clean stones could shake one bloody hand mine devil. To purify one bloody hand mine devil, it might take 10,000 clean stones. But to use thousands of clean stones at once, this level of resource consumption was terrifying. Therefore, in just these two battles, 100 million of the 1.1 billion clean stones had already been used. However, compared to the clean stones, their lives were naturally more important. The third exploration. They went deep into the bottom of the mine demon stream. This time, they went 5 million kilometers down, and a large number of bloody hand mine devils raided them again. Bang! 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 In order to deal with the first round of attacks by the bloody hand mine devils, more than 10 million clean stones were released at the beginning of the battle. Although it still couldn't completely stop the deaths, this time only dozens of people died in the impact. It was much stronger than the last time when hundreds of people were killed in one wave. Of course, it would definitely cost some clean stones. The first round of attacks by the bloody hand mine devils lasted less than 100 seconds. Although more bloody hand mine devils came later, the number no longer increased on a large scale, but increased one after another. With the previous experience, this time, no one was stingy with the clean stones in their hands. In fact, many peak-level late-stage star transformation realm cultivators had already figured out that they would have no chance to get a share of the real inheritance of the great monarch. Too many people here coveted the inheritance of the great monarch. They had no resources at all except for the more than 50,000 clean stones distributed to them by the strong masters. It was almost impossible for them to compete for the greatest opportunity. Therefore, what they could compete for was resources that the real strong masters didn't want. The perfected star transformation realm cultivators were not interested in these resources because they were already perfected star transformation realm cultivators. But the peak-level late-stage star transformation realm cultivators were interested because the level 7 mineral could create enough conditions for them to advance to the perfected star transformation realm. Once they reached the perfected star transformation realm, although the level 7 mineral was still precious, they wouldn't have to risk their lives to obtain it. An hour later, the battle had reached a point where the Northern Expedition Army couldn't hold on anymore. This was because the number of bloody hand mine devils had completely exceeded 10,000. This meant that almost every squad was facing 7 or 8 bloody hand mine devils. Fortunately, the divine beasts and the ferocious beasts shared the pressure. Otherwise, the Northern Expedition Army would probably retreat again. More than 2 hours later, a member of the supervisor team roared, "Everyone! We've killed more than 10,000 bloody hand mine devils." This reminder shocked many people. A large number of clean stones were squandered in exchange for the death of 10,000 bloody hand mine devils. However, they discovered that while they were still fighting the bloody hand mine devils, the other party's number remained around 10,000. 3 hours later, a team member shouted, "Request a temporary retreat. We've used up all our clean stones." Someone shouted angrily, "Why are there still so many bloody hand mine devils? Didn't they say there were 30,000? It should be enough now, right?" Some teams had run out of clean stones, and the bloody hand mine devils found an opportunity to break up their array. Bang! 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 In the light of purification, only a few places were not covered by the light of purification. The bloody hand mine devils would definitely be the first to rush up. Therefore, the first squad of 10 that was completely wiped out appeared. After fighting for such a long time, although the number of enemies killed had soared, when the clean stones were used up, those people became live targets. Almost every team that ran out of clean stones was wiped out in an instant. It wasn't easy for the ferocious beasts and divine beasts either. This was because the ferocious beasts had started to use the clean stones. However, they didn't use it on the bloody hand mine devils, but on themselves. In the end, there were too few of them, but there were too many bloody hand mine devils. The prolonged battle had greatly increased the probability of them being contaminated. Their own resistance was insufficient, so they could only resolve it with clean stones. And in this place, nearly 500 strong masters of the ferocious beasts died. The situation was better on the side of the divine beasts. Only about 200 of them died, but the combat power of the divine beasts had obviously plummeted. They must have used too much power. Emogio and the white tiger both shouted, "Retreat first, retreat first." The situation on the Northern Expedition Army's side was not much better. More and more people had used up their clean stones. In the next half an hour, more than 100 teams were destroyed. This was not the problem of the Northern Expedition Army. The main reason was the lack of clean stones and the lack of sustainability of the battle. In just 1.5 hours, more than 300 million clean stones had been consumed. Plus the previous consumption, nearly half of the clean stones of the Northern Expedition Army had been consumed. Of course, the large consumption of the clean stones and the deaths of the cultivators of the three parties were exchanged for the deaths of nearly 20,000 bloody hand mine devils. Han Fei calculated with his fingers. So far, they had killed more than 30,000 bloody hand mine devils. Including the number of bloody hand mine devils he and the demon vanquishing tree had killed before, almost 40,000 were killed. However, Han Fei had calculated that there might be nearly 100,000 bloody hand mine devils here, and less than half of them had been eliminated. At this moment, the advantage of the Northern Expedition Army had disappeared. In just half an hour, more than 1,000 people died. Even the ferocious beasts and the divine beasts began to die on a large scale. Judging from this situation, after using up the clean stones, they could only kill more than 60,000 bloody hand mine devils, but there might still be nearly 40,000 bloody hand mine devils in this mine demon stream. Unless the entire Northern Expedition Army was wiped out, it was impossible for them to completely wipe out the bloody hand mine devils in the mine demon stream. At this moment, the three major forces realized that this place was difficult to attack and ordered their men to retreat. However, Han Fei knew that he couldn't run away. The rear had been surrounded. The Northern Expedition Army had to fight now. The suppressed bloody hand might not be able to come out for the time being, but he could still control some of the bloody hand mine devil's actions. Did he want to eat the Northern Expedition Army all at once? What Han Fei didn't understand was that this was not the territory of the Great Monarch Bloody Hand. This was the mine demon stream, and behind it was Puppet City. Why did you try so hard to stop the Northern Expedition Army? In the next moment, the big cat, Wang Xiaojiu, shouted, "Not good. Our escape route has been blocked. I've already sensed that a large number of bloody hand mine devils are coming from behind." Buzz. For a moment, everyone's expression turned extremely ugly. Behind them? The mastermind paid the price of 20,000 bloody hand mine devils just to create an opportunity to block their retreat? At this moment, countless people were horrified. Especially the cultivators in the peak-level late-stage star transformation realm. After such a long battle, they had almost used up all their clean stones. They could only risk their lives in another such battle. Although Han Fei had facilitated the Northern Expedition, he didn't want the Northern Expedition Army to be wiped out. The inheritance of the Great Monarch was there, but if you entered it, you would die. Then would you enter it? However, he wouldn't die if he went in. Then, even if he took the Great Monarch's inheritance, no one could do anything but stare enviously. At the same time, Han Fei's other purpose was to warn the demon-vanquishing tree. But the problem was that the demon-vanquishing tree hadn't appeared. Until now. Except for those ownerless roots, the demon-vanquishing tree didn't disrupt the invasion of the Northern Expedition Army at all. Han Fei didn't think this was right either. Once the Bloody Hand Mine Devils were wiped out, it meant that Puppet City lost a natural protective barrier. Under the circumstances where the Bloody Hand Mine Devils were slaughtered so wantonly, the demon-vanquishing tree should be on the Bloody Hand Mine Devils' side at this moment. Only in this way could it maintain the current situation of the Mine Demon Stream and protect Puppet City. However, he didn't have the demon-vanquishing tree, which made Han Fei eager to know what happened in Puppet City. However, what could have happened in Puppet City? The only thing was that the old turtle had reforged his body with the turtle egg of great monarch Mystic Marshal. It wasn't a big deal and wouldn't cause such a strange situation. Han Fei knew that this was the real crisis for the Northern Expedition Army. Although they had reached this realm, they had to bear the consequences, no matter what choice they made. He didn't feel guilty at all. All he wanted was to grow stronger and prove his Tao. However, Han Fei felt that these people couldn't all die now. All of a sudden, Han Fei shouted, "Those who have clean stones, stop hiding them. If you use them, you can at least fight for a while. Otherwise, you'll be courting death. Also, the city of origin and the city of scavengers must have extra clean stones. Don't hide them now. Do you want the Northern Expedition Army to be destroyed?" And Shanbei and Luo Chen's faces turned green. "We've already taken out a lot. All right? The remaining clean stones are the key to the competition for the inheritance of the great monarch. Can they be used easily here?" At this moment, the two of them suddenly wondered if they should draw everyone's attention to Wu Shuang. However, Wu Shuang glanced at them coldly, as if saying, "If you dare to say anything, you will die." This made them uncertain. This time, the strongest team in the 100 Alliance City was this group of people from the capital of horror. There were as many as 70 perfected star transformation realm cultivators, and their combat power was extremely terrifying. They had already targeted Wu Shuang once and scammed her of 500 million clean stones. If they scammed her again, even if they made it out alive, the consequences would be immeasurable. It was definitely not a good thing to offend the #1 superpower in the infinite mining area. At this moment, guided by Han Fei's words, many leaders and cultivators had already looked at the two of them. Someone said, "And Shanbei, Luo Chen, do you want us to all die?" Someone shouted coldly, "It's very simple for two forces to disappear from this Northern Expedition Army. You don't have time to think now. Hurry up and take out the clean stones." On the ferocious beast side, Emojiao and Wang Xiaojiao also shouted, "We also want a share, or we will tear you apart." All of a sudden, and Shanbei and Luochen felt as if they were sitting on pins and needles. If they didn't hand the clean stones over, they would be in serious trouble. They had every reason to believe that the army of the Northern Expedition would join forces and wipe them out. Then, the strong masters of the capital of horror would find a way to enter their origin stars and bring out the clean stones. This was something that they could completely do. Therefore, and Shanbei shouted with an awful look on his face, 200 million. That's the most I can offer. You may not know how precious the clean Stone is, but it's something that our city of origin earned by sacrificing countless cultivators. You're taking out hundreds of millions of them? What do you think we are? A treasure house? However, Wang Xiaojiu shouted, we want 50 million, so you should take out 250 million. Don't bargain. If you can take out 200 million, you will definitely be able to take out 250 million. And the guy from the city of scavengers, you also have to take out 250 million. Emojo added, the divine beasts don't need any. They're born with the power of purification and are very powerful. We ferocious beasts want 100 million. Luochen said, what about the city of wanderers? They are also from the chaotic wasteland. How can they not have clean stones? Where is Chen Tianya? Don't think you can pretend to be invisible by keeping silent. Seeing everyone's gazes sweep over, Chen Tianya snorted coldly. Chen Tianya, don't hide anything. I originally had 100 million clean stones, and 80 million of them have been given away, and the remaining 20 million were split evenly by the 10 of us. Now there's nothing on my origin star. If you don't believe me, come to my origin star and I'll chop off my own head if you find one. I'm open and above board. Do you dare to show your origin stars? With that, Chen Tianya directly showed his star bead. As Chen Tianya did so, the other 9 people in the city of wanderers also revealed their star beads. Come, you can enter our origin stars at any time. If you find an extra clean stone, we'll chop off our heads. Hiss. Many people were no longer suspicious. Look at them. They showed all the clean stones they had. But look at the people of the city of origin and the city of wanderers, they were clearly fooling people. Would they dare to show their star beads? Therefore, even if each of these 2 cities offered 250 million clean stones, no one would think that they had contributed all their clean stones. However, since Chen Tianya had proposed it, there would naturally be people who would. Take a look at his origin star. When a dozen cultivators entered Chen Tianya's origin star and came out, they said to everyone, indeed, there is no clean stone, including on the modified stars. Seeing this scene, everyone no longer suspected Chen Tianya, but they knew that if the 500 million clean stones were still not enough, their last hope would still be Luochen and Anshanbei. The 2 of them looked awful as if they were constipated. However, now that the bloody hand mine devils had launched an attack, no one had the time to loot their stock anymore. But Anshanbei and Chen Tianya were very puzzled. They knew that Long Wu also made a deal with Wu Shuang. Why didn't the city of wanderers stock up more clean stones? But they didn't know that the city of wanderers gave 300 million clean stones to Han Fei. 300 million wasn't a lot, but if it was all given to one person, it would be a lot. At least it could ensure that Han Fei could handle the real bloody hand with ease. Bang! 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 For a time, another battle broke out. However, after only 2 hours, the 3 major factions were having a hard time. There were too many bloody hand mine devils. It didn't look like there were only 30,000 bloody hand mine devils at all. Conservatively speaking, there were at least 60,000 bloody hand mine devils here, or even more. The Northern Expedition Army frantically tried to break through the defense line and rush to the entrance. But in the end, it proved that they failed. There were too many bloody hand mine devils in the rear, giving them no chance to escape at all. Whichever rushed the most fiercely would be killed first. A team with 10 perfected star transformation realm cultivators cut through all obstacles and used millions of clean stones in a short period of time, trying to break through a gap. However, the bloody hand mine devils attacked them crazily, and even the power of the mineral in this space was gathered. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of attacks separated the team of 10 people. In only 2 seconds, the 10 people were completely wiped out. Such a breakthrough was carried out by 5 teams at the same time, but in the end, without exception, they were all wiped out. Finally, some teams had almost run out of clean stones, because of the constant attacks. Those people roared, "Are there any more clean stones? Any more?" Someone shouted, "Teams whose clean stones have almost been used up, retreat." Someone was lost for words. Retreat? Where can we retreat to? The entrance is blocked. We can only go deeper. However, although these people were cursing, they still ran deeper. As they ran, hundreds of teams gathered together in a magnificent array. Just when they thought that they might have to face the dangers in the depths. First, they were surprised to find that the bloody hand mine devils that were originally in the depths of the mine demon stream had all surrounded their entrance. Wait, something is wrong. The bloody hand mine devil doesn't stop us from going deeper. Among the ferocious beasts, Emogio shouted, "All ferocious beasts, charge deeper." The divine beasts, such as the white tiger, were exhausted. They also shouted, "Retreat and go deeper." At this moment, everybody realized that something was wrong. If the bloody hand mine devils wanted to surround them and kill them, they should have attacked them from the front and back, which would have messed up the teams. However, everybody was too busy rushing to the entrance to notice it. It was obvious that the manipulator was trying to drive them deeper. Although they didn't know the reason, it was definitely impossible for them to escape blindly. In order to survive, they could only go deeper. At least, they had to see why this bloody hand mine devil was driving them deeper when he could exhaust them to death. Han Fei's face gradually turned dark. Something was wrong. In the depths of the mine demon stream, there was nothing but the blood spring and puppet city. Han Fei seemed to have guessed the bloody hand mine devil's intentions. Had Bloody Hand already developed such a high level of consciousness? He wanted to drive everyone to Puppet City that was meant to block the ominous. Those who weren't contaminated by the ominous could enter. Of course, if the demon vanquishing tree was unwilling, they couldn't enter. But up to now, the demon vanquishing tree hadn't appeared. Was it watching the show? If these people really attacked Puppet City, it was very likely that the demon vanquishing tree could kill all of them with the strength of the carefree level. More importantly, would the demon vanquishing tree kill them? What if the demon vanquishing tree protected the Northern Expedition Army? Then wouldn't it be a huge loss for the Bloody Hand if the demon vanquishing tree used the Northern Expedition Army to fight the Bloody Hand Mine Devils? No, something is wrong with the demon vanquishing tree. Han Fei frowned. The answer was simple. The demon vanquishing tree was not stupid. On the contrary, it was very smart. If there were really so many strong masters to be used, the demon vanquishing tree would definitely force the Northern Expedition Army to kill the Bloody Hand and even help them. Therefore, Han Fei was certain that something might be wrong with the demon vanquishing tree. However, he couldn't figure it out. The blood spring had almost been sucked up by the Emperor Sparrow, and the Bloody Hand was suppressed under the blood spring with a seal on it. He had set up multiple seals under the original seal, in case the demon vanquishing tree sensed the existence of the bloody hand. This was also the key that Han Fei mentioned to the northern expedition army. If the bloody hand hadn't broken the blood spring, the only change in Puppet City would have been that the old turtle had entered. But the old turtle's soul was only in the perfected star transformation realm. His strength was nothing in front of the demon vanquishing tree. How could this change happen because of him? Up to this moment, Han Fei didn't feel any feedback from his clone. He didn't know if it was still alive. Although the clone didn't use much of his power, it was still a clone in the peak-level late-stage star transformation realm. At this moment, everybody was running as fast as they could. Whoever was slow would be killed if they were caught up by the bloody hand mine devils. At first, hundreds of peak-level late-stage star transformation realm cultivators couldn't keep up with the speed and were enveloped by the bloody hand mine devils, crushed in an instant. Then, Han Fei stopped and came to the back. He punched the air and instantly threw out thousands of fist lights to stop the bloody hand mine devils. Han Fei roared, "Do all the perfected star transformation realm cultivators of the Northern Expedition Army eat sh*T? Although I helped facilitate the Northern Expedition, I never thought of letting them be cannon fodder. You, all perfected star transformation realm cultivators, didn't bring up the rear, but let a group of peak-level late-stage star transformation realm cultivators bring up the rear. Is this the Northern Expedition of your 100 Alliance City? Isn't it disappointing?" Han Fei's words almost brought tears to the eyes of these itinerant cultivators. Just now, many itinerant cultivators said that they couldn't keep up and were going to die. However, in the entire Northern Expedition Army, only the human butcher they regarded as a ferocious bandit was saving them. The others ran forward desperately, not caring about their lives at all. Han Fei's words echoed the thoughts of the itinerant cultivators and reminded Wu Shuang and the others. Wu Shuang roared, "All the perfected star transformation realm cultivators of the capital of horror, cover the rear." The people from the divine capital dynasty also realized that this was definitely a good opportunity to win people's hearts. They immediately shouted, "All the perfected star transformation realm cultivators of the divine capital dynasty, cover the rear." In addition to these two powers, the power that also decided to cover the rear included the Fist Light Mountain, the heaven-worshipping palace from the Central Sea Divine Realm, the City of Wanderers that only had 3 perfected star transformation realm cultivators, and a group of itinerant cultivators. Yes, most of the people covering the rear were itinerant cultivators. They came here to get an opportunity. No one wanted to die. Itinerant cultivators helped itinerant cultivators, so they were willing to cover the rear to protect other itinerant cultivators. However, even including them, there were no more than 300 perfected star transformation realm cultivators guarding the rear. The cultivators of other factions sneered at Han Fei's actions. Someone muttered, "Bring up the rear? Are they out of their minds? Tens of thousands of bloody hand mine devils are chasing us. Isn't it courting death to bring up the rear?" Someone even said bluntly, "How stupid. How can 300 perfected star transformation realm cultivators resist 30,000 perfected star transformation realm mine devils? If they want to die, go." As for Luo Chen and Shan Bei, and the others, they had paid a huge price for the inheritance of the great monarch this time. How was it possible that they went to defend the rear at this time? They also thought that Wu Shuang came here for the inheritance of the great monarch, and the most effective way to obtain the inheritance of the great monarch was to get the clean stones. It was impossible for them to give away clean stones anymore. No matter what others said, getting the inheritance was the key. Once they obtained the inheritance of a great monarch, it meant that a powerful monarch would rise. If he could reach the level of the great monarch Bloody Hand, it would be worth it no matter how many sky-opening realm cultivators died. Besides, they knew that there was not just the inheritance of the great monarch Bloody Hand in this place. They knew that this was the mine demon stream, the city of the former great monarch mystic Marshall. God knew how many treasures were left here. There were only so many treasures. They didn't want to share them with so many people. At this moment, they seemed to have forgotten that they were chased to run deeper by the Bloody Hand mine devils. In the rear, Han Fei erupted, and 5 strange sounds burst out from his body. He was simulating the breakage of the great Dao locks, but no one saw great Dao locks appear on Han Fei. Therefore, many people weren't sure if Han Fei had broken his great Dao locks. However, in the next moment, they were sure. Han Fei's chi and blood soared to the sky, and a golden fist mark shattered the void. A Bloody Hand mine devil attacked at the speed of light explosion, but it was blasted apart by Han Fei's punch. The Bloody Hand exploded and the flash lizard shattered. Hiss. So strong. How is it possible? He blew up a Bloody Hand mine devil with one punch? A super cultivator with 5 Dao locks. God, no wonder Human Butcher could kill 7 Dao lock level cultivators in one battle. No wonder Human Butcher could find the inheritance of a great monarch and enter this place alone to explore. Someone exclaimed, he has 5 Dao locks and is about to prove Dao. If it weren't for the inheritance of the great monarch, he wouldn't have come to the infinite mining area at all, right? Someone was shocked. That's right. Human Butcher hasn't done much evil up to now, right? He only killed some pirates and destroyed the soul-controlling sect. Everyone present knew what kind of people the soul-controlling sect was. They were all perfected star transformation realm cultivators and had been invited by the soul-controlling sect before. How could they not know? As for the pirates, were any of them good? If they were, why would they be pirates? Therefore, at this moment, many people's opinions of Han Fei changed. At this moment, even Chen Tianya was shocked. Is this person so strong? So he is about to prove Dao. No wonder he dares to compete with the master of silence for the position of human emperor. No wonder the master of silence asked Long Wu to listen to his orders. There is indeed a reason for all this. On the ferocious beast's side, the big cat Wang Xiaojiu exclaimed, "Meow, this person is so scary." The power unleashed by his fist exceeds the power of the Dao proving level, right? A black yak said, his strength is definitely comparable to that of a Dao prover, but I haven't seen many laws in his attacks. However, his combat power feels like that of a ferocious beast. Wang Xiaojiu said, of course. If the laws in his attacks are strong, he will be a monarch. How can he still be in the sky-opening realm? Emojio said, it feels a little strange. I didn't see his Dao locks at all. Wang Xiaojiu said, maybe he didn't want his great Dao to be seen. I just didn't expect him to be willing to fight for a group of irrelevant cultivators. It's too exciting. I want to fight. Emojio didn't stop him, but said, be careful. Save your strength. I feel that Something big will happen later. Got it. Swish. Wang Xiaojiu jumped out, appeared next to Han Fei in an instant, and shouted. Brother Human Butcher, I admire you and have come to fight alongside you. Of course, Han Fei didn't really come to help these people out of compassion. He just wanted to win people's hearts. As for why he wanted to win people's hearts, Han Fei didn't have a clear idea now. However, he felt that the infinite mining area was a suitable place to rise quickly. He wanted the human race to settle in the infinite mining areas. The chaotic wasteland was clearly not suitable for cultivation. The cultivation efficiency in any place in the sea realm might exceed the chaotic wasteland. The infinite mining area was undoubtedly a super cultivation place where danger and opportunity coexisted. Han Fei's current behavior changed the way the itinerant cultivators looked at him, allowing everyone to see his attitude. He killed a bloody hand mine devil with a slash and roared, I'm the human emperor. I'll do what I should do. Since I facilitated the northern expedition, I'll cover the rear. However, I've really seen it for myself. Apart from a few fractions, the 100 Alliance City is just trash. With your way of doing things, you want to prove Dao? Dream on. While praising himself, Han Fei belittled the others who had escaped. He even raised this kind of behavior as a way of doing things, which completely changed the opinions of all the itinerant cultivators on him. Even many of the fleeing factions suspected that it was really because of their way of doing things that they couldn't grow quickly. Although what the human emperor did was not a good thing and was always accompanied by the death of a large number of strong masters, he seemed to be very principled. For example, now, under the pursuit of this 30,000 perfected star transformation realm bloody hand mine devils, Han Fei could still step forward and even break his 5 great Dao locks to cover the retreat. How could ordinary people have such a bearing? In the eyes of these itinerant cultivators, Han Fei immediately turned from the human butcher into the dignified human emperor. Han Fei roared, the perfected star transformation realm cultivators among the itinerant cultivators. Take these peak-level late-stage star transformation realm itinerant cultivators and run. I'll cover your retreat. Hearing this, all the itinerant cultivators were moved. Someone said, Human Emperor, can you resist them alone? Han Fei sneered. Perfected star transformation cultivators are not worthy of killing me. Wu Shuang roared, hurry up, don't dawdle. Then, the itinerant cultivators in the perfected star transformation realm all roared, all those in the peak-level late-stage star transformation realm. Gather around the perfected star transformation realm cultivators and enter your origin stars. At this moment, it was not the time to be pretentious. With a second slower, they might have been killed. Because Han Fei was covering the rear, he was besieged by hundreds of bloody hand mine devils at this moment. However, at this moment, Han Fei's fist mark rushed horizontally like a star blooming. In the blink of an eye, dozens of bloody hand mine devils were blown up by Han Fei. A bloody hand mine devil grabbed Han Fei but was shaken away by his soaring qi and blood. In the next second, Han Fei pulled with both hands and the bloody hand mine devil was torn apart and exploded. Wang Xiaojiu unleashed a terrifying speed of nearly 30 times the speed of light. As he slapped the bloody hand mine devil's back, he was shocked. Is this a human? Is this a pure-blooded human? Is a pure-blooded human so terrifying? He had never seen a ferocious beast below the same realm as him who could achieve such power. He felt that this was a real ferocious beast. The itinerant cultivators didn't waste any time. They led the peak level late stage star transformation realm cultivators and shouted, "Human Emperor, we're leaving first." At this moment, there was no point in saying polite remarks. Although Han Fei looked extremely heroic, not everyone had such a mindset. Even though they were shocked by Han Fei's bravery, they knew that they were not Han Fei. They didn't have 5 Dao locks. Even if they were besieged by dozens of bloody hand-mine devils, they would have to die. They ran now, because they recognized their own strength. In just 5 seconds, Han Fei was besieged by thousands of bloody hand-mine devils. And because of Han Fei's inexplicable strength, the bloody hand-mine devils didn't chase the others, but just attacked him. Although Han Fei was extremely ferocious, he was still sent flying everywhere and couldn't resist countless slaughter punches. Han Fei shouted, "Wang Xiaojiu, Wu Shuang, you retreat too. I can leave in 5 seconds." Wang Xiaojiu was suspicious. "Can you do it?" Wu Shuang simply shouted, "Everyone, let's go." Seeing that everyone had left, Wang Xiaojiu looked back at Han Fei, immediately entered the white cave space, and disappeared. Seeing that everyone had left, Han Fei threw out tens of millions of clean stones. In an instant, the world suddenly lit up. Heaven enlightenment divine technique. Divine brilliance descended and enveloped Han Fei, but at this moment, tens of thousands of bloody hand-mine devils had already caught up with him and blocked Han Fei's way. However, when the divine brilliance dissipated and the light between the heavens and earth dimmed, Han Fei was nowhere to be seen. Buzz. Hundreds of thousands of kilometers away, Han Fei appeared in a sorry state, with a swollen face. Fortunately, he had the twin divine technique. Otherwise, he probably wouldn't have been able to get out. In the next moment, Han Fei entered the white cave space and rushed towards the army. While running, Han Fei thought that the bloody hand under the spring of blood must have been targeting him. It was obviously trying to kill him just now. It turned out that the bloody hand was very vengeful. At this moment, Han Fei felt that something might have happened to Puppet City. After a while, where the army was, the white cave space flashed, blood chi surged, and then Han Fei descended in front of everyone. Hiss. Many people took a deep breath. No wonder this guy dared to explore the place of inheritance of the great monarch alone. They didn't expect that he could show up after being besieged by so many bloody hand-mine devils. Then, someone said in delight, "You've escaped? Thank you for your help, human Emperor. We itinerant cultivators will never forget your help." Someone cupped his fists. "We can't thank you enough. Human Emperor, welcome to our camp in the future. We will definitely treat you as a distinguished guest." Someone laughed. "The human Emperor is awesome." Han Fei, on the other hand, was as cold as ever. "I'm not trying to save you. But I have no grudge against you. You've helped me a lot in this northern expedition. I simply don't want to see you die." This was in line with Han Fei's personality, which was cold, arrogant, and domineering. However, the itinerant cultivators no longer had a bad impression of Han Fei. Instead, someone cursed, "Those damn strong masters from the 100 alliances. They can't bear to see us cultivators doing well." Someone echoed, "Humph, those people might want to watch us die so that they can occupy our share of resources. These be asterisk stards, I won't be associated with them in this life." At this time, Wang Xiaojiu strolled over. Yes, he strolled over. This guy's Speed was too fast. No one here was faster than him except Han Fei. Wang Xiaojiu looked at him curiously, and Han Fei frowned. What are you looking at? Wang Xiaojiu asked. I'm curious how you escaped. Han Fei said, if I wasn't confident, how could I have walked into the trap? Just like how you were very fast, I naturally have a trump card. Wang Xiaojiu shrugged and then said, hey, human butcher. How about joining our camp of prehistoric ferocious beasts? Han Fei was lost for words. Do I look like a beast? Wang Xiaojiu said, humans are animals, and animals are beasts. Why can't you be a ferocious beast? A human ferocious beast. Han Fei really wanted to slap him. What if * king human beast? I am the human emperor. Han Fei said, why do you keep coming to me? The ferocious beast army has already run away. Wang Xiaojiu said, it's not far. I'm just curious about you, but you're really boring. Let's chat. Hey, why can you unlock your great Dao locks without them appearing? Han Fei said, take a guess. Wang Xiaojiu said, you're too much. I'm a dignified king of ferocious beasts. How can you let me guess? This strange conversation lasted for half a day. When they approached the blood spring, Han Fei roared, the inheritance of the great monarch Bloody Hand is in that direction. Han Fei mainly wanted to test it out if it was really the Bloody Hand who was causing trouble. Upon hearing this, everyone adjusted their direction. However, after only half an hour, they saw an overwhelming number of Bloody Hand demon devils waiting solemnly. Obviously, they had already been waiting here. **T. Han Fei secretly cursed, knowing that he had no chance to escape this time. He was too careless. He had thought that the Emperor Sparrow had swallowed the blood spring that the Bloody Hand painstakingly created and could suppress the Bloody Hands for 1,000 years. He didn't expect that this thing would recover so quickly and could command so many Bloody Hand mind devils. Since you are so awesome, why didn't you do it earlier? You could have just sent an army to besiege me back then. The Northern Expedition Army, the Divine Beasts, and the Ferocious Beasts were all shocked. Damn it. Do you think you can still go over? This is literally courting death. In the next moment, however, they saw Han Fei turn around to run and say coldly, it seems that the one below has woken up and is deliberately driving us away. Someone said, isn't it obvious? But where does it want to drive us? At this time, the leader of the Divine Capital Dynasty took a deep look at Han Fei. Others didn't know, but he knew. When Han Fei wanted to buy information, he said that this was the Mind Demon Stream. Besides, Han Fei knew about Puppet City. Therefore, there was only one answer. The place where the Bloody Hand mine devils drove everyone to could only be Puppet City. But why didn't Han Fei say anything about it? Han Fei hadn't mentioned Puppet City since the beginning. The current situation seemed to be beyond Han Fei's expectations. This meant that Han Fei didn't know what would happen below. However, at this moment, neither the Divine Capital Dynasty nor the capital of Horror would point out that this was Puppet City. Otherwise, wouldn't it tell everyone that they had long known where this was? It could only be said that those who knew had a tacit understanding to keep silent. Han Fei knew that it was unrealistic to fool them into going to the blood spring now. These people cherished their lives. If they were to fight the tens of thousands of Bloody Hand Mind Devils again, 30 or 40% of these people would die. Although there seemed to be a lot of bloody hand mine devils. Now, there were only less than 50,000 of them left. There might even be only more than 40,000. At first, Han Fei expected that this trip would be perilous because he was going to lead people to explore the blood spring, pretending that he had obtained the inheritance. Now it seemed that if this road was blocked, he could only go to Puppet City. But then again, Han Fei wasn't very afraid of confronting the demon vanquishing tree. If worst came to worst, he could cooperate with the demon vanquishing tree to slowly snipe the bloody hand mine devils and the mine demon stream and gather the power of the clean stones to destroy the bloody hand. Anyway, he had a reason, which was that the old turtle and his clone didn't return. The demon vanquishing tree didn't come out to clarify, so of course, I thought something happened to them. Although everyone was anxious along the way, wondering if it would be more dangerous if they went deeper, they had no choice but to be driven away by the bloody hand mine devils. This time, after only more than 2 hours, they finally came to a natural barrier. It was like a white film that formed a wall of heaven and earth. Although they couldn't see what was inside clearly, they could vaguely see inside the barrier. They even saw that it seemed to be a city inside. However, when he saw this scene, Han Fei's heart skipped a beat. Where is the demon vanquishing tree? Yes, the demon vanquishing tree had disappeared. The demon vanquishing tree wasn't completely sealed inside. Many of its branches and leaves extended out. Even if they didn't, the demon vanquishing tree should have made a sound by now. But now, there was nothing at all. The place where the demon vanquishing tree used to be was empty, without even a shadow. The demon vanquishing tree had disappeared just like that. What the hell happened? Someone exclaimed, "It's a city." Where did this city come from? All the cultivators were shocked. This city was blocked by a barrier. Someone was appalled. Are those bloody hand mine devils trying to drive us to the barrier and then kill us all at once? Someone shouted, "That's impossible. If they really want to kill us in one fell swoop, they only need to attack us from the front and back. Few people could really break through the siege. Now they're obviously driving us to enter this city." Someone was surprised. "There's a barrier here. How can we enter? Besides, what's the bloody hand mine devil's purpose?" At this moment, someone guessed, could it be a trial? This is the real trial of the great monarch's inheritance, not the place human butcher pointed to? For a moment, everyone, including the ferocious beasts and the divine beasts, looked at Han Fei. Han Fei said without blushing, "I've never stepped into the land of inheritance. As I said before, I was beaten out by a terrifying giant hand. Therefore, I guess that the place I pointed to earlier is the real entrance. Besides, I do have a way to enter that entrance." When everyone heard that, they immediately had guesses. Someone said, "Since you haven't entered it, you're not sure. Instead of killing us, the bloody hand mine devils drove us into the city." What does this mean? Are the bloody hand mine devils only part of the trial? Wang Xiaojiu shouted, "Then why did those bloody hand mine devils attack us?" Crazily? The man said, "In order to eliminate the unqualified participants, isn't this a normal trial segment?" For a moment, Han Fei was astounded. This guy was really helpful. But, logically speaking, his words made a lot of sense. Of course, knowing the specific situation here, Han Fei knew that things were not as this person said. This was definitely not a trial. The bloody hand controlled the bloody hand mine devils to drive him here. Indeed, to let them enter the city, but it was definitely not a trial. And the disappearance of the demon vanquishing tree meant that there was no one guarding Puppet City now. What was his purpose for driving them into the city at this time? Suddenly, Han Fei's heart skipped a beat. The only change in Puppet City was Old Yuan. This was because with the demon vanquishing tree guarding it, even if the bloody hand really appeared, it might not be able to break through this spiritual barrier. Only Old Yuan had entered Puppet City, so the disappearance of the demon vanquishing tree must be related to Old Yuan. Now that the demon vanquishing tree was gone, the bloody hand moved. However, Han Fei didn't understand. Since the demon vanquishing tree was gone, the bloody hand should have controlled his army of bloody hand mind devils to break through the barrier. He couldn't break through the barrier because of the demon vanquishing tree, but now that the demon vanquishing tree disappeared, shouldn't he give it a try? Or could it be that the bloody hand mind devils had already tried, but failed to break the barrier? Different from others, Han Fei knew that the barrier in the mind demon stream was meant to prevent the ominous invasion. When he entered this barrier, the demon vanquishing tree only said, "Come in and talk," but Han Fei didn't actually feel that the barrier blocked him. In other words, for those who weren't infected by the ominous, this barrier probably wouldn't stop him. In any case, they couldn't care less at this moment. On the side of the capital of horror, a person stuck his body to the barrier. Originally, this person was just using a teleportation technique. If anything went wrong, he would immediately abandon this body. However, this person was surprised to find that he had come in. He immediately walked out of the spiritual barrier and said in shock, "I can enter this spiritual barrier." "You can enter? So easily?" For a moment, countless people looked at each other. "Isn't this too easy to enter? Is it a trap?" However, they didn't have time to think. The army of bloody hand mind devils had already arrived, and they didn't seem to be slowing down at all. At this time, many people looked at Han Fei, and Wu Shuang asked him via voice transmission, "Are we going in or not?" Han Fei roared, "Let's go." With that, Han Fei stepped into it. Many perfected star transformation realm cultivators entered at the same time as Han Fei. They wouldn't let Han Fei leave their sight casually. Just now, when Han Fei went back to cover the retreat, no one cared about him because they thought he was courting death. However, since this spiritual barrier could be entered, it might be a trap. But there was another possibility. This spiritual barrier was meant to resist the bloody hand mind devils, so it was not guarded against them at all. What if this was some prehistoric ruin? How many treasures would there be here? Buzz. One person after another came in. Once there were too many people doing something, the rest would have no fear. Whether this matter was right or wrong, it was a collective action. Even if it was wrong, countless people would die with him. In the next moment, when everyone appeared in the outer city of Puppet City, they didn't find anything unusual. Almost everyone released their perceptions immediately, including Han Fei. Puppet City was very large. Han Fei frowned and felt that something was wrong. There were many more turtle man statues in the outer city of Puppet City. Each of them was like a teenage mutant ninja turtle, holding various weapons and standing on both sides of the streets in the outer city. They looked like simple decorations. Furthermore, the gravity here was 100,000 times greater, and the power of the heavenly Tao couldn't be used. It could only circulate in one's body, and its power could only erupt in a small range. There were no conditions to use divine techniques or any special law. Even Han Fei's combat power was suppressed by about 20%. Puppet City had completely turned into a military fortress. The buildings and ground here were made of special minerals, and various rune arrays were imprinted on them. No one was surprised about this. After all, this was an ancient city. How could there be no restrictions? Han Fei clearly remembered that Puppet City wasn't like this the last time he came. Although there were statues back then, they were definitely not these statues. At that time, these strange patterns didn't appear on the ground. Here. At this time, someone shouted, someone failed to come in and was blocked outside the barrier. Everyone looked back and found that there were at least 300 people emitting thick black smoke, and then they were immediately covered by the bloody hand mine devils. Many people were horrified. Someone said, the ominous. They were contaminated by the ominous and blocked by this barrier. Some people were still scared. When did these people get tainted by the ominous? Some people had even fought side by side with them. How did they get tainted by the ominous? Ah. Before they figured it out, someone suddenly vomited blood and his eyes exploded. Seeing this, everybody grew vigilant. However, this person pointed in a direction and said, "Don't perceive the words on that city gate." However, it was too late. Immediately afterward, hundreds of people vomited blood and their eyes exploded. Someone said, "Puppet City." The words Puppet City are written on the city gate. Hiss. At this moment, someone exclaimed, "Puppet City?" It's said to be the main city, founded by great monarch mystic Marshall in the Age of the Gods. Most of the itinerant cultivators didn't know much about the history of the infinite mining area, as well as the former glory of this place, but many major factions did. Someone from the capital of horror said, in the Age of the Gods, in the infinite mining areas, great monarchs gathered. Among them, the relatively famous one was great monarch mystic Marshall, who was even more famous than great monarch Bloody Hand. Great monarch mystic Marshall presided over a training ground called the Mine Demon Stream and established Puppet City here to recruit all kinds of geniuses. Later, for unknown reasons, great monarch mystic Marshall never returned. Without great monarch mystic Marshall presiding over Puppet City, it declined in the end. Even the Mine Demon Stream disappeared from people's sight. Puppet? Many people immediately looked at the statues. Someone pointed out where this place was, so they noticed the statues immediately. Were these puppets? However, those statues didn't have the slightest vitality. They were just stones. Suddenly, someone exclaimed, "Those statues. They're all made of minerals." Hiss. They're really mineral statues, level 5 minerals. So many. So many minerals. Wait a minute, are these puppets? Who would turn minerals into statues for show? Besides, aren't there too many of them? There are tens of thousands of statues scattered across 50,000 kilometers. If these aren't puppets, doesn't it mean that these minerals can be moved away? Everyone couldn't help but be tempted. How big was a piece of mineral? How many pieces of mineral did a statue made of mineral need? Someone tried to pick up a statue, but before he could do it, someone stopped him. Are you crazy? What if it's a puppet? Will you fight it if it's alarmed? The person said, if the city gate inside is Puppet City, this should only be the outer city. They had to be careful. The number of the northern expedition had plummeted to only 9,200. If they touched the defense mechanism, who would bear all the consequences? Someone said, whether or not these statues are puppets, it's best not to touch them. We're here to seek opportunities. We were originally here for the inheritance of the great monarch Bloody Hand, but that place was stopped by the Bloody Hand. This is the city of the great monarch Mystic Marshal. How can there be nothing here? Someone rolled his eyes. Don't touch them? How can you not touch them? With so many minerals placed here, how can you not be tempted? Someone said, why don't we investigate separately? In addition to these statues, there are many buildings and houses here. These buildings are not rotten. Then will there be any treasures in the buildings? Someone immediately echoed, I agree. Someone nodded. That's a good idea. Even if something happens, other people won't be implicated. Emojo said, split up and explore. Don't go to the city gate first. Don't look at the words Puppet City. That might be written by a great monarch. It's not something ordinary people can read. For the Northern Expedition Army, it was too easy to enter Puppet City. Furthermore, they had been driven in by the Bloody Hand mine devils, so they were inevitably afraid and didn't dare to do whatever they wanted here. Besides, Puppet City was divided into inner and outer cities. In the past, too, many cities had such a layout, so everyone took it for granted. Although it was an outer city, it wasn't without old sites. For example, the statues were made of minerals. It would be a lie to say that they weren't tempted. How many mine demons had to be killed to obtain such a large piece of mineral? But here, along the road, there was a statue placed on the side of the road. Every once in a while, like a street lamp. In the huge outer city, there were tens of thousands of statues. If they could really take them, they would make a fortune. The factions here formed their respective exploration teams. Outside, everyone could work together, but now that they seemed to have entered a certain inheritance ground, the most trustworthy was naturally their own people. The outer city, which was originally only 50,000 kilometers wide, didn't seem empty after so many teams were scattered at once. After they split up, the first thing they did was try to collect the statues. As everyone expected, the reason why Puppet City was called Puppet City was that it used puppets as an army. And what were puppets? These statues were. Many people had guessed it, but they still couldn't hold back their greed. Not long after the team dispersed, someone took action. At the moment the person took action, the statue seemed to come back to life and suddenly thrust the spear in its hand. Puppets made entirely of level 5 minerals were actually very strong. Their bodies might not be as tough as the Bloody Hand mine devils, but they could mobilize the power of the mineral and burst out an unimaginable piercing force. Besides, unlike outsiders like Hanfei, these statues would not be restricted by the power of the city. Their movements were not sluggish at all, and once they attacked, they could unleash their strongest power. A perfected star transformation realm cultivator punched out. He thought that even though the puppet was made of level 5 minerals, its level was still too low to shake him. However, with a bang, his entire arm exploded. He had neglected one thing. Although the city didn't restrict them much, it limited 20 to 30% of their strength. Besides, they couldn't use the power of the heavenly Tao or some special techniques here. As a result, his strength no longer stood out. This person's arm exploded, and the power of the battle between the two sides didn't spread in the void. The mysterious line on the ground burst out with a faint light, and all the power that escaped was absorbed by the ground, including the shattered flesh and blood of the cultivator. This person's expression changed drastically. Not good. These puppets are very strong and have almost the highest grasp of strength. Everyone, find the flaws of the puppets. Don't fight them with brute force. The perfected star transformation realm cultivator didn't panic. He moved and his arm condensed again. Since his attack failed, he changed his combat thinking and used his great Tao to bombard the puppet with a fist mark. Bang! 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 The perfected star transformation realm cultivator's eyes suddenly lit up. These puppets aren't fast enough. They only have very strong explosive power. This person made his judgment while fighting. He punched nearly 100 times in a row, and all the joints of the puppet were sluggish. This made him overjoyed. He could beat this puppet. Just as this person circled behind the puppet and tried to take off the puppet's head, the head turned 180 degrees and stared straight at him. Then, the puppet's eyes turned bloodshot as it spewed out a fiery sword beam. Pfft! A big hole was left in the perfected star transformation realm cultivator's chest. Just as he was about to retreat, the puppet had already turned its hands over and thrust the spear in its hand. In the next moment, the perfected star transformation realm cultivator's expression changed drastically as he retreated because there was more than one puppet on this street. Puff! Another puppet attacked, and a spear beam burst out. Because his strength was limited and the distance was too close, this perfected star transformation realm cultivator failed to dodge and his body was pierced through again. Seeing that someone was about to come over to help, the perfected star transformation realm cultivator shouted, "Don't come over." Yes, this was his first judgment. Although he was injured, he was far from dead. He unleashed his chi and blood, twisted his body, and ignored the puppet behind him. What he needed to do now was to kill the first puppet. Only by finding out the real strength of this puppet could he make a countermeasure. Otherwise, if a peak-level late-stage star transformation realm cultivator came, he would have no chance to escape if he was besieged by a few puppets. Those who survived in the infinite mining areas all had abundant combat experience. As long as their enemy wasn't overwhelmingly strong, they had endless combat methods. The man rushed forward and activated his great Tao. As for his palm, this time, he used his palm as a fist and slapped the puppet. The power of his unique great Tao surged into the puppet's body. Boom! The puppet was instantly torn into pieces. It was made of level 5 minerals. After all, facing a perfected star transformation realm cultivator with extremely rich combat experience, even if it could fight, it was still no match for him. Of course, it was also very difficult for a perfected star transformation realm cultivator to beat such a puppet in one blow. But as long as one grasped the knack, it wouldn't be so difficult. The cultivator put on a smile, wondering how much this puppet was worth. However, just as he felt that he had won and focused his attention on the puppet behind, he suddenly felt the threat of death. Watch out! In the blink of an eye, a soul sword burst out of the collapsed puppet's body. Because they were too close, this cultivator couldn't dodge at all and his head was instantly blown up by the sword light. Bang! This person's soul power dissipated with a bang and he was seriously injured. After all, the perfected star transformation realm cultivators were not Puppets. Even if their entire bodies were blown up, they could revive with a wisp of soul. However, this person discovered, to his shock, that his soul power was attracted by the mysterious force on the ground and could not escape quickly. And for some reason, the puppet's broken hand had clasped this perfected star. Transformation Realm Cultivator. Bang! A small area of self-detonation exploded like a fireball. In the next moment, the perfected star transformation realm cultivator was nowhere to be seen. His flesh, blood, and soul had all disappeared, and there were only some mineral fragments on the ground. Besides, these mineral fragments were slowly swallowed by the power on the ground. Another cultivator in the perfected star transformation realm immediately rushed over and quickly picked up some scattered mineral fragments. However, when he tried to find that perfected star transformation realm cultivator, he was shocked to find that he was gone. Gulp. Everyone swallowed. Was this puppet so terrifying? It was clearly no match for the perfected star transformation realm cultivator, but in the end, it could make him die with it. Wasn't its combat power too strong? For a moment, similar situations appeared in the entire outer city of Puppet City. Because they had no experience in fighting puppets, they didn't know many of the opponent's killer moves. When they found out, as many as 200 perfected star transformation realm cultivators had died. They were all accidentally killed. Of course, their death also let others see some of the battle tactics of these puppets, as well as some of their hidden trump cards. However, what they regretted at this moment was why the Northern Expedition Army split up immediately after they came in. If they hadn't split up, they only needed to send one person to test the strength of these puppets, and so many people wouldn't have had to die. As the battle continued, the puppets that should have been silent seemed to be waking up. They began to turn their heads, and their eyes flickered. This made many people's hearts skip a beat. Earlier, they had only fought one or two puppets alone. The other puppets hadn't fully woken up. Now, once all the puppets in the city slowly woke up, they would only be more difficult to fight than at the beginning. However, because they had already learned the methods of the puppets, there were more people participating in the battle, so the difficulty didn't seem to increase much. The puppets had awakened, but the various factions of the Northern Expedition Army could also form groups. Therefore, the outer city became countless small battlefields. From time to time, someone shouted, "Be careful not to be tricked. There's something wrong with the ground here. It can absorb our flesh and blood and restrain our souls." A ferocious beast roared, "Don't self-destruct. You can't blow yourself up here. Once you do it, it will be difficult for you to regenerate your body. And then you'll be restrained by the array here and can only die." The divine beasts warned their men, "Try not to use your born abilities, which will be absorbed too. It's best if you can kill these puppets with your real combat power." In the outer city, there were battles everywhere. With the predecessors' experiences, the remaining people naturally had a way. A perfected star transformation realm cultivator could directly defeat or even kill these puppets. As for peak-level late-stage star transformation realm cultivators, to be honest, they couldn't really beat these puppets, so they voluntarily formed a 10-person formation. In this way, the casualties of the Northern Expedition were greatly reduced. As for the divine beasts and the ferocious beasts, the strength of the ferocious beasts was fully demonstrated. In terms of ferociousness and true Combat power, few people in the same realm as them could match them. As for the divine beasts, when they unleashed their respective great daos and special inherited talents, the ferocious beasts had to avoid them. But at this moment, in terms of pure combat power, the divine beasts were not so powerful. The divine beasts that had rarely died before began to die one after another. Fortunately, some powerful divine beasts were taking action to help them out. Of course, Han Fei was not idle either. He was one of the first batches of people to attack. The demon vanquishing tree was gone, and the puppets came out to defend the city, which meant that something must have happened in the inner city that the demon vanquishing tree had to leave with its original body. The leaves of the demon vanquishing branch could spread out for 50,000 kilometers, but even such a huge body had left. It could be seen that what happened was quite tricky. As for these puppets, Han Fei wasn't surprised. This city was called Puppet City. How could there be no puppets here? Puppet City hadn't seen the light of day for millions of years, but the demon vanquishing tree had been killing the bloody hand mine devils. Where was the huge amount of minerals? Why were there only level 5 refined puppets here? Although Han Fei had never entered the inner city, he knew that Puppet City definitely had a large number of level 7 minerals. Since they weren't in the outer city, they must be in the inner city. And judging from the strength displayed by the minerals puppet, a level 6 minerals puppet was completely comparable to a perfected star transformation realm cultivator. If it was a level 7 mineral puppet, only a Dao Lock level cultivator could deal with it, right? But he wouldn't tell others about this. If he guessed right, many people should know that if the puppets in the outer city were so strong, how could the inner city be simple? The battle continued. In a one-on-one battle, the level 5 mineral puppet was no match for the Northern Expedition Army, the ferocious beasts, and the divine beasts. For a moment, the strong masters took the initiative to attack. The most useful resource in the infinite mining area was the mineral. Now that there were ready-made minerals in front of them, how could they miss them? Therefore, it only took half an hour for them to calm down and take the initiative to attack. Someone exclaimed, "This is definitely a trial. A trial that only the living can enter." Someone sighed. The beginning of this trial is too difficult. 6,000 strong masters of our Northern Expedition Army have been killed. This is still the outer city of Puppet City. Who knows what the inner city is like? Someone said, no matter what the situation is, although the trial in the outer city is also dangerous, at least we can still fight. Such a mineral puppet is equivalent to many level 5 mine demons we kill. Creak. Swish. On a certain street, a 10-person team was fighting against 2 puppets. Just as the 2 puppets were about to collapse, a blue arrow suddenly shot through the strongest person in the team. Puff bam. This person was shot by an arrow and his body suddenly burned. The person tried to extinguish the blue-red flame, but unexpectedly, the flame could not be extinguished at all. This person felt that his blood was completely burning, even his soul was burning. Ah! Accompanied by a painful scream, the others who were in the array with this person were shocked. They immediately stayed away from this person and watched him turn into a burning man. In the blink of an eye, this person's soul was burned up and he died on the spot. Someone was shocked. What the hell is this? Some people immediately looked at the direction where the arrow was shot. It turned out to be from the houses and buildings in the outer city that were abandoned long ago. Be careful. There are traps in these buildings. However, the same thing happened hundreds of times again. Even the ferocious beasts and divine beasts failed to block this strange flame arrow. At this moment, everyone felt their scalps tingle. How could this be? Was this trial so difficult? The level 5 mineral puppet was already very strong. Now, it was accompanied by some arrows that were suddenly triggered. If one was not careful and was pierced by those arrows, he would die. Even Han Fei encountered such arrows, but Han Fei was more vigilant and responsive and avoided them immediately. On the ferocious beast's side, someone shouted, "Smash these buildings." A 5-colored crocodile swept its tail and smashed a building into powder. But in the next moment, dozens of blue arrows burst out of the collapsed house, and they didn't go in a straight line at all. Their speed reached 10 times the speed of light. The crocodile couldn't dodge in time and was hit by a row of arrows. In the next moment, it turned into a fiery lizard. Hiss. This scene shocked many people. Then someone hurriedly shouted, "Don't try to break the rules of the trial. Everyone, be careful. The speed of these arrows is only 10 times the speed of light. If you pay attention, you can avoid them." Following the ups and downs of the battle, no other special forces were found in the outer city, and the puppets on the streets were gradually purged. It took nearly a day to finish this battle. However, the destination of all the roads finally pointed to the inner city. When everyone gathered again, they discovered that more than 800 people had died under the attacks of these level 5 mineral puppets and flame arrows. Was this a big number? If this place was regarded as a trial, compared to being hunted by the bloody hand mine devils, the number of casualties was actually not many. When they finally came to the gate of the inner city, many people were relieved, but at the same time, they had complicated feelings. If the outer city was already so dangerous, how dangerous would the inner city be? What Han Fei considered was that these puppets and arrows were probably not aimed at them at all, nor was this a trial. What would happen if the bloody hand mine devils came in? The bloody hand mine devils didn't have high intelligence and mostly acted with instincts. They might be able to defeat the level 5 mineral puppets, but it would be quite difficult to directly kill the level 5 mineral puppets. Coupled with these arrows, the blue flames should not only have the characteristic of being inextinguishable, but also have the characteristic of burning the ominous. If they were targeted at the bloody hand mine devils, the outer city alone could probably kill tens of thousands of bloody hand mine devils. At this moment, the cultivators gathered, and Han Fei counted the number of people. Among them, there were still 8,806 people in the Northern Expedition Army, 3,082 ferocious beasts, and 2,673 divine beasts. It could be said that the 3 major factions had suffered heavy losses in this northern expedition. However, the death toll of the beasts and the divine beasts was clearly lower than that of the Northern Expedition Army of the 100 Alliance City. This was mainly because there were too many perfected star transformation realm cultivators from the ferocious beasts and divine beasts. If they had more peak-level late-stage star transformation realm cultivators, they would probably lose at least 1/3 of their manpower. Under Puppet City, Han Fei looked at the words and felt a buzz in his ears. A terrifying suppressing pressure descended on him, and even his soul couldn't help but waver. If this was the case for Han Fei, it was even more so for ordinary peak level Late-stage star transformation realm and perfected star transformation realm. Cultivators. Many people vomited blood and couldn't even stand straight after seeing the words Puppet City. Someone said, it's written by a great monarch. The words Puppet City contain the will and vibe of a great monarch. Don't look at them directly. Someone was suspicious. Is this another test? So far, we have only found this door leading to the inner city. Someone looked around. What do you think? Are we going in or not? Someone shook his head slightly. What can we do if we don't go in? Stay in. The outer city? Outside the barrier, there are so many bloody hand mine devils blocking our way. I'm afraid we can't go back the way we came, so we can only go in. Everyone knew that they should enter, but it was a problem who would enter first. The outer city was full of fatal traps. God knew what dangers awaited them in the inner city. Therefore, they certainly hoped that someone would go in first to test the situation inside. They weren't afraid that someone would go in first and get the opportunity. According to the situation in the outer city, those who went in first would be very dangerous. Hanfei stepped forward. He didn't want to wait. Today, he had to enter the inner city no matter what. He needed to investigate the whereabouts of old Yuan and the demon vanquishing tree. What if his clone was inside? Then as soon as he entered, he could communicate with his clone and immediately understand the cause and effect of the huge change. However, when Hanfei was about to enter, he saw many people blocking his way. Someone said, although it's dangerous to go in, is there anything we haven't done? Instantly, more than a dozen strong masters jumped out. Now that they had found the land of inheritance, why did they still need Hanfei? Although they didn't know where the bloody hand Hanfei said was, they knew they had to keep a close eye on Hanfei. Hanfei took a deep look at this person. Although I don't know you, are you sure you want to stop me? The man sneered. Human butcher, we tolerated you before because you had the key to enter the land of inheritance. But now, the road is right in front of us, and you're useless to us. So die. After that, the man said, everyone, this person is a bloodthirsty person. He appeared in the infinite mining area for less than 10 years, but countless strong masters have been killed by him, directly or indirectly. How many people have died because of him on this northern expedition? Also, although he said that he had the key, is it true? He said that the land of inheritance is not in Puppet City, but in fact, until now, we have been undergoing trials of Puppet City. Therefore, this person's words are not trustworthy. It's better to eliminate him now, to prevent future trouble. However, Hanfei stood where he was calmly, without any intention of escaping. Hanfei said, which force are you from? I'll remember it. After I go out, I'll definitely wipe out your faction's influence in the infinite mining area. Before the man could speak, Chen Tianya said to Hanfei telepathically, this is Lin Ku from the Divine Manipulator family in the Divine Demon Forest in the Central Sea Divine Realm. He has at least 3 Dao locks, and the Divine Demon Forest ranks 6th in the 100 Alliance City. Lin Ku didn't know that his identity had been exposed in an instant. At this moment, he was looking around at the other cultivators. He knew that many people had already decided to kill Hanfei on this trip. Otherwise, no one would immediately follow Hanfei every time he did something, which was to prevent him from escaping. Now, the time had come. Everyone knew the way to enter the inner city at a glance. If they survived the great monarch's suppressing pressure, they would pass the trial. As for what was in the inner city, no one knew, but everyone knew that once entering the inner city, it would be dangerous, and Han Fei would have plenty of chances to escape their sight. In that case, why not kill him now? The outer city of Puppet City was only this big, and there was only one entrance to the inner city. Outside, there were countless bloody hand-mine devils eyeing them covetously. Therefore, the outer city of Puppet City had become a cage. At least, Lin Ke felt that if they attacked Han Fei now, he would definitely be killed. Many people were tempted by Lin Ke's words. Wu Shuang frowned slightly. In such a situation, if Han Fei didn't have a way to escape, it would be difficult for him to resist so many strong masters. However, when Lin Ke said that he was going to kill Han Fei, a group of perfected star transformation realm cultivators suddenly came out from the team of the itinerant cultivators. Someone said, "Without the human emperor, how can you find Puppet City? Burning the bridge after crossing it? Are the 100 alliances so shameless?" Someone drew his saber. I wanted to curse just now. I was already very unhappy when you abandoned us and fled alone. If it weren't for the human emperor's help, we might have died. Today, I'd like to see if your 100 alliances dare to fight us. An itinerant cultivator laughed. Do these cowards dare to fight us? They are so afraid of death. Now they haven't even seen any opportunities yet. Why would they choose to fight us to the death? F***ck, how can the divine demon forest of the Central Sea Divine Realm be so arrogant? Don't forget, this is the East Sea Divine Realm, not your Central Sea Divine Realm. Even if you are a dragon, you have to coil here. On the side of the itinerant cultivators, all perfected star transformation realm and peak-level late-stage star transformation realm cultivators stood up. There were nearly 3,000 people. In this northern expedition, there were 15,000 people in total, including 6,000 itinerant cultivators. Now, half of them had been killed. However, even if they suffered heavy casualties, so what? Itinerant cultivators were still a strong group. Han Fei had done them a favor, so they remembered it in their hearts. They also remembered how ruthless the 100 alliance was to them and could flare up at any time. Lin Ke snorted coldly. You itinerant cultivators are not weak, but don't forget how many perfected star transformation realm cultivators there are among you. Do you really want to fight the 100 alliance for an irrelevant person? An itinerant cultivator clamored, even if we have to fight you to the death. So what? Anyway, the inner city must be dangerous. Based on our current experience, many people are bound to die. No one can guarantee that they can survive. In that case, why bother to think so much? Let's see if you dare to fight. If you dare to fight, come. If you don't, enter the inner city. Let's find a chance to fight again. Lin Ke's face was all dark. There was a reason why he wanted to kill Han Fei. Now, Han Fei was too strong and had 5 Dao locks. If they really fought, few people present might be able to survive a few rounds with him. If they were placed in an environment like the inner city, that might be even more complicated. Who could stop Han Fei? What conditions did they have to keep Han Fei in the inner city? Besides, he had already proposed to kill Han Fei, which meant that they were already enemies. Besides, Han Fei had already declared that as long as he went out, he would take revenge on the divine demon forest. It wasn't a good thing to provoke a strong master with 5 Dao locks in the infinite mining area. Lin Ke was caught in a dilemma. He thought to himself, do these people really not want to kill Han Fei? One of the 7 strong masters Han Fei had killed was his junior brother. But didn't the factions of the other people killed by Han Fei want to take revenge on him? Lin Ke shouted, everyone, are you really afraid of these itinerant cultivators? You know, if we don't kill the human butcher now, there may be no chance. If you let him go, who knows if human butcher will come after you in the future? While many people were hesitating whether to kill Han Fei, they suddenly heard Han Fei chuckle. Well, the itinerant cultivators are weak. I don't need your help. Then, Han Fei said, even if I'm alone, how can I be controlled by you pieces of garbage? You're from the divine demon forest in the Central Sea Divine realm, right? I'll remember your name. Either you come to kill me now, or I'll wipe out the people of the divine demon forest in the infinite mining area in the future. As for the others, if you want to attack me, seize this opportunity and attack me as soon as possible. You know, you may not have a second chance. Han Fei refused the itinerant cultivators' kindness, which made many of them speechless. We are standing up for you. Don't you know your current situation? Do you really want to fight so many people? Even if you are a super cultivator with 5 Dao locks, you can't resist so many strong masters. On the ferocious beasts' side, the big cat Wang Xiaojiu shouted, human butcher, join our ferocious beasts. Join us, and I'll help you kill this person, okay? Lin Ke was speechless. What the hell has this got to do with you ferocious beasts? However, Han Fei glanced at Wang Xiaojiu and said proudly, thank you for your kindness, but there's no need. I'm not in a good mood today. I just want to kill someone to vent. With that, Han Fei disappeared with a swish, so fast that he seemed to have never moved. Among the audience, there were only a few people who could keep up with Han Fei's speed, and Wang Xiaojiu was one of them. This was because Han Fei had unleashed a speed that was almost impossible to achieve in the sky-opening realm. It was 30 times the speed of light. It was too fast. With everyone's strength suppressed and the power of the heavenly Dao unable to be borrowed, even Wang Xiaojiu could only unleash a speed of more than 20 times the speed of light. But Han Fei had unleashed 30 times the speed of light. What did this mean? It meant that Han Fei's strength was not suppressed much. Or rather, Han Fei was extremely talented in speed and was not suppressed by Puppet City. Anyway, before anyone realized what happened, Han Fei had punched Lin Ke. Because the speed was so fast, Lin Ke certainly didn't have time to react. Bang! Lin Ke exploded into pieces. So far, no one had survived Han Fei's silencing fist unscathed. However, after the punch, Han Fei also knew Lin Ke's strength. His body hardness was comparable to that of a strong master with 4 Dao locks, but he seemed to newly get 4 Dao locks. Unfortunately, Lin Ke didn't expect Han Fei to attack so openly. He didn't expect Han Fei to be so fast that he didn't even have time to react. As it happened, this was Puppet City, so at the moment Lin Ke exploded, half of his flesh and blood were absorbed by the array patterns on the ground. Fortunately, Lin Ke was from the divine demon forest, so he used the death replacement technique the moment he exploded. He forcibly mobilized a large amount of life force to regather his body. At The same time, 4 great Dao locks appeared and snapped. He knew that if he didn't erupt at this moment, he would be dead meat if Han Fei attacked again. At this moment, he finally understood how strong Human Butcher was. A lunatic who dared to face tens of thousands of bloody hand mine devils alone might not be really crazy, but was definitely really strong. Many people didn't realize until now that Han Fei had almost killed a strong master with 4 Dao locks on the spot. At that moment, the people from the Divine Demon Forest finally reacted and wanted to save Lin Ke and stop Han Fei. However, in the next second, the same punch was thrown. The magical vine appeared in front of Lin Ke, trying to block this punch. After all, being prepared and breaking the great Dao locks, Lin Ke had his strength sword. However, to Lin Ke's surprise, Han Fei's second punch contained a terrifying cold power. In an instant, all the magical demonic plants and vines were frozen and then shattered. The power of a monarch? Someone was surprised. Wasn't this the power that only monarchs could show? The result was predictable. Lin Ke was knocked to the ground again and exploded again. Unfortunately, this time, he couldn't use the death replacement spell even if he wanted to. His soul was attracted and his blood and chi were absorbed by the ground. He hit the ground with a bang. All his flesh and blood flowed to the ground, and his soul had nowhere to escape. A super cultivator who unlocked 4 Dao locks had died just like that. Seeing this scene, everyone present felt their scalps tingle. For example, Chen Tianya, who had been assigned to help Han Fei, was shocked. Han Fei hadn't proven his Dao yet, but he was already so strong. Just now, he could only vaguely see Han Fei's traces. Was this the strength that a sky-opening realm cultivator should have? A casual strike of him had the power of a venerable? Was he actually a Dao prover? The only person present who wasn't surprised was Wu Shuang. If these people knew Han Fei's identity, they wouldn't be surprised. It would be strange if the current descendant of the Void Temple could be casually killed by you. By the time the other people from the Divine Demon Forest arrived, Lin Ke was already dead. Han Fei shook his clothes and looked coldly at the people rushing at him. With a glance, everyone retreated. Their boss was killed before he could even take 2 punches. Why would they go up? Did they want to die? The strong masters of the 100 alliances looked at each other in bewilderment. Someone said, "The Human Butcher doesn't seem friendly." Logically speaking, with his strength, there's no need for him to come to the infinite mining area at all. He's here for the inheritance of the great monarch, right? Someone echoed, "Of course. He might even have come for the inheritance of a god. Otherwise, such a figure wouldn't have come to compete with us." Some strong masters secretly observed Han Fei and calculated in their hearts. Although Han Fei was very strong, what did he use in his second punch, just now? That was not a technique he could use himself. He must be holding something in his hand. Someone noticed it and said, the fist mark he used just now was undoubtedly a divine technique. But even if it was a divine technique, if all the strong masters present attack him together, Human Butcher will still be no match for us. That kind of outburst, just now, couldn't last forever. And the space here is too small. Although he is fast, there is too little room for him to exert his strength. Someone shook his head. I don't think there's a need to fight such a meaningless battle for now. We haven't entered the inner city yet. It's meaningless to lose so many people here. As for the ferocious beasts, Wang Xiaojiu exclaimed, "What, his speed is even faster than mine? How is it possible? My speed is almost unparalleled among the ferocious beasts." Emojio said, "It seems to be a good thing if this person can really join us. Unfortunately, this is almost impossible." As for the divine beasts, the white tiger, the golden deer, and the others also looked at each other in bewilderment. The white tiger commented, "This person's physique is too strong, his soul power is also unparalleled, and he has an ultra-quality godly weapon. In Puppet City, under many suppressions, his strength still can't be suppressed. It can be seen that he has guessed what he will face since he dared to fall into this situation alone. However, it's said that the bloodline of the human race isn't very strong. How did such a strong master come into being?" With Lin Ke's death, the other strong masters present immediately lost the intention to deal with Han Fei. It wasn't that they didn't dare to deal with him, but in the current environment, facing a strong master like Han Fei whose strength hadn't been suppressed much, their losses must be huge. Who would be willing to stand out? Lin Ke stood out, so Lin Ke died. Han Fei looked at everyone with a smile. "Does anyone still want to fight? I repeat, you may not have a second chance to fight me." At this moment, Wu Shuang stood up. "All right, I think we can avoid unnecessary fights. Now we're only in the outer city of Puppet City. What you should consider is how to deal with the situation in the inner city, not how to fight among yourselves." A strong master took the opportunity to change the topic. "That's right. Instead of killing each other here, let's finish this trial first. We've gained a lot from the huge outer city of Puppet City. The inner city must be even better than the outer city. Why should we lose more for a small gain?" Han Fei took the lead. "No one dares to enter, right? Then, I'll go in." Han Fei didn't continue to chase the people from the divine demon forest, because these people wouldn't allow him to slaughter wantonly. Han Fei knew very well that although he could intimidate these people for a while, it didn't mean that he could really be unscrupulous. Besides, there was plenty of time to hunt these people. But this time, he was here to find the old turtle. He wanted to know what happened here. Upon hearing that Han Fei was going to enter, the leaders of the major factions all nodded to some of the strong masters on their sides. So nearly 100 people suddenly appeared and wanted to enter with Han Fei. They definitely had to enter the inner city, but with the great monarchs handwriting above their heads, it wasn't easy to enter the inner city. Someone had to go first. Han Fei walked in front. Although everyone felt that he couldn't get much resources from the inner city, it was better to be safe than sorry. Therefore, someone had to follow him up. Han Fei strode to the gate of the inner city. Buzz. Just by standing here, a terrifying suppressing pressure immediately descended. In addition to the suppressing pressure, Han Fei felt that his body was getting heavier and heavier. Some powerful force was trying to suppress him. The power of laws? Han Fei could clearly sense that this power exceeded the great Tao of strength. It descended on him from multiple angles, including bloodline, soul, and mind. It was as if a huge star was pressing down on him. Pfft. And among these 100 people, half of them were a little unsteady, and blood flowed from the corners of their mouths. However, because the people who entered the inner city with Han Fei were all perfected star transformation realm cultivators, no one was crushed by the great monarch's handwriting. They just felt very uncomfortable and couldn't move. Swish. A green light suddenly bloomed and for no reason, sprinkled on Han Fei and the 100 cultivators. As the light shone, 3 of the 100 cultivators suddenly emitted a large amount of black smoke. Among the onlookers, someone's expression suddenly changed. Not good. It's the ominous power. Someone exclaimed, aren't the people who were contaminated by the ominous all dead at the barrier outside? The 3 perfected star transformation realm cultivators were also a little shocked. When did they get the ominous power? However, it seemed to be too late to consider this now. The light seemed to have the power to cleanse the ominous and even attack the host. The 3 of them had no room to resist at all. Their bodies burned up, and in the end, they turned into flying ash amidst low roars. Gulp. This scene really shocked everyone. Even perfected star transformation realm cultivators were unknowingly infected. And why wasn't it noticed when they passed the barrier of Puppet City? Was it because the barrier was too low leveled? Or was it because this great monarch's handwriting was more powerful? Besides, what about the others? How many people had unknowingly been infected by the ominous? Except for the 3 of them, things were much smoother for Han Fei and the others. They didn't show any abnormalities when the light swept past, so they easily entered and disappeared from the city gate. At the moment when Han Fei and the others passed through the city gate, everyone suddenly felt their hearts skip a beat because the auras of death seemed to have locked onto them. When they looked back, they saw tens of thousands of flaming arrows rising from the outer city. These arrows accumulated power in the air and seemed to be about to shoot at everyone in the next moment. Not good. Let's enter the inner city. At that moment, even a fool knew that it was the city's defense mechanism that was forcing them to enter the inner city. And its purpose was self-evident. It was clearly to completely purge all those who were infected by the ominous. Through the great monarch's handwriting, there was nothing they could do. If they didn't, they would be shot to death by arrows. It was just that those who were tainted by the ominous would be purified. Therefore, a large number of people rushed into the inner city. Swish. 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 When the light swept over again, there were more than 300 people burning at the same time. Most of them only had blood at the corner of their mouths. Some might have their internal organs injured, and some had their souls injured. However, such injuries couldn't kill them. Among these more than 300 people, there were more than 100 ferocious beasts. But not a single divine beast was among them. This was easy to understand. Although the ferocious beasts had a way to deal with the ominous, and it was very difficult for them to be infected by the ominous, there were always exceptions. Not every ferocious beast had the ability to resist the ominous. It was precisely because they were confident of resisting the ominous that nearly 100 ferocious beasts were contaminated by it and died at this moment. However, to everyone's shock, so many people who were tainted by the ominous had fooled the spiritual barrier. Puppet City, Inner City. The moment Han Fei stepped into the inner city, he immediately felt that his perception had been blocked. He couldn't enter his origin star, but he could connect to it. This meant that here, the origin stars could only be connected from the inside, but it was difficult to enter them from the outside. It meant that one could enter Puppet City from his origin star, but couldn't enter his origin star from Puppet City. However, Han Fei tried it and found that some small items such as minerals could still be taken into his origin star. Everything else was no different from the outer city. After his perception was blocked, Han Fei took a step forward and disappeared from the vision of these cultivators in the blink of an eye. These perfected star transformation realm cultivators were here to watch Han Fei, but they didn't expect Han Fei to be so impudent and impulsive. Without knowing the specific situation in the inner city, he rushed out. Less than 3 seconds after Han Fei disappeared, the Northern Expedition Army, the divine beasts, and the ferocious beasts rushed in one after another. Many leaders and cultivators discovered that Han Fei was gone the moment they came in. Immediately, someone shouted angrily, "Where is the human butcher? Where is the human butcher?" The people who came in with Han Fei were speechless too. One of them said, "As soon as we came in, he rushed in. We found that the perception here was ineffective, so we couldn't catch up with him even if we wanted to. Besides, we didn't know what dangers were here, so we didn't rush in." Someone's expression changed. Damn, could this guy have been to Puppet City long ago? Now that this person has run away, God knows what he is going to do. Someone couldn't help regretting it. Damn it. I should have cooperated with Lin Ke to trap and kill him when we were in the outer city. Now that he's gone, he might be heading straight for the real treasure of Puppet City, or even the inheritance of the great monarch mystic Marshal. Meow. Wang Xiaojiu said resentfully, "If I had known earlier, I would have come in with him. This person is very cunning. If I'm not careful, he will disappear. What if he snatches my inheritance?" Emojo said, "Cut the crap. Since he is gone, let it be. In any case, although this trip is dangerous, we've gained a lot. Besides, this is also a trial. We can only rely on ourselves. If there is a great monarch's inheritance here, we will find it sooner or later." In the army of the Northern Expedition, Chen Tianya was a little speechless. This guy ran away just like that? Why didn't he take us with him? In any case, we are here to cooperate with him. Wu Shuang didn't care what Han Fei did. She was certain that Han Fei hadn't gone deep into this place. Otherwise, Han Fei would have told her early on. After all, she was his only partner in this northern expedition. She guessed that Han Fei must have run away because he couldn't perceive this place. A 5-Dao lock-level powerhouse in the dark was truly terrifying. Wu Shuang also knew that the people from the Divine Demon Forest, the city of origin, and the city of scavengers were going to suffer. Han Fei was not a kind person. One of his purposes here was to kill the people from the city of origin and the city of scavengers. Wu Shuang shouted, "Don't care about him for now. The perception can't be used in the inner city. Let's push forward together. If the trial seal is triggered, continue to explore on a small scale. Remember to be careful. The inner city is not the outer city. Without perception working, every corner here is full of danger." As soon as Han Fei ran out for 1,000 kilometers, he was blocked by hundreds of arrows in a row. Fortunately, he was fast and agile. Otherwise, he would have been shot into a beehive. It turns out that the inner city is forbidden from flying. Yes, flying was forbidden in the inner city. And on the surface, there were complicated buildings and statues standing on both sides of the road. The moment he landed, Han Fei activated the Twin Divine technique, and his black mist body quietly avoided the puppets. As for his white mist body, as soon as it landed, it was attacked by 5 puppets. Han Fei discovered that unlike the outer city, the puppets in the inner city were extremely efficient, and his appearance seemed to have activated the puppets in this area. They actually formed small teams and began to patrol the streets. An organized and disciplined level 6 mineral puppet army? Before Han Fei took any action, all of a sudden, he saw that the surrounding buildings, the ground, and even some real stone statues suddenly opened holes. From each hole, a blue arrow shot out. Han Fei turned his head and looked at the sky, only to find that many cultivators were flying in the sky, becoming live targets. Han Fei was speechless. Isn't this stupid? Wouldn't it be better to disperse? Why did they have to gather together as a target? The Northern Expedition Army felt that the doomsday was coming. They just flew from the sky and tried to push forward. However, who would have expected that? After observing the situation in the city, they were shot by tens of thousands of arrows. However, they didn't immediately realize that it was a flying ban from Puppet City. After the first wave of arrows burst out, most people could still react, and only dozens of them were hit. However, after dodging the arrow, these people didn't land immediately but continued to hover in the air. They thought that the arrow appeared to target all of them. However, when the hundreds of people who escaped were pierced by the arrows, they realized the problem. Everybody shouted at the same time, "Everyone, land on the ground. No flying is allowed here. Otherwise, you will be hunted endlessly." As soon as hearing the words, everyone landed immediately. Although they might encounter puppets after landing, it was better than being a target in the sky. However, there were still some people who decided to land on the top of a building, thinking that it was fine as long as they didn't fly into the sky as targets. But immediately afterwards, arrows shot into the sky from the buildings they were in, directly blowing them up. At this moment, everyone realized the seriousness of the problem. Not only could they not stay in the sky, but they couldn't stay in the buildings either. They could only step on the ground. As soon as they reached the ground, many people encountered the level 6 mineral puppets that had just woken up. The peak-level late-stage star transformation realm cultivators were horrified to see the level 6 mineral puppets, as if they were facing a great enemy. But the cultivators in the perfected star transformation realm were very excited to see the level 6 mineral puppets, thinking that if they could get some level 6 mineral puppets, they would make a fortune. Because of the two different mentalities, the first thought of peak level late-stage star transformation realm cultivators was to find other peak level late-stage star transformation realm cultivators and form an array to fight them. Only in this way could he survive. Unfortunately, the crowd was dispersed. Although they might not be very far away, there were all kinds of buildings around, blocking their vision. It would take some time for them to quickly return to the team or form an array. But the mineral puppets wouldn't give you time. When the first mineral puppet woke up, the battle had already begun. Voices rose and fell in the city. Although no one could see it, they could still shout. Someone shouted, "All the peak-level late-stage star transformation realm cultivators nearby, gather here." Someone exclaimed, "Not good. Be careful of these level 6 mineral puppets. Most of them have formed a 5-person team to deal with our attack. Is there any strong master nearby? Please come and support us." Someone shouted, "Where are the people near this street? Come here and set up an array." Someone fell to the ground and encountered a puppet. Even if he fully unleashed his strength, he only blasted the puppet dozens of meters away and his body was pierced by the fist light. Fortunately, the other party seemed to Be a little slow, which allowed him to escape. Shocked, the man shouted, a level 6 mineral puppet is comparable to a perfected star transformation realm cultivator in strength. Peak level late stage star transformation realm cultivators, don't resist them head-on. Set up arrays if you can, and approach the perfected star transformation realm cultivators if you can't. At this moment, someone shouted, attention, everyone. As long as you keep silent and don't erupt with energy waves, avoid their vision, you can avoid their attacks. For a time, everyone in the streets was in a flurry. Some people ran straight to the nearby perfected star transformation realm cultivators, and some hid in a corner among the buildings. Someone teamed up with others and set up an array. Some people ran into the building and never came out again, but inside the building, flames were shining, and then it was silent. Everyone felt that the guy who went in must have been burned to death. There were many people who ran into the buildings like this. There might be hundreds of them. At present, only 10% of them made it out safely. And among these 10%, only one person got an ultra-quality technique from the house. He didn't say anything and directly stuffed it into his origin star. Someone shouted, don't enter the building. It's full of puppets. F*CK, all puppets? These words frightened many people so much that they gave up the idea of entering the buildings. Although they didn't know where each other was, they could still shout if necessary. For example, don't enter the interior of the buildings, casually. There might be traps. Anyway, no one said that they would find anything good from the buildings. Among the scattered crowd, the top factions had their advantages. Although their members were scattered, they were divided into small groups. Among all the people, the safest were the itinerant cultivators. Because the itinerant cultivators formed groups and were very good at forming groups, they would run to one place as soon as they landed. When they gathered together, they would form an array and kill the level 6 mineral puppets. As for the ferocious beasts and the divine beasts, they were very keen. As soon as the arrows appeared, they landed on the ground. After landing, all the ferocious beasts and divine beasts gathered together. Emojio said, now, even if you are a perfected star transformation realm cultivator, form a team of at least 3. We are here to find opportunities. Not to die. It's not a bad idea to be careful. The white tiger also shouted, everyone, split up and find a place to hide. Don't stick to one street. If you encounter the ferocious beasts, ignore them. The mineral puppets are secondary. Our main goal is the real inheritance. And the real inheritance is definitely not on these broken roads. What the white tiger meant was that minerals were definitely not the primary resource. The entire city was protected by mineral puppets, so what heritage did this city have? Whatever it was definitely much more valuable than minerals. Hanfei didn't go to search for the old turtle and his clone immediately. He used the vast ocean navigator, which pointed to where the old turtle was going. But Hanfei didn't rush over immediately. The vast ocean navigator in his hand turned again. This time, his target was Luochen from the city of scavengers. At this moment, Luochen was leading 17 or 18 people. Some were fighting the level 6 mineral puppets, some were healing themselves, and some were forming teams and trying to enter some tall buildings. Luochen shouted, all peak level late stage star transformation realm cultivators, you don't have to do anything in the inner city. You can explore the way. For example, find the place of inheritance. The mayor's residence. If you make contributions, you will be rewarded when you go out in the future. However, after Luochen arranged 9 people to explore the way, no one returned after 500 seconds. Luochen felt that these people had all been killed. He instructed everyone. Head to the next street. Don't delay too long. Just as Luochen was about to abandon those people and take the remaining perfected star transformation realm cultivators to the neighboring streets, suddenly, a team of 3 people returned. One of them had already fallen into a coma, and the other 2 were covered in blood. Obviously, they had just experienced a large-scale battle. Luochen didn't doubt him. He said, "Why have you been gone for so long? What happened?" One of them said, "Boss, there aren't any of our people in the neighboring streets. We were discovered by the puppets. Fortunately, we could use these buildings to avoid them, so we managed to escape." Luochen nodded slightly. "That's normal. It would be strange if there's no danger in a city built by a great monarch." The person who spoke said, "Boss, although we didn't find any of our people in the neighboring streets, when we were wandering in the alleys, we accidentally found a strange well that seemed to have an extremely strong smell of minerals." "A well?" Luochen's heart did a flip, but he was not overjoyed. This should be a small opportunity, but it was definitely not a big one. However, it was better to have an opportunity than to not have one. If he got more small opportunities, it would naturally become a big opportunity. Luochen's heart stirred. He said telepathically to the people who were fighting, "End the battle quickly. Follow me." A quick battle meant a lot of consumption. In order to end the battle quickly, one had to activate their own great Tao crazily. In order to prevent the puppets from counterattacking and perishing together with them, everyone had to be as careful as possible. Even though Luochen said to end the battle quickly, it still took them more than 30 seconds to finish the battle. Of course, the gains were 5 level 6 mineral puppets, which were worth a lot. After a while, Luochen followed the 3 peak level late-stage star transformation realm cultivators to the well. Near the well, there was a barrier. When they saw the barrier, the eyes of Luochen and the other cultivators lit up. As long as there was a barrier, it meant that there would be opportunities. This barrier was obviously not very complicated. At least for Luochen, who had 4 Tao locks, it could be broken with only a little effort. After another 100 seconds, when the spiritual barrier opened, an even richer mineral power dissipated from the well. Sensing this power, Luochen said to the 3 cultivators, "The 3 of you, go down and check it out." The expressions of the 3 people changed slightly, as if they were worried about something. Luochen said, "Don't worry. I didn't sense any danger here. Just go down." The 3 struggled for a while and finally stepped into the well. However, after only 10 seconds, a voice came from the well. "Boss, something is wrong. There is a sword inserted here." Upon hearing this, Luochen's eyes lit up. He winked at the 2 people beside him and said, "You 2, stay here. The rest of you, follow me down." At first, Luochen thought that it must be a good item to be hidden in such a place. It should be at least a high-quality godly weapon, right? Anyway, it couldn't be a low-quality godly weapon. Otherwise, it could be obtained in any era. There was no need to hide it. However, the moment Luochen and the others landed, they suddenly felt that something was wrong. Luochen subconsciously retreated, but his body hit the layers of seals hard. In the next moment, he saw ice spreading. The extreme cold turned the four people who came down with him into ice sculptures. However, what surprised Han Fei was that a fire bead flickered between the eyebrows of the four guys who had been frozen into ice sculptures at the same time, narrowly blocking the power of extreme cold. Huh? This was the first time Han Fei had seen perfected star transformation realm cultivators block the power of the extreme cold pearl so easily. After all, this was the terrifying power of the carefree level. In the blink of an eye, Han Fei punched 4 times in a row, smashing the 4 ice sculptures. After all, it was the power of the carefree level. Although they could barely withstand it, they didn't rely on their own strength, but the small fiery red bead. Han Fei casually picked one up, and information popped up in his eyes. Name: Chaotic Fire Origin. Introduction: A void flame born in the depths of the chaotic sea. It's extremely scorching and can burn everything. If it's refined into a magic weapon, it can resist extreme cold. Level: Chaotic Spiritual Fire. Quality: Ordinary. Contained chaotic chi, 211,536 points. Effect: After refining it, it can resist extreme cold and is immune to the Great Tao of Fire, to a certain extent. When he saw this information, Han Fei immediately understood. Above the ice of the chaotic wasteland was extreme cold, but these people had the power to resist extreme cold. This meant that they might really come from above the ice. However, even if they had the chaotic fire origin, it could only resist the extreme cold of nature. The extreme cold power unleashed by the extreme cold pearl, on the other hand, contained the power of the carefree level. It was completely different from ordinary extreme cold. Therefore, when these people were frozen, they were already heavily injured. So the chaotic fire origin had to appear to protect them. However, they still couldn't resist Han Fei's fist light. They could only watch helplessly as Han Fei shattered the ice and their bodies exploded. Han Fei reached out and picked up the remains of these 4 people into his origin star. Then he looked at Luochen, who had also turned into an ice sculpture. However, Luochen was better than the others. He broke the great Tao locks immediately, and a chaotic fire origin appeared in front of him. Cough, cough. Luochen coughed out a mouthful of blood with ice chips and said in horror, "Who are you? Why did you attack the city of scavengers?" At this moment, how could Luochen not understand that the people he sent to search had been controlled? Not only that, but the other party had also set up an ambush to ambush him. This meant that the other party definitely had the strength of 4 Tao locks or above. From the looks of it, the range had been narrowed down. Few people in the entire Northern Expedition Army had the power of extreme cold and the strength to kill a powerhouse with 4 Tao locks. Suddenly, Luochen couldn't believe it. In the Northern Expedition Army, there was only one person who had such strength and could use the power of extreme cold, and that was the human butcher. Human butcher? Han Fei grinned. You got it right. Unfortunately, there is no reward. Luochen was horrified. Why did you attack our city of scavengers? Han Fei looked at him with a faint smile. Do you even need to ask? Our human race and your city of scavengers are mortal enemies. Don't you find it ridiculous to ask me why I killed your people? Luochen's expression changed drastically. You're indeed from the city of wanderers. You're indeed from the chaotic wasteland. Han Fei said, "No, you're wrong. I'm really the human emperor, the emperor of the human race. We'll wipe out your 10,000 scale race, which will start from the infinite mining area. Don't worry. I'll find all the people from the city of scavengers who came to the infinite mining area one by one. They will soon accompany you down. Explode." Luo Chen and Han Fei chatted for a long time, not because he really wanted to chat, but to stall for time. Of course, Han Fei didn't care, letting him stall for time and struggle. A piece of treasure armor appeared in front of Luo Chen, which turned into a jade armor barrier, completely blocking the power of extreme cold. At this moment, Luo Chen roared, "Zhou Yi, Lan Feng, come down and help me." Unfortunately, although Luo Chen's voice was as loud as thunder, this place had been completely sealed by Han Fei, so the two people above certainly couldn't hear him. Seeing that his cry for help was invalid, Luo Chen was not completely panicked. He had completely unleashed his strength, and all his 4 Dao locks were broken. The long-lost feeling was too strong. At the moment when Luo Chen thought that he could fight Han Fei stretched out his hand and pointed. Steel. In the next moment, Luo Chen discovered, to his shock, where was his armor. Then he saw that his armor appeared in front of Han Fei. Hiss. Luo Chen felt that it was ridiculous, but he was also frightened. He knew that he couldn't wait to be killed, so he immediately prepared to fight Han Fei with all his strength. But Han Fei said again, "Steel." This time, a pagoda flew out from between Luo Chen's eyebrows. How is that possible? Luo Chen was shocked. His soul-subduing godly weapon was taken out by Han Fei? But he didn't feel any soul impact. Han Fei curled his lips. One thing difficult to deal with about the strong masters was that they had too many treasures. Bang! 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 Since he couldn't steal his consciousness, he would use force. For a moment, the impact in the well was so huge that it could be described as earth shaking. However, no matter how hard the impact hit, the outside world still didn't know. Han Fei had already placed thousands of seals here, just in case. In such a small head-on clash, Han Fei activated his great Dao. How could Luo Chen be his match? However, Luo Chen was not a simple person. He had received a hint from Wushuang. On the surface, there were only 100 people from the city of scavengers, but there was no shortage of strong masters in Luo Chen's origin star. The next moment, 32 cultivators in the perfected star transformation realm suddenly appeared. Luo Chen roared, "Come on. Try again if you have the guts. Human butcher. You're dead meat today." Han Fei had already expected that Luo Chen would hide the real number of people from the city of scavengers in this northern expedition. This was why he had designed such a trap instead of directly attacking and killing Luo Chen. The moment these 32 people appeared, tens of thousands of god sealing spears suddenly appeared in the well. As soon as the god sealing spears were activated, the 32 people who had already been suppressed by Puppet City in the first place were suppressed by the god sealing spears now, so their strength was reduced by more than 40%. That was not all. Han Fei took out the infinity water and detonated it. The next second, 7 or 8 people were seriously injured. They didn't know what happened, but their strength was greatly suppressed the moment they came out. Then, they were bombarded by the self-detonation of a high-quality godly weapon. However, how could a high-quality godly weapon kill so many cultivators in the perfected star transformation realm? In fact, no one was killed by this self-detonation. However, Han Fei didn't panic at all. He smiled and said, "Do you think you're the only one who has people, and I don't?" As Han Fei issued an order in his heart, thousands of flash lizards appeared at the bottom of the well. Yes, the tiny space in the well was filled with more than 1,000 sky opening realm cultivators. When Luo Chen and the 32 perfected star transformation realm cultivators saw these more than 1,000 flash lizards, they were stunned. What the hell is going on? Luo Chen's consciousness was still clear. His first reaction was that it was impossible. Only the soul-controlling sect had the means to control so many mind demons. However, in the next moment, Luo Chen's heart skipped a beat. Yang Kuan, the leader of the soul-controlling sect, had been killed by Han Fei. Then, could it be that the soul-controlling sect's method of controlling the mind demons had also fallen into Han Fei's hands? Unfortunately, it was useless to think about it now. In such a narrow space. 33 versus 1,000. Although they could fight, there was still Han Fei. Boom. 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 Puff. 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 An hour later. Thousands of flash lizards died, but Han Fei added another 1,000. On the city of scavengers side, there were only 13 people who had died. As for the others, some were nailed to the bottom of the well by Han Fei's god sealing spears, some were tied up by Han Fei's void lines, and some fell into a deep sleep under the void stealing technique. After everyone was solved, Luo Chen fell directly to the bottom of the well. His last thought was that he was doomed. Zhou Yi and Lan Feng, who had been guarding outside the well, both felt that these people had been in for too long. Should they try contacting them? Just as the two of them were about to shout at the well, they suddenly saw a figure coming out of the well. Seeing that it was their boss, they were relieved. Steal, steal. However, as soon as they heard the word steal, one of them fell into a deep sleep, and a small boat flew out between the eyebrows of the other, trying to resist Han Fei's void stealing technique. However, Han Fei punched out and directly smashed this low-quality godly weapon boat. Then, the void lines clasped and he began to refine corpse puppets. He wanted to destroy the city of scavengers and the city of origin, but it didn't mean that he had to kill everyone with his own hands. His goal was too big and he had too many enemies. For future consideration, he had to keep a low profile. Once he took down the strongest Luo Chen, the city of scavengers was already taken in Han Fei's opinion. His purpose in the infinite mining area was not Luo Chen but Zhang Beihai. Now, it could only be regarded as a heavy blow to the force of the city of scavengers in the infinite mining area. At present, in the city of scavengers, there were 4 Dao Lock level powerhouses controlled by Han Fei, and 19 perfected star transformation realm powerhouses. These people had all been refined by Han Fei into living dead puppets. Unfortunately, Han Fei had no time to study the body, bloodline, and soul of the 10,000 scale race. Otherwise, he could use the soul controlling law seal to completely control these people. Of course, the living dead puppet wasn't weak either. After walking out of this complicated alley, Han Fei grinned. Without Luo Chen and nearly 40 perfected star transformation realm cultivators, there should still be about 40 perfected star transformation realm cultivators, and nearly 40 peak-level late-stage star transformation realm cultivators in the city of scavengers. He didn't know how many of these people would die in the inner city. Even if they didn't die, Han Fei wouldn't give them a chance to walk out of Puppet City. Han Fei knew that it was impossible for him to find so many people from the city of scavengers one by one now. However, he still had a chance to use the vast ocean navigator today. Therefore, with a thought, Han Fei saw the vast ocean navigator spin and point at where in Shanbei from the city of origin was now.